You were picking on a guy weaker than you, weren't you, Jim?
I might say it's because you're a loser who's playing to an audience of children.
I'd like to join your posse, boys, but first I'm going to sing a little song. He's the very best. He's the roofiest cowboy in the
Okay. Okay. Oh, fuck.
You have a bully cabal that you have created to attack people.
Outer heaven.
What else would you call it?
I'd call it the Swedish Squad. We spread hugs and love across the internet.
Bullshit. You know that's not true. You know what you should do.
What about name the bully?
No.
Name the bully for Bully Hunter will help you.
You don't want to build a wall. Instead, you want to use a military approach and run sorties over drug cartels.
Sure, and work with Mexico to rebuild its country. Yeah, sure. If we're going to invest money into something, why not in making Mexico better so that a bunch of fucking people don't run away from that country into ours?
Okay. That's brilliant.
This is like the ultimate condescending argument from somebody that's never ever been in a shitty position in their entire life. Like, I can't even believe
don't
that
know
somebody.
what the fuck you're talking
I don't. You can't. Either that or you lack zero empathy or have zero intelligence.
I'm not part of your lying, doxing, harassing teenage fan club. I'm someone doing something in real life.
And I have an army of mercenary children wreaking havoc on web forums from here to hell and back.
You understand I'm a person, don't you? Do you think white people act like this? White people are meant to be polite and respectful to one another, and you guys can't even act like white people? It's really, like, amazing to me.
Jim, it's people like you that need to get a bullet to the head. Because you're promoting hatred, bigotry.
Is it bigotry against pedophiles? Pedophobia. It's pedophobia.
You're low rent, low IQ trash. I was 100% right to call you a religious bigot. It's what you and your fans are.
But as a white person who is male, you're never told that there's anything you can do. You have no idea what it's like to be told you're not supposed to do that. That's not the kind of job for you, because the sky is the fucking limit.
What I was saying was that there's this YouTuber that I admire very much, that I used to admire, but I realized that his game is to punch down. But he always mocks people who are weak, who are small. I can't stand the big guy who bullies me, or tries to bully me.
There is a toxicity that has developed among gamers.
Okay.
All right? It feels somewhat fascist in the way it's working.
That's amazing.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays.
I'm gay. I suck penis every day. Fuck me in the ass until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay. I hug men romantically. Drop your balls into my mouth. I really love the taste. Yeah, I'm gay. I need cum to start my day. 1 teaspoon of penis juice to keep the strain away. I'm fucking gay. Your home was made for me. I'll crawl inside and live a life of quiet dignity. I'm fucking gay. I'm gay. They call me Gay Jack the Ripper, 'cause I hate women and I'm gay. I'm like gay Jeffrey Dahmer, if he was normal and not straight.
What's your worst assignment horror story?
I had a 10.
Oh, fuck, I forgot the ad thing doesn't work anymore. No!
Careers before they call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword, playing hero Roni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. You're the one who will get to step in. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Hey, we got us, but I wouldn't say we beef. How the saying go, it's a two-way street. On the pipe, and you know they had a tweak. I'm just trying to lay my name, you get what I'm speaking. We entertain the masses, and anywhere the weekend. There's some asshole think that you can press the lead and put the whole squad down, get out within the weekend. But we stars, boys, so continue, go and see. We've ended careers before they call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword, play hero Roni Kenshin. Side of your door, you're the one who will get to step in. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? Talk big game till you learn it ain't one. Got your nails on this track's another freight ton. Not a single dove, so you gotta make one. G-get domino, trying to cook some great stuff. You can keep ducking, this be the season for hot when we down and new in our treasures while casually pressing your buttons. You keep pretending and nothing, but we can tell you we frontin', try threatening us with a poker, but your face looking all nothing. We calling out all the bluffs and we telling you what is fucking. We saying enough's enough, but you trying to keep acting tough. If you really think that you run, let me tell you, you ain't the one, cause the song will be nothing. Speakers and the whole team finna pump it, y'all. We've ended careers before they call us a lethal weapon. You brandish an unsheathed sword, played hero Roni Kenshin. We kicked it aside of your door. You're the one who will get to step in. Where was that bravado you had a hot minute ago? We eating pasta in your hood. It tastes like heaven. We eating pasta and it good. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Guess what day it is? Guess what day it is? Huh? Anybody? Julie, hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on, I know you can hear me. Mike. What day is it, Mike? Leslie, guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Ronnie, how happy are folks who save hundreds of dollars switching to Geico? I'd say happier than a camel on Wednesday.
Hump day!
Get happy. Get Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? What is up, everybody? I made that myself. I'm going to be honest. I feel very proud of that. I think that was one of the coolest things I've ever made before. My personal opinion. Oh, I love it so much. That was amazing. Oh, cringe. Absolutely not. Listen, that is going to be played every single hump day from now on. It's absolutely amazing. Oh, it was beautiful. Is the Yippee voiced by Seth Rogen? I have no idea. It was perfect though, wasn't it? I don't know. I spent like an hour working on it. I was like, this is the coolest thing ever. Because I like originally just wanted to grab the clip. And then I grabbed the clip. And I was like, well, you know what we could do? I know how to like animate the Yippies and make them move inside of my editing software. And I was like, you know what? We're going to do this. So that is Seth Rogen. Oh no, that's very unfortunate. It's okay though. That's what I was hitting at. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Oh, the intro music is over. Yes, the intro music is over. Hope you guys are having a good one, by the way. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Tonight we have very special stuff planned for all of you. I hope you all are very excited. We are going to have a guest on in a few hours. 2 guests, actually. And I will have Mizu here with me when that is taking place. But before then, we had to fill a time slot of 2 hours. So we're going to do some fun stuff tonight. Tonight, I am going to be playing Stellar Blade before this gentleman, or the gentleman's, gets here. But while we are playing Stellar Blade, we are going to be reacting to one of the best interviews that exists to date, which is the Mr. Metokur versus Destiny debate. However, we're not going to react to the whole thing because obviously we've got people coming in, but we are going to react to the section that he included in his most recent live stream that he did about the LA riots, because he talks about how he was basically right about everything. Now, I guess it's up to you whether or not you feel like he was right about everything or if he kind of guessed or was able to infer it. But, it is neither here nor there. Is my voice deeper? It shouldn't be. This is my normal voice. This is me without a voice changer of any kind. So this is my normal voice. Did I get the monitor replaced? I do have the new monitor. Yes, I do. It is very nice, very useful. What's sad is the other monitor like stopped freaking out. I guess that maybe I'm going to say that maybe it was the fact that we were talking about Nick Rekieta. Maybe Nick Rekieta cursed my TV screen, but, it's whatever. So it's not been acting up. So I'm going to hold on to it. Obviously, it's a TV screen. It's a 24-inch monitor that is like a couple of years old. So I expect that one day it is going to go out. But until then, I'm just going to hold on to it in the background. There's no reason for me to get rid of it if it still somewhat works. But I am using the new screen. I'm glad you got it. I am too. I think I mentioned it on... Discord, but I did actually have them bring it to my door. They didn't need me to go grab it or anything. I basically just had to sit at home and wait for it, which, typically is the way that things go. It got jealous. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. But yes, the screen is replaced. It is nice. Rackets has residual Sonichu energy leaking, I guess. Rackets right now is being really weird. He's wishing death upon people and then taking it back because he knows that his audience is going to fucking despise him if he does that. He's trying to sue the state to stop the release of that body cam footage, which I'm very back and forth on whether or not that's actually going to happen. Noel thinks it's very definite that it's going to happen. So, you know, I'll put my faith in that it comes out, because I'll be honest with you, I really want it to come out, because I say fuck Ricada, and I want to watch that body cam footage. I want to watch his upset face as he's getting arrested. Personally, that would be pretty funny. But it's neither here nor there. But yes, while people pair in for tonight, I have an opening topic that I wanted to share before, you know, because we're still gonna let it still typically takes people about 10 to 20 minutes to get in, and so I have a topic that we're gonna cover, a small one that I will turn into a video that hopefully I'll be able to put out before I'm gone, because next Saturday, not this one but the next one, I'm leaving on vacation. I will be heading down for my first vacation in like 2 to 3 years. So very happy about that. I haven't had a vacation in a while. I've been like in survival mode, basically. I mean, I'm still in survival mode, but it's finally time that I take a week off of work and actually just like not work. I like rackets. I mean, you could still like Ricada if you want to. I just feel like the goodwill and faith that I had for him has eroded over multiple years, and I think a lot of other people will agree with me on that one. You can still like him if you want. I just don't feel like I want to watch the degradation of a man that got caught using drugs, refused to agree that he got caught using drugs, and then post sentencing decides to finally agree that he got caught with drugs, and now he's doing whippets, and it is very obvious that he's doing whippets. And so, you know, again, I don't mind if you like that guy. I just can't bring myself to like him anymore. Personally, I just personally can't bring myself to enjoy him. It really is depressing me now. But yeah, on the 21st, I am leaving for vacation. I will be leaving my house in the care of some friends, and then I will return on the 28th. I will be doing some small streams. They are definitely not going to be as well put together as these ones, but they will be as good as they can be. So, drugs are bad. I agree. Like the stream, chat. Like the stream, especially if you think drugs are bad. I agree that drugs are bad for sure. Before we get to the little topic of today, chat, don't forget, by the way, that you can use code MommaOcco10 to get 10% off at Advanced GG. They have a special Father's Day sale going on right now, so that is cool. That is cool. So if you're interested in getting a better energy drink, or really just a better focus drink, I haven't tried their focus yet, but I will probably get it in some due time. But like if you want something focus related or something energy related, I think they also have something to help you sleep. There you go. You should go with it. So there you go. MommaOcco10 at Advanced GG. Link is in the description. Ooh, I forgot to mention by the chat. Oh, I'm so excited. I am so fucking excited. I'm sorry, I don't mean to like withhold the content any further, but I need to check in on something. But I am pretty sure that something that I've been waiting on is gonna happen next week. I've been crossing my fingers. Okay, I'm gonna follow up now. But I should have something very fun coming out next week. Very fun. I am so excited. I am so very excited. I am sorry if I'm hyping it up too much. I'm going to try not to. But next week, okay? Sometime next week, in between now and 9 to 10 days from now, something is happening. And I will make a more formal announcement of it when that happens. But I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited. What? You'll have to wait and see. You'll have to wait and see. But it's something that I'm very excited. Something I've been waiting for quite a long time. I'm super duper happy. And oh, I'm so excited. I'm excited. Anyway. Here, let me sit up. Let's get on to the real shit, chat. Let's do this little pre-topic to get your minds wetted and maybe to piss you off a little bit before we laugh a little bit. So I was under the assumption that anavalence, or anal violence, as some people like to call them, which I personally would not say. That's kind of mean in my personal opinion. But I was under the impression that this individual had decided to give up talking about VTubing because they had been giving a lot of little things here and there. Oh.
Octopus Mommy Milf
Thank you very much. Appreciated.
Ian Andrews tipped Octopus Mommy Milf $10 for the UP fund.
Thank you.
Praise be Eve. Body perfectly proportioned.
I agree.
All is in balance.
I agree. I don't have mods for Eve, but maybe in the future we'll get some. Maybe you guys can suggest some to me. But anyway, let's move on here. So I was under the impression that Anna Valens was quitting journalism, at least for VTuber related stuff, because they kind of inferred on their Blue Sky that they had stopped. And for a moment I thought that they had deactivated their Blue Sky as well, because people were saying that allegedly that was happening. However, it really does not appear that that is actually the case, because I woke up this morning. Hold on a moment. I woke up this morning and I follow CurryNG. He's very good at just being a little bit of a shit disturber sometimes. And he showed that apparently Anna Valens is still on the train of being a gremlin, probably the nicest way of saying it. And they have made a new website. Or actually, this might be a website that they've always had. But they've made a new article on this website. And we're going to go through some of their stuff. And we're going to see, chat, if you, lucky chatter, are interested in taking the pledge that they have decided to put out here. So let's go ahead and read this. And I want to know what you guys think. From Anna Valens on Blue Sky. Quote, virtual persona or VSona/Versona. Oh my gosh. I don't know why, but I'm whenever I hear somebody say persona, I am immediately forced to remember Persona 4 and how all the characters yell persona. I know that's in every single game, but I specifically just remember I think it was Kanji from Persona 4 screaming persona and all the passion that he would put into it. So that's all I'm reminded of when I ever hear anything along the lines of persona. But anyway, virtual persona is not just about a new name. It's about a set of standards. A code of conduct. A set of values for creators who engage in content creation via a virtual avatar. Join me in sharing and signing Join me in signing the virtual persona pledge. Oh my gosh. I haven't read this. I am very interested to see what this is. All right. So this is on their Substack here. Oh my gosh, their Substack is called Not Safe for Who? Is that what it's called? That is hilarious here. Can we zoom in? I cannot. I would have to open this in a new tab. All right, give me one moment. Open a new tab. Sorry, I want to look at these. I want to be able to zoom in on these. There we go. All right. Their website, Not Safe for Who? The Virtual Persona Pledge. Now, this is not on Vice, so I don't think that this is endorsed by Vice Media. A different approach to creating content via a virtual avatar, distinct from, but sometimes intersecting with, VTubing. They're trying so fucking hard to try and push an agenda in the VTuber. They like legitimately. I think Anna was the one who suggested like a VTuber gate. Like they wanted a Gamergate but with VTubers. And that flopped really hardly because like they are a gross, disgusting individual. Thank you.
Avenged 900 tipped Octopus Mommy MILF $10. Yeah, no thank you. You are volunteering. Put yourself on the watch.
Yeah, I agree. But like I was under the impression that this individual like had already started and failed a movement, and like there are multiple cases that I observed, and I don't always talk about every single time I see Anna Valens because they are not in all actuality an interesting person. In order to put myself kind of in the mud and talk about people like Anna Valens, like Niara, who is coming up tomorrow, and like multiple other individuals, they have to do something that's actually like worth talking about. With Anna Valens, they have had this like weird thing recently where they are saying they're quitting, then they're not quitting. Thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. But anyway, they have this weird thing where they're like, I'm quitting and then I'm not quitting. I've seen people allege that their blue sky is down and then it's up. So I really don't know what to think with this individual. They just they flip-flop, or they have these periods where I'm not really quite sure what to think of them. And so I only talk about them when there's something that's like really interesting. As with everybody, and it sounds like they are starting this new virtual pledge here. Again, as somebody who has not read this, I am going to give the good faith and assume that this is probably another attempt at VTubergate. At VTubergate. So let's see how that goes. All right, we'll definitely see how that goes. Let's read here. Quote, "It is my simple and firm belief that the English language VTubing industry has a rot." Oh. I'm not quite sure what they're talking about, chat. There's a big rot that's infested in here. A rot that's festered with transphobia, homophobia, racism, colorism, misogyny, and horophobia. I don't think I have ever, where's my mouse? I have ever heard whorephobia before. Oh, we're not getting to gym tonight, are we? Oh, sweet baby Jesus. If we don't get to gym tonight, I will make up by watching gym later. Can't be tomorrow because we're watching Yara tomorrow, but oh my gosh, I'm afraid this is going to take a lot of my time tonight. Oh, all right. Oh, let's pull it together. Oh, it's going to be fun to edit. Yes, many VTubers and VTuber fans are lovely people. All of you chat, very lovely people, including you, Gator. But there are bad actors running rampant in the space, causing problems. Problems that have existed for years. Problems that cannot be changed without wider community consensus. Yet the contemporary EN VTubing community is too conflict adverse to address these issues. That's wrong. People address their issues every single week with a Google Doc. So I don't believe that's true.
Dark Resurrect discovered mom has milkers. $5. Take note, chat. New power word just dropped.
Oh, hold on. That reminded me. Hold on. Oh, man. The guy that drew this, he's very quiet now. But I really like this art he drew for me. When you talk about power words, this is my favorite kind of power word. Anna Valens wants to create a new power word. This was back when I played Dustborn, and words of power were a big thing. So I joked that like there was a power word for cuck, and now Anna has created a new word of power. I want to know what whorephobia would be used as a power word in Dustborn. I need to know how that would affect somebody. What would saying somebody's accused of whorephobia do? I'm very curious. Oh, goodness. Anyway, continuing on. Until this mindset changes, bigotry will continue to be a major issue in English VTubing. Additionally, it is my personal belief that the VTubing community has major problems with harassment, emotional maturity, healthy boundaries between viewers and creators, and a focus on popularity and profit over creation and community. Now, I will say, Anna, I definitely agree that some people have issues with harassment, emotional maturity. You know, I will definitely agree that some people have issues with emotional maturity and healthy boundaries. Oh, I don't think we're going to agree on who. Thank you for the follow. I don't think we're going to agree on who, but I agree there's a lot of freaks in the VTubing space that have issues with harassment, emotional maturity, and healthy boundaries. With these things in mind, I would like to introduce a set of rules and guidelines for each other. A set of rules and guidelines for other creators to pledge to under a specific name separate from VTubing. This is called, quote, the Virtual Persona Pledge, with Versona or Vsona for short. Versona/Vsona is an identity that creators can use as an alternative to VTuber. They can also use it in conjunction with VTuber. The goal is to introduce a name and identity with a code of conduct that holds with a code of conduct that one holds themselves to, with a set of values and behavioral standards one promises to meet and maintain. Oh boy, here's the actual this is the actual pledge. Holy shit, it's got 8 points. This is awesome. The irony is palpable. It definitely is. Excuse me. Thank you for the sub over on Kick. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, follow on Kick if you haven't already. Very much appreciated. Trying to give more, get people on Kick as well. So definitely consider doing that. The Virtual Persona Pledge. As a Versona/Vsona, I pledge to 1. Create content that does not promote bigotry, including but not limited to racism, colorism, transphobia, misogyny, ableism, and whorephobia. I wonder why Anna Valens wanted to include, I know why all these other ones are included, but specifically this last one. Very, very interesting. I have absolutely no idea why Anna Valens is so invested in whoredom. I have no idea whatsoever. Number 2. Foster a community that is welcoming to marginalized viewers across races, genders, sexualities, classes, disabilities, religions, cultures, and various other walks of life. 0.5 eliminate. Don't read ahead, chat. Don't read ahead. You're gonna spoil people. Number 3. Treat my colleagues in the way I would like to be treated. If I have a wait, we're going from third party to first party here? I'm very confused. Am I getting rated right now on Kick? Did I get rated? Did I get rated and it didn't tell me? I don't. Regardless, welcome people, and thank you for the follows. It's much appreciated. Let's see here. I'll restart. Point 3. Treat my colleagues in the way I would like to be treated. If I have a disagreement with another, I will engage in a good faith dialogue and honest communication. If our differences are unresolvable, I will refrain from gossip, rumor spreading, sabotage, and other harmful behaviors. Good luck with that. Chad, I feel like this might be where I have to stop, all right? Unfortunately, I can't refrain from gossip. That is literally baked into my personality, is to gossip and talk about people. Not spread rumors, but to gossip 100%. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to listen. I was down for the first 2 points, a little iffy on the whorephobia. All right. I was down with the first 2 points, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to break it here. All right. Sadly. Number 4, moderate my community to the best of my ability. I actually had to moderate my community earlier today, so I think I'm doing a pretty good job at that. As a creator, I understand that I set the tone and standard for my fans. Viewers who express bigotry will not be tolerated. Fans who harass others on my behalf will be shown the door. I agree with that one. You know, that one's kind of agreeable. I can agree with that. If you harass other individuals, you will be shown the door. You will definitely be shown the door. Number 5, demonstrate healthy boundaries between myself and my fans. All right, Anna, you are definitely losing. Listen, you already lost like 95% of the VTuber community, but this is where you lose the rest of them. All right. Parasocial relationships are normal in content creation, but I will create and maintain healthy boundaries with my audience. I will not encourage fans to obsess over me to the detriment of their mental health nor financial stability. I will inform myself of authoritarian cult behavior to protect myself, my fans, and others from manipulation. I would look that up, but I'll be honest with you, I kind of want to get to the Metokur stuff, so we're not gonna look that up today. Somebody else can look that up, or maybe Kirsch can look it up when she's done watching Fish Tank. Number 6. Protect minors from harm. It's really rich from the person who self-diagnoses themselves with POCD. I'm going to be real with you. If my streams involve mature, explicit, or otherwise sexual content, underage viewers will be banned. There will be clear, obvious, and unavoidable indicators that my content is 18+ only. If I am a lewd tuber, my Discord server will engage in age verification measures. Yeah, good luck with that. A little aside here. Age verification methods are not 100% safe. They are very... I do agree that people that are engaging in very explicit content probably should do some form of verification. Discord is really iffy, though. Just because if you perform that kind of verification, you're kind of taking on the responsibility on making sure that you are keeping people right. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. Very much appreciated. It's an iffy subject when it comes to that kind of stuff, and I really don't feel like I have a good answer for it. It's one of those things where if I think you're a kid and I get confirmation you're a kid, you're out of my server, basically. I don't know. Protect minors the best way you can. Ban them on site. Don't let it... Listen, all VTubers should be 18+. Nobody should be allowing kids in their system. Period. Period. Protect minors from harm coming from the man who rigs a vibrator to go off actions taken by kid players in a kid's game. I have my thoughts and opinions, but I'm going to save it for another day on that. Maybe when there's another day to talk about antivalence, but I have my thoughts and opinions that I'm going to save for another day. Number 7, respect creators who walk a different path than my own. I will respect difference of religion. I don't believe you, antivalence. I really don't. I will respect cultural differences. I don't believe you will either, antivalence. You'll be real. I will respect different content creations path other than my own. If I'm a safe for work creator, I will not stigmatize nor disparage not safe for work creators. Hold on. They really want to push the don't bully me aspect. Obviously, don't bully this fucking freak, chat. All right? Don't bully this freak. But literally, they are asking people to stop bullying. It's so blatantly obvious. I hope that's true. I hope people see that. It's so obvious that Anna Valens doesn't want you to bully them. It's really, excuse me, it's really funny. Really, really funny. So, like, it's not coy. They are creating the please don't bully Anna Valens checklist. That's all this is. Just say, don't bully me. Put a giant L on your forehead, too. I'd respect you more. I respect sex work as work, even if it is not the job for me. Again, just like... I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. It's so dumb. Number 8. Listen to criticism from marginalized viewers and creators with compassion. I understand that no one is perfect, and if I struggle or make mistakes, I will make a good faith effort to understand marginalized viewers' point of view. I invite others who use virtual avatars to hold themselves to a higher set of standards, ones that are not being met by certain parts of the contemporary ENV tubing community. If you would like to commit to the pledge listed above, feel free to sign your name below along with your preferred socials, either here or on Blue Sky Post. This will be shared in. Consider this a code of conduct to hold oneself to, one's community, and each other too. Oh boy. Now, here's what's funny, chat. Here's what's funny. Do you want to know what Kurianji also got for us? He got the comments. He got the comments of this Substack post. So we can see. Oh boy. Oh, now before anybody complains, this is public. This is public. You put your name out there. You decided to add yourself to this piece of shit. You are open and welcome to criticism, not bullying. And if I see you people bullying, I will ban you. I will ban you. But these individuals are open to criticism because they decided to sign their name to this piece of shit. If I had more time tonight, if we were open to like sifting through all of these people, I would look up each and every single one of them to see which one of them is has blocked me. I'm sure that some of them have. But we have 2 pages of comments here. And all of these fucking idiots have put some of these people, thankfully none of them appear to use their full name here. It looks like nobody's using their full name. Well, maybe one of them is. But most of these people here have on this account, I'm assuming this is a Substack account that they're signing under. But they have put, some of them, multiple social medias for you to contact them on. Anna Valens puts their link tree, which, okay, cool. But all these people have put their YouTube channels, their Twitch pages, their Blue Sky. Nobody cares about your Blue Sky account. Blue Sky is dumb. Blue Sky is dead. All right. But a lot of these people have put their names on here. I recognize a few of these names. Let's see if I can. I don't recognize any of these names. Maybe these are just like, these are nobodies in my personal opinion. They have not caused enough drama for me to notice them, so they are nobodies to me. But yeah, these people are stupid. These people are very stupid. This is a publicly accessible thing that you can read right now on Anna Valens Substack. What is it called? nsfw.substack.com. Okay, you know what? Well, here, we got a few more minutes. nsfw.substack.com. I am not subscribing to that. Thank you. Ah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the page itself. I am not going to scroll on anything other than just the comments here. All right, let's see. I'm going to scroll and see if I can find somebody. One name I recognize is another drama tuber. Which one? Please tell me. Oh, I want to check them out now so badly. Please tell me, Octera. Oh, goodness. Yeah, I don't recognize any of these individuals. Oh, this person signed 3 times. 53 comments? Yeah. Oh, and I actually replied to this one. Making a positive change in the community. Briley VT. Okay, that one's... okay, this one. All right, I'm going to open this into... They are a drama tuber, you say? They are a drama tuber. Let me see. Let me see. A leftist commentary cyberdog. Ooh. Ooh. That's kind of scary. They don't have a Twitter anymore. Have they blocked me on Blue Sky? I'm curious. They have not. They have not. That's funny. Interesting. They do stream on YouTube. Okay. No! Look who's on their page! Look who's on their page, chat! Oh. I think Arch might have another drama tuber to look into. Oh, fuck. That's hilarious. Oh, boy. Is there any other people on this that I might be able to recognize? Oh. Let's see. I swear I've heard of Luna Scarlet before. This person signed 5 times. What the fuck? Send this to Lumlum. I will send it to Lumlum, yes. Oh, this person... Wait, what the fuck is this? Where these people are commenting multiple times here. What the absolute hell? Oh, yeah, okay. So, in all honesty, chat, here's what's funny about this. When it comes to antivalence, guess where they are not anymore? Twitter. Guess where all of the popular VTubers are? Where all of the VTubers with opinions that actually matter? Twitter. Like, yeah, everybody else is going to be on these other social medias, but Twitter is the place where this kind of discussion takes place. You're not going to see people make this kind of discussion on, well, I mean, like, unless you're Hassan Piker levels of successful, like, you're not going to see, voices talk about this shit on Blue Sky. All you're going to get is small VTuber shits that nobody cares about, that nobody is going to give the time of day of. And so seeing these people that I don't recognize, I kind of know why I don't recognize them, and that's because they're all on Blue Sky. They can't handle the evil, horrible Nazi Elon Musk that calls Trump a pedophile, which is kind of crazy. Excuse me, in my personal opinion, but it's funny. Oh my God, she's got. Thank you for the 5.
Lilbert Tarian discovered Mom has milkers and gave $5. Just bought raspberry.
Oh, base. Raspberry lemonade's a good one.
For Father's Day with code MommaOcco 10. Go buy some. Get that energy kick. Not a paid ad. Exactly. In fact, you paid to make the ad yourself. So thank you. I very much appreciate it. Very much appreciated. Lobert is actually you are very much appreciated. But yes, go buy some. But anyway, back to what I was saying. Like all of these like Antivalence thinks that they are doing some sort of big thing. Trying to change the political zeitgeist of the VTuber sphere. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Antivalence isn't going to make some sort of big change where people are going to listen to them. It's not happening.
all they're going to do is scream into the void that is blue sky that nobody pays attention to and is actually like falling apart at the seams from what I've been hearing. And they're going to be forced to go back to Twitter one day. And if their account that they had still is deactivated, which somebody would have to take a look into that, they're not going to get any traction because they're going to have to make a new account and nobody will care about them. Nobody does care about them. The only time that Anna Valen's gained any semblance of interest was when they tried to deplatform another content creator. And now that that has failed, they are back to being a nobody again. So I am of the mind that Anna Valens is going to continue to do the please don't bully me, please don't bully sex workers thing. Infinitum. Because they were slapped by Vice for trying to defame a content creator, and now they're just kind of stuck in this weird limbo where they have to make articles about VTubers mentioning Kirsch by not mentioning Kirsch, basically. And it's not going to do anything for them. It's really funny and also pathetic and sad, and it's content to laugh at, but it is extremely sad to look at. And there's like a point where you look at people that do this kind of stuff. And again, I'm going to talk about this when I go over Nyara tomorrow with my special guest tomorrow. But like there comes a point where it gets pathetic to watch, and you have to weigh whether or not it's worth still laughing at them, because like you have your own personal morals go into it, or it's just like, when do I feel like it's weird just to keep paying attention to them? I haven't hit that point yet with Anna, but like if they continue down this road of like destruction, I imagine that some people will hit it very quickly. That's neither here nor there now, but yeah, it's something. It's something. Anyway. You guys want to watch some Metokur? I do. I want to watch some fucking Metokur because I'm tired of that bullshit, and we're going to watch it. So I've got Mr. Metokur here, where this is just before he brings up the live stream between him and Destiny. I made sure to pick this because he gets the best part of the interview between him and Destiny. We're probably not going to get through every single minute of it because we do have that interview in about an hour and some change. If for those that were wondering, we are still interviewing Smonu with their manager, Petite Neat. Mizu will be here while that goes on. But until then, we're going to watch watch is really a little bit more subjective. We're going to be listening to the Destiny Metokur interview. And while we do that, I got Stellar Blade. It released yesterday, and I was like, you know what? We're gonna make Stellar Blade the game that we stream while we react to stuff. So I hope you guys are excited. I know I'm going to suck at this game really badly because I suck at parrying. So you guys get to watch me suffer. But let's listen to Mr. Metokur. Let's have him serenade us. By the way, if you sent super chats that weren't read out loud, I will be reading them at either the end of the night or before the stream is over. So just so you know, I am not leaving you in the dust. I am trying to find a method that works for me with super chats, and that one is right now, because we have something that reads stuff out loud. I think that helps out the most. So let's do this.
You go out in the streets and burn cars and wave their fucking flag? How does that make sense? Make that make sense to me. I guess it just
Let me know if that's loud enough, by the way, chat.
I can't really figure it out. Somebody in chat, too fat to be Palestinian. Harsh but true.
I will also, by the way, pause the video whenever we need to talk about something.
Sending their best? Yeah, but they're sending everybody. That's the fucking problem. How much money? How many resources have we wasted on this shit?
Way too many.
7 or 8 years ago. God, I remember I had a conversation. I went on to Destiny's stream. No, my God, it would have been 8 or 9.
Chat, can you believe it's been 7 to 8 years since he had his debate with Destiny? And look at where people are now. Metokur's dying of cancer AIDS, but he is still selling shit gangbusters. I imagine, at least. And Destiny is, like, in a lawsuit with a woman that he non-consensually sent pornography to. So I want to know, chat, who do you think is winning right now? Who do you think's winning? Destiny or Metokur? I have to wonder.
9 years ago. This was right at the start of Trump's first presidency. Yeah, God, that was a long time ago. You know, and we talked about 3 key things. By the way, if you go back and watch that stream, I was right about every single fucking one of them.
Like,
I think that it makes sense for a nation to have its own interests at heart. I don't think that.
So by the way, this is the point where he switches over from him talking to past Metokur talking. This is Metokur of almost a decade ago. And this is where he is in his debate with Destiny. So we're going to listen to this. And I want you to chat. When you hear something that has happened that Metokur predicted, I want you to glow in the chat. I mean, you can scream in the chat, but I want you to glow when you hear when Metokur points out something that happened. Because I screamed a lot when I was listening to this.
That's an unfair statement. I think that putting its own citizens first ahead of other countries' citizens isn't a terrible thing to say. I think that trying to create a situation where people in the United States have jobs and you know, a secure living isn't a terrible thing to say. Yeah,
but a lot of those comparative advantages come with that too. Like the fact that we get industry or that we get so much manufacturing from China means that poorer citizens don't have to make as much money to be able to afford clothes, or that they are able to spend a greater portion of their income on things like entertainment. Even poor people in the United States largely have access to the internet and computers because a lot of this manufacturing is done in China, and you can buy a fucking crazy ass cell phone with 4,000 times more power than the space shuttle for, you know, $300. Like a lot of that is the result of these manufacturing jobs being available in these countries that can do it so efficiently.
So wait, are you saying that you think the guy that...
By the way, I am playing this on normal speed. Destiny does just talk that fast, if you're curious.
...doesn't have a job, is happy because the Chinese manufacturer can make him, you know, Foxconn can make him an iPhone that only costs $200. You think that that's a good trade, that you think that he's satisfied if you came up to him and said, we can, you know, give you a $200 iPhone and no job, or we can create a system where you're going to have a job, but that iPhone's going to cost $300.
No, but do you think that all the people that worked, or all of the people that have to spend like a huge amount of money on shit products are happy that they're getting a few people, you know, highly protected jobs?
Very hot woman.
Because they don't want to let other countries compete? Like, I mean, like, you're trying to find like one specific loser. Like, does somebody lose out on a job? Yeah, sure.
Another very hot woman.
You train for a different area. We haven't focused on those industries, but you train for a different career. You train to do something else besides manufacturing. Like, your alternative is, well, we bring back some manufacturing jobs, keep some people happy, and now every single poor person in the United States has to pay a higher percentage of their income on necessary products. Like, do you think those people are happy with that?
Well, what percentage of those poor people aren't going to be working? I mean, this comes down to numbers, I guess, on what we're talking about.
Whatever the numbers are, I guarantee you we're not bringing back tens of millions of manufacturing jobs. And again, we're still ignoring the fact that so many jobs... America is still the second largest exporter of goods in the world, right? We've already automated a lot of our own work. The idea that we're bringing back manufacturing from other countries and not automating it is crazy. That will never happen. Like,
okay, I guess my point would be this: kind of looking at the manufacturing thing, and then even touching back on the illegal immigration thing. When we're talking about, are they coming here for jobs? And you linked me to, I don't know what was this? Fortune.com article? Or no, not the Fortune.com. The Washington Post one, talking about the jobs they're working. You're looking at a situation where you create a system that's more beneficial to United States citizens than it is to a foreign country. You bring back manufacturing jobs. Let's say that it doesn't cover the amount of unemployed that we have in the country. That's fair enough. I agree with you on that. But you're also getting rid of illegal immigrants. You're also getting rid of people that are taking job positions. And I'm not saying that's in the manufacturing industry. I'm just saying that those are positions that could be filled.
Wait, how would you get rid of illegal immigrants?
By deporting them.
My head's covering the good parts.
What does that have to do with
the job thing?
Oh, you're assuming that if he deports all the illegals, that's going to free up a lot of jobs for Americans, and then
a percentage of them, yeah.
Oh. I guess if he's able to do it. I mean, Obama's been doing it at record numbers, and we still have a lot of illegals here. I feel like the solution to the illegal immigration thing is a very comprehensive one that's going to have to rely on working a lot with Mexico. Putting a wall up won't stop the people that overstay visas, which is 40% of our illegal immigrants. It won't stop the people or the drugs that get here via plane, boat, or car already.
Right. Well, the 40% that are overstaying visas, we already know where they are, so that shouldn't be too hard to round them up, should it?
I mean, they haven't yet. Like, and again, Obama has
to a degree.
Sure,
right?
but Obama has deported more than fucking any other president in the history of the United States. Obama's been crazy into abortion. But even at that, I mean, like, they're still here. And I mean, like, do we want to be spending money all this time? I feel this is getting off into the Mexico thing, but like, I feel like a better solution to Mexico would be working with Mexico until its problems are solved. in order to make it so that people don't want to illegally immigrate from there. I feel like that's like a good solution moving forward that ensures the security of both of our countries. Like,
oh, I have no problem with Mexico building Mexico up, but I'm not going to invest in their infrastructure and sort out their problems. I mean, if we already have this deficit of jobs in the United States, if we already have this issue of our
okay,
economy,
but what if? But it also, because we're kind of, yeah, I'm guessing you hate the word globalized or whatever.
I don't give a shit about the word globalized.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So we're kind of a globalized economy, right? Everybody, it kind of works with other people. Like whether you like it or not, the entire world economy is interconnected. Having a better, stronger Mexico serves the interests of the United States so much, right? Wouldn't like how many illegal immigrants come into the United States from Canada, right? Or how many terrorists are going to try to?
This is 2015. I believe this was the beginning of Trump's first term, I want to say. So this is 2015, 2016, I believe. Because because a lot of discussion was going around Trump building the wall, and I believe that Destiny was just debating anybody that had opposing views on it, and Metokur decided to throw his hat in the ring. Literally throw his hat in the ring. And right now that the argument is on getting rid of illegal immigrants and outsourcing jobs and stuff. Yeah.
To sneak in through Canada. Canada's a functioning country, functioning border guards.
By the way,
in that country.
by the way, he's about to make the argument that like we could make Mexico like Canada if we just give them a shit ton of money. If we just give Mexico a shit ton of money, we could have basically Canada 2 right below us. We're going to get rid of all the drugs, get rid of all the issues, and we'll have basically Canada.
Country for the most part gets along pretty well, right, as compared to Mexico, where half the place is ran by the fucking cartels. Why wouldn't you want Mexico to be a strong country, even if you have to invest a little bit in building them up, so that their border is taken care of, so that people aren't fleeing en masse, illegally immigrating over here, so that people aren't running massive, drug schemes up here into the United States with the help of the government doing it sometimes, because a lot of the cartel people get paid for that. Like,
what is the feasibility of that, though? And what is the investment we'd be talking about? It's ludicrous to think that you could invest that much and get involved that much in Mexican. First, Mexico is sovereign. There's no guarantee they're even going to let us interfere in any way that would be beneficial to us or them. Next, you have to deal with the mass amount of capital you'd need.
Like as much capital as you would need to build a wall spanning the entire border, maybe?
Well, at least that we know has a beneficial effect for us.
But we don't know if that has a beneficial effect.
We're speculating that
we know that Mexico being
in Mexico.
If Mexico was as built up as Canada, we know that would be beneficial.
You're crazy if you're talking about the United States investing in Mexico.
Not necessarily investing as much, but if we are going to invest any money at all, why not put it in a positive direction that we know will help us, rather than fucking the country even more, trying to even more? Like we're gonna.
So I want to make sure I understand this. So if we had a hypothetical candidate that was running against like Trump or Bernie or Hillary or whatever, it doesn't matter. You think it would be? You don't think it would sound insane for them to go up and what is the cost that Trump was quoting for the wall?
I don't even know. It's a different number every time. But Mexico's paying for it and building it, so it doesn't matter.
Amen.
Okay, but let's say billions. Fair.
Sure.
Okay. Do you think if a candidate got up there and said, the way we can make our country better is by actually giving Mexico billions and billions of dollars? If they're just like Canada, we're going to benefit from that. That's insane.
I mean, we spent that money rebuilding Iraq, and we didn't get fuck all for that. You know, if you want to know what you want to know?
Iraq was stupid.
I got nothing to say about that. Currently, I think that area is under some fire right now. So Yeah.
I can tell you the real solution to Mexico is that if they could find a way to insert Islamic terrorists into the cartels, we would have cleaned up Mexico a long fucking time ago. Like, if there were terrorists that ran the fucking cartels instead of just Mexican people, we would be fucking down there in a heartbeat to clean that place up. Now, I'm not saying that don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that we just need to give them, a small loan of $100 trillion to rebuild the country. I don't think that's possible. I'm not that naive. I don't think it's possible for America single-handedly to help Mexico become an awesome superpower that is going to have no problems. I'm just saying that if we were going to move in some direction that was beneficial, I feel like that direction is something that helps Mexico build itself up to be in a similar position as Canada, right? We did it with NAFTA, right? Mexico benefited a lot in manufacturing and in certain agricultural fields with NAFTA. We helped them there. They got a lot of jobs out of that. Like, I just feel like moving in that direction is more beneficial and creates a better future than trying to put up a giant wall across how many 2,500 or whatever mile border and then expecting that is going to fix everything.
All right, I'm going to suffer here. I know I will.
Like, we're just throwing money at nothing at that point, I feel.
Well, and if we're talking about like a globalized world, a globalized economy, why stop at Mexico? I mean, couldn't we solve all our problems by bringing everybody up to a first world nation status?
I mean, we did that with Japan.
No, I mean everybody.
I don't know about everybody. I'm talking to
Syria. Let's go to Chad and Sierra Leone.
Oh, okay, you can't dodge that one.
I mean, those countries don't share one of the largest borders in the world with us. I mean, I'm talking about Mexico because Mexico shares a massive border with us. Like, we have 13 million illegal immigrants in our country. They're not coming from Chad or from Uganda. Like, they're not coming, like, right? They're coming from Mexico.
I understand
so, I mean,
that, but what I'm saying is, if you're saying it's a you're saying,
I am dodge. Is that not a dodge area? Okay, that's a parry, I think.
Nations, so would you be in support of bringing them up to first world status to let's go into Syria, let's go into wherever, and just give them a shitload of money until they're happy?
No,
and
because we don't get the same kind of problems we do with those countries as we do from Mexico. Mexico's on a whole nother level. We don't get problems from Syria or problems from other countries anywhere near the same way that we get problems from Mexico because we share a massive border with Mexico.
Okay, so we're not talking about globalized economy. We're just talking about continental economy right now, right?
Sure.
That's what you brought up, globalization.
When I brought up globalization, I'm talking about the concept that countries are interdependent on one another, whether you like it or not, and that putting up a wall between two countries is an asinine idea, was the point that I was trying to make.
I'm going to die.
We're talking about continentalization and not globalization, I guess, to be exactly...
Oh, wait.
Well, no, the
I
reason
swear I had no health there. What the fuck?
Countries are interdependent on one another, and that if one country is doing well, another country does well. Where does that line of logic stop? So, I mean, is it proximity? How far?
Well, I mean, for the most part, we try to help most people.
Chat, you saw that, right? I had no health left, and it just, like, forced me into the cutscene. What the fuck? Whatever. Whatever. Oh, gosh.
Well, I think when we engage in trade with them and when we engage in trade deals with them, I think we try to make it so that most people come out okay. But I mean, I'm not talking.
We're not talking about trade deals. We're talking about just direct investment. At least
maybe it doesn't have to be direct investment. Maybe it does have to be in the form of trade deals. Trump is on record saying that he wants to completely.
Like, is that like something that has to happen? Does it force you to lose there? I kind of wanted to finish the fight. I wanted to die so I could redo it. Okay, though. The pity cutscene, damn it.
Dismantle NAFTA and go back to the drawing board. Trump is on record saying he wants to build a wall. These are monies that are being invested in a very specific thing that I'm saying could be spent in a different way. Now, if you don't want to build the wall at all, I mean, I guess...
So Destiny is saying that that he does not like that we're investing money in building a wall. He would rather invest the money in another country, basically. Okay.
That's okay too, but I'm just saying that if you're going to throw
also, that's hot. That's hot, and you can't tell me otherwise.
We were talking about building a massive wall between Iran and Iraq. Then I would say the same thing there. Like, well, maybe that money can be better used elsewhere, right? But we're not talking about building a massive wall there. We're talking about a massive financial investment on our southern border. And what I'm saying is, why not make a massive financial investment instead in a southern country? I don't know if either idea is good, but I would rather the money go towards building a long-term.
Maybe Destiny is just kind of stupid. Well, I'm not going to use ad hominems here, but like, it's very obvious that he doesn't just like recognize that, you know, maybe we've kind of done that just a little bit in different ways and it's not working out for us. I don't know. I feel like just pumping money into a country like that is not necessarily hostile, but not also our best friend, is a good idea. Gross. I'm sorry. Disarmed. I can tell why Lumi likes this game now. It's an early fight, so it's likely meant to fail, but I wanted it to be like Elden Ring, where I have to get it right. Although technically Elden Ring gets you out of your first fight as well. I don't know.
Term sustainable future, rather than putting up a big band-aid that might not even help at all.
Destiny is stupid. I said it for you. Fair enough. Thank you.
I think it's just foolish. I guess this is where we're going to disagree. I can't see. I can't see that as being sane. To say that, well, the way we fix our issues with Mexico is just to give them a shit ton of money.
It's not just give them a shit ton of money. It's engage in deals and activities and regulations and whatnot that hopefully build them.
How are we going to do that? How are we going to go and tell Mexico, well, you've got problems with cartels, you've got problems with illegal immigration, you've got corruption in your government, you've got all these issues. Here we are, the great America coming to save you, and we're going to tell you how to run things. Do you think a sovereign nation's going to say, yeah, sure?
I mean, we did it in Libya with Gaddafi. We're doing it in Syria with Assad. We did it in Iraq with Saddam. Why do we have all of this investment in these other countries where we go and try to depose leaders and control the government there?
Because they have oil.
Now, get ready. I'll be supporting with the draw.
Because they have resources we want, bitch. What do you think? I mean, like, I'm sure he knows that. It's because we have interests in other countries. They don't have to be attached to us in order for that to be the case. I may not agree with those interests. I'm sorry. I'm going to try arguing against an 8-year-old Destiny, but like, this is so dumb. Oil? Yes. We care because it's oil. Oh, gosh, damn. That's why. We don't care. I mean, like, I'm sure we care about Mexico for different reasons, but still.
But we're not concerned with the biggest security risk to our country south of our border. Like, you don't think that America could support some pro-Mexico leadership that was for getting rid of dictators, that was for getting rid of cartel influence all over the country? You don't think that we could provide some kind of financial assistance, some kind of military assistance if they have big cartel targets? We've ran over 9,000 sorties bombing ISIS, which means fuck all to us, really, in the Middle East. Why can't we run any of those sorties south of the border into fucking cartel compounds? Like, I don't know. We have no interest in anything going on over there, but we have all this interest in other parts of the world. Don't you think it would serve us better to work towards helping Mexico? I think there are ways to do it. Sure, they're a sovereign nation, but that doesn't mean they won't take help from anybody.
Well, we bring up like Hussein, Gaddafi, all of these different things. Are the justification we used to go into there where they were dictators? So are you saying that Mexico's run by a dictator? You want to use sorties in Mexico?
No, that might have been the justification for it, but the rationale was for American interest, right? We don't give a fuck if some dude is a random ass fucking dictator. It's for American interests, because there are dictators all over the fucking world and fucking Africa and shit that we don't give a fuck about. But the Middle East has interesting territory for the United States because of its position towards Russia that we are very interested in.
You don't want to build a wall. Instead, you want to use a military approach and run sorties over drug cartels.
Sure, and work with Mexico to rebuild its country. Yeah, sure. If we're going to invest money.
Would you be down? Fuck, I messed it up because I was laughing too much at Destiny. Chat, would you be down with America running sorties over Mexico to stop cartels? Do you think that would be a good idea? Again, I know this is 8 years old, but still.
Hello, it's me. I'm here.
Howdy. Oh, you can.
How's it going, Occo?
You good? You can only be here for about 30 minutes, and then I've got an interview with. I got an interview tonight. Why are you not showing up?
No worries. That's all good. But I did want to fill you in on something there, because I heard you whinging a little bit about not getting to actually like properly fight that enemy. That beat your ass a minute ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is the game's one freebie fight. Like whether or not you win or lose, it's the same cutscene regardless, and I don't think you get any like additional items or anything. Really doesn't matter all that much.
Okay.
But that is the one freebie. From here on out, you win or you die.
Okay.
So keep that in mind.
That's good to
also,
know.
Also you will get a rematch with that guy if you really want it. It's tied to a side quest though.
Okay. Good to know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you get a chance, and you'll be a good bit stronger by then, hopefully. Also, hi Anycat and hi Jody. Hello, chat in general. Good to see you guys.
Hopefully so. Well, if you do want us to sit around for a little bit, we are listening to Mr. Metokur debate Destiny. And basically...
Yes, I heard a little bit about that.
Yeah, this is basically 8 years old, and he predicts basically everything that happens today. So you are welcome to sit in if you'd like. But like I said, in about 45 minutes, I will be switching over to get ready for this interview.
Hey, that's totally cool by me.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, as long as you and chat don't mind me being here.
I don't mind. I don't think chat minds either.
Hey.
Let's see here. So you should have music on. There really isn't anything for you to see, so you'll be able to hear it, thankfully.
Into something. Why not in
About
making
to jump
Mexico
into
better so that a
Celebrate
bunch
too.
of fucking
Gotta
people
do that
don't run
Nikkei
away from that
content.
country into
Yes.
ours? I'm not saying that selling this to the public would be easy. That's why that was my half joke earlier, was that you would have to convince the public that there were.
Chat, it's not easy to sell the public that we need to run sorties over Mexico.
That's just crazy. Wait, are you familiar with Nikkei at all, Occo?
I've played it a little bit, but it's not really my kind of game. I'm gonna be real with you.
Fair enough.
But yeah, that's a really funny thing. It's really funny for Metokur to say. It's really funny for Metokur to say, you want to run sorties over Mexico, and Destiny is like, you're good. Destiny is like, yeah, it would be hard to sell the public on, but I think we should do it.
Were fucking Islamic terrorists down running the Mexican cartels, because if they were, then we would, if we did everything in Mexico that we did in Iraq, how much better would that be for the United States? Obviously it's a much fucking bigger country, but like if we were to work on cleaning up that country as much as we did in fucking Iraq, as much as we tried to do in Syria, as much as we kind of did in Libya, like I don't know, I feel like
Scott
I feel like it's
117 discovered mom has milkers and gave $10 Australian.
Thank you for the 10.
I would have to imagine there'd be quite a lot of complications with trying to do all that in Mexico.
Border is a better and cost-effective approach than building a fixed border wall.
No, yeah, it is. Again, like I said, chat, this is old Destiny. Although I am pretty sure he is mostly the same with what he thinks than from back then. But yeah, he legitimately thinks that. And I do think that in some small way, it's him trying to be contrarian, because it's like, oh, it's Trump and everybody wants to be against the president Trump. But like, it is funny just to think that, yeah, instead of putting together a wall that would actually deter some action, he would like to spend probably more money to send people to run sorties over a country that is right next to us. That's the thing. That's the other thing that like bothers me. Is just like, we are right next to them as a country. That's not like a very smart idea in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you. Those are the complications I was referring to.
Yeah.
Shit could get real dicey real quick.
Exactly.
I don't know if I take the military approach of Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, and fucking Mexico. I don't know if that would work out very well.
I mean, it may or may not, but the wall is an absolutely fucking absurd idea, and there's no proof that it'll help us even a little bit. Like,
Trump's talking about building a wall. You're talking about waging essentially a fucking war.
I'm not talking about waging a war. I'm talking about helping a government that wants to rebuild itself and free itself of cartel.
I'm going to be honest. If you send military planes over another country, you are basically starting a war.
Yeah, it's like, does he not think that's going to be like a war level fight with the fucking cartels in Mexico?
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean,
like that's going to be a legendary conflict if you were to pop it off. Like, what the fuck you mean?
And it's just like, I know that it's not really applicable to say that one force that we're fighting in the Middle East is different from one force that we're fighting, that we would fight potentially down south. One of the bigger differences is one of them's right next door.
Yeah.
That's not the entire reason. That's not like the whole reason, but it's just like really funny. I don't know. It's just kind of funny in my personal opinion.
No, I get you. Shit's wacky.
Yeah.
It's a crazy statement to make for sure.
Yeah. Anyway.
Influence. I mean, I guess I don't think we're gonna get through on this. Like,
I just feel like I've walked into that. Like, it's just, this conversation is, I guess, weird to me. Like,
okay,
I came in here kind of expecting one thing, and like we've talked about you wanting to bomb Mexico and give them a lot of money. And
I never said I wanted to bomb Mexico. I said
you
I
said
wanted...
treat them like Afghanistan and Iraq, and I was like, military action, and you said, yeah, sorties. You brought up sorties.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a sortie is.
The cartel is worse than ISIS, dog. Like, holy shit. Like, I mean, do you know anything about what goes on with the cartel in Mexico?
I absolutely do, but I'm talking about what you've said you're cool
Yeah,
with,
I have no problem bombing the fuck. Those people are the scum of the fucking earth. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
We're cool with taking military action today against Mexico.
Sure, in coordination with anti-cartel Mexican leaders. Yeah, sure.
Okay. And
Here's
the problem. That's pretty much all of the Mexican government, man.
Would you call this accelerationism? Because it feels like he's going straight to Plan Z right now. That's a crazy ass statement, bro. Wow. And he's doubling down on it too. It's like, damn, bro. That's a hell of a trigger to pull. On some other shit, homie.
Uh-huh. Okay, now it is basically like Bayonetta. Thank God. All right.
And,
yeah.
And you're cool with sexism and racism in certain contexts.
Honestly, though, I feel like the parents are easier than the
create this
Dodgers.
positive feedback.
Sure, as are you. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I never said I was fine.
You're not okay with so you're not okay with giving mothers more maternity leave than fathers paternity leave or whatever, or you don't think that like is that something that would be you think that both deserve exactly equal?
Sure, why not?
Okay, I don't know. I mean, I could try to think of examples. Let me. Can I give you an example for the sexism thing? Okay, so
sure.
Do you think that when you go to apply for a job or you go to apply for a position, do you think that like every single thing that you've earned or got in your life is something that you like 100% on your own have worked for? Like society hasn't worked to shape any of those desires or anything whatsoever at all?
Do I think I've earned everything I have?
Not, yeah, that like everything is solely attributed to you and that you've done every single possible thing on your own and you've done it all like
in my adult life. Obviously, like as an infant, obviously, but no, I don't think so.
Sure. Okay. So the problem is that when you go through life, there's a ton of different people that are influencing you and pushing you towards certain things as you grow up, right? So the problem is if we look at something like women for video games or computer science, like typically as you grow up, not as much anymore, but back when I was a kid, and maybe when you were a kid, I don't know how old you are, right? It was really, really popular to market video games towards boys. That's just how it worked. Video games were for boys, computers were for boys, and all of that just happened to be the way it was. And then as we've gotten older, if you look at like gaming societies, right? Because that's what I exist in, gaming societies in the tech world, this is predominantly dominated by men, right? So if we don't do anything to change that, any kind of artificial action to change that, then into perpetuity, computers and games will continue to be marketed towards men, and that'll just continue on forever, and women will just never really have a big voice in that industry. Do you think that's an acceptable thing?
I think that people should be guaranteed an equal opportunity, but not an equal opportunity to outcome. I don't think that you should ensure that they absolutely have an equal representation. Maybe women just aren't as inclined as men for whatever reason to go into these sectors.
But now I want you to give me a solution. How do you increase women representation?
Imagine if we had kept that shit in mind going forward. Because holy shit, bro. This is, oh god, like, because we kind of went down the path Destiny's suggesting here.
Yeah, we did for quite a while.
Look where we are now. It's
yeah, things
it's not
suck.
great.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not ideal. It could be better. I mean, you're playing a pretty good video game right now, but that was made by people who did not go down that path.
Yeah.
So.
I'm playing on story mode.
And
yes, because I am not very good at this game. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, there isn't really like anything aside from. Oh wait, did I mean like your difficulty setting?
I think that story mode is a different difficulty from normal mode. Yeah.
Is it? Oh, huh.
Yes.
Is that a thing? Shit, I gotta check my settings. Nothing can change. Accessibility. What about?
I wondered if that was Starfire. Yeah. It did.
I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's fine though. Like, if you're just trying to play it to enjoy it, then that's totally fine.
I mean, like, I kind of want to be able to focus on the video and this as well.
Oh, that too, yeah. Like, because streamer tax is absolutely a thing, so.
Pretty much. I'm sorry, chat. Like, I like playing games. I also like to be able to play the game and focus on the game at the same time. So.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't. Because I don't necessarily.
So then you're okay with that continuing on into perpetuity with the.
I'm more than willing to say I'm not that good at video games,
women
chat.
They don't want to go into that industry. That's the woman's choice.
But if a woman decides that after being told her entire life that that's not a really feminine career to go into, that she shouldn't really be playing games and that's for boys, that women are kind of more suited towards these other things, do you really think that it's solely on that person's choice? Like. Much the same way, like, I play video games professionally. Do you think, like, was it wholly my choice? Like, I gotta fucking play.
I think adults should be responsible for the choices they make.
Based off of what I saw in the Destiny documentary, yes, I do believe it was his choice. I 100% believe that it was his choice. He took advantage of an opportunity to get into a situation where he could play video games on Twitch because he was one of the first guys doing it. And he did pretty good at it. So yes, I do believe that it was his choice. He saw an opportunity and he took it. And I believe that that is the exact same for everybody. Some people are dumber than others. Some people are smarter than others. And some people are going to have opportunities that others don't. Yeah, it really sucks that not everybody's going to have the same opportunities that I do. I think that there are opportunities that unfortunately I've not been able to take advantage of in, let's say by chance, in the VTuber community that other people have had the chance to take advantage of. It's not, and I'm not going to be upset and say that I deserve to have all of the same chances. I think that life is shit and then you die sometimes, and you know, not everybody's gonna have the exact same opportunities, but everybody's gonna be allowed.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Thank you for the follow. Everybody's gonna have the ability to do basically a lot of the same shit in life. I'm not gonna. I don't know. I agree basically where it's just like we should have equal opportunity to try, but not equal outcome.
Absolutely, because like people have different affinities. That's just kind of the way it shakes out, right? People.
Okay,
have
I'm gonna
different
turn that
strengths
off. That's very annoying. I want to be able to fuck up. Gameplay,
You're
action
good.
assist off. I don't want action assist on. That's the one thing that I don't want on.
Was that the part of the story mode setting?
Well, no, story mode is a difficulty that allows you to focus on the story over combat, and then the normal mode is combat focused. I wanted to be able to focus on the story so that I could also talk to chat, but also like be able to enjoy the game. But I'm not going to keep action assist on. Oops, I'm not going to keep action assist on mode. That is actually kind of retarded. So
that makes sense. But shit, was that? Yeah. So people have different affinities. You know, there's a reason we kind of come together and work together because we're all good at different things. And when you like get people together who are good at different things, well, then you can cover more ground that way. But trying to like force the scenario in which everything has the same exact combination of people, like you got to get the one black guy, you got to get the one black girl, the one trans person, the one whatever the fuck, right? Like who gives a shit about any of this? Like the main focus should always be, is the person good at what you're trying to have them do? And if they are, great, but leave them in there. If not, well, I guess you got to find something else to do then. That's how it's supposed to be. Like we shouldn't be having these all these programs and shit that will ensure a certain outcome. You should be having programs that help people who are good at that thing to be able to be even better at that thing, right? You play towards strengths. You don't like just try and keep covering for a weakness until that weakness destroys all everyone else's strengths. You know what I mean?
yeah. Also, I feel like there's a double jump that I just am not able to take advantage of right now.
Who are you debating?
No, a double jump.
Oh no, I was looking at chat.
Oh. We're not debating anybody, chat. We are.
Yeah, no, we're just hanging out, chatting about this thing we're listening to.
Yeah.
I'm not good enough for debating. Honestly, I don't trust myself to debate anybody.
I don't debate anybody either, but I walked through a debate with a trans person decently well.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
If a woman decides,
pretty
an
good.
adult woman decides she doesn't want to go into the STEM field, she doesn't want to go into game development, she doesn't want to go into the tech industry, that's her choice. If she can't make that decision because other people have told her things and that makes her feel bad, that's on her.
So you think that everybody? So then why did you say what you said earlier? Because it sounded like earlier you acknowledged that there are a ton of influences leading up to the moment when you're making these decisions, but now you're making it sound like you're 100% solely in charge of making decisions. Like, which one is it?
No, you asked me if I thought I'd earned everything I had. I said no, I hadn't. Now we're talking about choice and decision.
Okay, so then I guess I'll go back.
Because he's making a stupid fucking argument right now, right?
Go ahead.
Because, of course, like in the same way, it's like, oh, people are influenced this way, that way, or the other, right? Well, yeah, but that's a thing that everyone has to deal with in their lives. Like everyone's going to have some sort of influence on them, whether it's their parents, their coworker, or not coworkers, their like fellow students, their teachers, whatever the fuck, right? But everyone also has their own brain, right? Everyone has the ability to make decisions for themselves. Like, yes, you can be influenced, but at the end of the day, whatever choice you make, that is the choice that you made. Right? And some of those choices are going to be easier, some of them are going to be harder, depending on what you're dealing with. But everybody's got to make the best of what they got, or they'll end up making the worst of what they got. But that's going to be on them at the end of the day. Personal responsibility is a thing, and it's the thing that you have to look to first and foremost.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty much.
Sorry. I hate to keep interrupting, but like, everything he's saying is just, it's irritating me.
Oh, well, it is destiny.
Yeah, I'm the biggest, like, what's the word? Like, individualist, right? Like fierce individualism is my whole thing. So, like, trying to, like, off-put personal responsibility in any way. Like, again, I acknowledge their influences, but at the end of the day, it's got to come down to each individual person to make their own choices in their own life.
Mhm.
It has to, because that's what life is. Just choices you make.
Agreed.
But anyway. to a sing off instead, Jazz. Yeah, that I'm more confident in. But yeah.
Okay, I was speaking in terms of influence. I'm sorry. I'll ask you that question again then. Do you think that every single choice you've made in your life, every big career-defining choice or every big education choice or what field you want to go into, do you think that you made that solely on your own, like your genetics predisposed you towards something and no outside influence or no kind of marketing or advertising or push from your parents or peers pushed you towards any of those decisions? Like, I don't think many people could say the answer to that question is yes. I think that for the most part, we all acknowledge that all of us kind of, as a society, push different people towards different things. But if that happens too much in one field, you end up growing with this disproportionate representation that will never correct itself without some kind of outside push.
And again, this goes back to what I've been saying. I don't think an outside push is right or necessary. I mean, you're assuming that this is the reason that women aren't going into these industries. Who knows what the reason is? You're attributing that it must be sexism, it must be racism, it must be discrimination, that we don't have 50-50 men and women, 50-50, 50-50 black and white.
Majority of men not going to the makeup industry.
I'm saying, well, I have no idea.
That's very
Maybe
gay.
They're just cultural differences. Maybe there are differences, biological differences in the sexes.
Okay, but how could you possibly know?
Wait. Why are we only talking about the tech industry? I mean, there are other male-dominated fields that don't have women in them. Like, let's talk about construction. Let's talk about sewage work. I don't see anybody running out and saying we have a disproportionate amount of men shoveling shit in the streets. We need to get women and minorities out there to do it.
Sure, we might. I don't know, but I'm only speaking to my field because this is what I do. I mean, but sure, there are disproportionate representations there in manual.
See, and that's the issue. Metokur brings up a pretty good point. It's like, well, what about all these other fields that women could join in? And I was like, oh, no, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about my field. I only care about my field. It's like, okay, motherfucker. Okay, like, but that's not fair, because like you have to acknowledge that like everybody's got issues in these different fields. Ow, that was not very nice. That was not very nice, sir. Could you thank you for letting me get up, but holy fuck, that hurt. But yeah, I really love that Metokur claps back and says, well, what about the shoveling shit? I don't see very many women shoveling shit, and it's just like, yeah, shoveling shit sucks.
Labor and whatnot as well, and I don't think that representation is good at all. Like, but what I'm asking you is, how do you so then your answer is you don't try to fix that at all. Instead, you just leave it as is and let it continue on and let women representation dwindle in gaming and computing and tech or whatever and any other job, because that's just the way it has to be.
Is it dwindling? I thought women were buying more video games. I thought women were...
Well, they might be now, but that's because of a push towards the social justice warrior lib-cuck policies of trying to appeal to people and affirmative action type behavior.
I don't know if you can necessarily correlate the two.
Do you think? I mean, I don't know what to say if you believe that. Like, I can show you old video game ads of there was an old one for Ocarina of Time where the captions were, "Well, thou saved the girl, or will you play like one?" Right? That's the type of ad that you would never see today. I can find tons of advertisements today. If you've watched,
I'd love to see an ad like that still today.
You see pretty equal representation of girls and guys playing games in all the commercials. That definitely wasn't true when I was growing up.
Yeah, but marketing techniques change. No, you're not going to see somebody trying to sell you a fucking iPhone using words like groovy and
okay, so marketing techniques have changed. Yeah, so marketing techniques have changed, right? Towards marketing things more towards women, and as you've seen that happen...
Because they want to try to grab a bigger demographic, yeah.
Okay, so then what's wrong with... That's kind of like an artificial push towards trying to...
Well, that's some guy in the marketing department saying, fuck it, let's give it a shot and see if we make more money. Right, a business's objective, their main purpose is to make money. So you're going to have people throwing all sorts of fucking ideals at the wall.
Okay, so what's wrong with pushing affirmative action in certain areas to get greater representation? Maybe you get more women then into computer engineering jobs. You get more women into these types of jobs that makes everybody more money as well. Like,
we're talking about ads that are coming from a company. We're talking about consumer choice as opposed to boardroom directives. We're talking about you don't get the job because you're a straight white guy, but you do because you're a black female, and maybe you're not as qualified, maybe you're not as smart as him, but who cares? Fuck it. We're going to put you in there anyway because hypothetically 20 years from now, a little girl in a classroom is going to say, I want to do that job too.
Because they do, because that's how people work. When they see people in those jobs, they feel more drawn to them. You don't think that children see that all the time? That when a little girl sees another girl either playing video games or working in politics or working in tech or working as a doctor, or if a little boy sees, I don't know, whatever fucking women jobs that they like, which probably aren't much.
Well, let me ask you this. How many men have you seen do different assortment of jobs? Are you equally interested in all of them? Or is there some personal preference that's just a part of you that drives you towards certain things?
I don't know what a part of me even means, dog. I've been being shaped by fucking society since I was growing out of the womb. I was given video games and PlayStations and Segas as soon as I grew up. Like, I was probably always going to do something related to tech or video games as a result of that.
Okay, do men work in coal mines?
Sure.
Do you want to work in a coal mine?
Not really, no.
But you see all the men doing it. Why don't you want to work in a coal mine?
Do you think men work in coal mines because they want to work in coal mines?
Well, maybe women don't want to work in tech. Maybe they're forced into it. Maybe that's the last.
Okay, but men are working in coal mines in a time when men historically are probably the people doing the majority of the work. Like, you're giving me a worst case scenario for a man job and then saying, well, look, women don't want to do any of men. Like, because men were forced at one time.
You're giving me specific examples that you think are the best. Like,
I don't care if women
and say that we want to have women and minorities represented equally. Okay, then I want to see a genuine push. If you're going to say we want them in the tech and STEM industry, then you better put them in the fucking sewage industry too. Because then it is ridiculous and it is bullshit. Because
okay, so then you're not. So then, if somebody who wants to go be a fucking plumber or whatever loses a job to a woman, then you're okay with that as long as the push is equal. Because I'm okay with that. Then fine, we can agree on that. If that's you want to see affirmative action pushed across every single field, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah.
I think that women should be involved in the draft as well in combat roles. Yeah, I have no problem with any of that.
I think women involved in the draft is fucking suicidal. Women are physically weaker than men. Are you kidding me? There's absolutely no way I want them in a combat zone. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, but I'm sure there are some women that are probably more physically capable than the average man. Like, that wouldn't be surprising me. And not every combat role necessarily means you have a gun and you're walking out. Like, I don't know. There are other field positions too, but I have no problem pushing people into affirmative action into other roles as well. Like, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
I feel like if we ever actually did get to the point where we made the draft like both men and women would fucking be like in the streets rioting and protesting that. Like,
they already kind of do sometimes. I mean, I feel like they kind of do. A lot of them are protesting not being put in the draft right now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they don't want to go to fucking like they've been able to avoid the draft for what, the last several centuries. They're not gonna fucking want to go to war now.
No,
they
yeah.
don't want any part of that shit. Especially now that it looks like World War III might actually pop off, bro. Like, they don't want any part of that shit.
I don't think so. I think.
Well, I'm half joking here, but
the Tim Pool and you should root it out because nothing ever happens. Nothing
ever happens.
Nothing ever happens. There is no.
That's the gift. That's the meme. Nothing ever.
There is no World War III, my man.
In Bossing Say. Yeah.
Exactly. There is no World War III.
No, I'm fucking around for the most part, but yeah. I mean, not about the whole like women protesting it being in the draft bit.
Yeah.
That would absolutely happen.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that women need to get all the good jobs and they don't deserve any of the bad jobs. Like.
Because well, to me, that's what the push is.
Send the women to the mines.
When I see all of these, going back to the PC mentality, right, that we're kind of starting off with and led us into this conversation, I don't see anybody saying, we'll teach her to shovel shit.
Sure, but I don't think anybody wants anybody to do those jobs. Like, I don't think anybody pushes even men to do those. I don't think everybody always tells you get a degree so you don't have to do that. So why would we push anybody towards that?
We're pushing away from that now, thankfully.
For the sake of diversity, good representation.
No, we're not. We're talking about diversity to inspire other people to naturally gravitate towards those positions, is the point, not diversity for the sake of diversity.
So you only want diversity where you only want diversity in high-paying things.
Yeah, to inspire people to move towards better jobs. Yeah, sure. I don't want men working in coal mines either, or men working shitty jobs either. I don't know what a sewage job is, but I mean, like, yeah, I don't want anybody having to work those shitty jobs. If they do, that sucks. But I don't want anybody to, I guess, aspire to hate their job.
I guess this is just something we disagree with.
Do you think that when people grow up, if they see people working in certain industries, that it might inspire them more to work towards that? If they see that there's representation of their gender or race there?
I think that people are individuals, and I think that people have their own aspirations and dreams. And yes, there might be factors that help to shape those, but I don't think that people are so weak-willed that they need outside influences to come in and say, well, you're too fucking stupid to want to go into the tech industry. You're just a dumb woman.
This is a super condescending argument that is so fucking ignorant. I can't even believe you would say it. People, it has nothing to do with people.
I absolutely bringing it up. Let me finish it. Let me finish the argument, then feel free to tear it apart.
Yeah, go for it.
I think if people are individuals. There may be factors that shape them, but I think that they can make a fucking decision on their own. I don't think that you need to come in and use outside influence because they're too dumb to figure it out on their own.
This is like
oh my god, go ahead.
This is like the ultimate condescending argument from somebody that's never ever been in a shitty position in their entire life. Like, I can't even believe that somebody. You don't know
who the fuck you're talking.
I don't. You can't either that or you lack zero empathy or have zero intelligence. Like, how can you speak to an entire group of people that have been fucked financially, that have been like, you go and talk to some kid that's been raised by like a single mom in a shitty fucking neighborhood who has no fucking real alternatives for jobs or education. Their schools are shit, and then you go and you talk to this person. It's like, dude, you're an individual. Just make a good decision. Just get good grades. Like, that's the most idiotic.
You want to treat them like babies? babies? Like,
no, you don't treat them like babies. You treat them like.
You want a better life, so I need to tell you to have a better
Humans
life?
are predictable. Humans act in predictable ways. Everybody that's ever raised a kid or taught a classroom knows this. If you put certain things in front of a child, they will act in certain ways, in predictable ways. You are not as much of an individual as you might think you are.
So you don't think people naturally want to better their lives? They need to be told that they want to better their lives.
No, it's not. It's being told what you can do to better your life. If you're of a certain minority and nobody else of your minority works in a certain field, maybe you just grow up thinking like, oh, well, women just don't do that. Women just don't do these kinds of jobs. These aren't feminine. These aren't for girls. Or maybe black people just don't do this kind of stuff. I should be trying to play sports or football or some shit. That absolutely happens to people all the time growing up. But I mean, as a man, and especially as a white man, I hate to fucking bring this up, but as a white person who is male, you're never told that there's anything you can do. You have no idea what it's like to be told you're not supposed to do that. That's not the kind of job for you, because the sky is the fucking limit. But if you're some poor broke-ass fucking kid, a minority of some kind, whether you're a woman or a fucking black kid or a fucking Mexican growing up in some shitty fucking neighborhood in a shitty fucking school, to go to those people and say, well, you have just as much the ability to make a choice to further your life as anybody does. Like, it's so insane that somebody would say that with no self-awareness at all. Like,
Jazz, do you agree with that statement?
I'm sorry, rewind it real quick. I was in the middle of a cutscene.
Kind of a long-winded way for him to say that white people don't have to worry about opportunities, and then minorities always have to have things handed to them, basically.
You know, I feel like I would take some amount of issue with that statement. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a little. I feel like we might have a few poor whites hanging around here and there.
I agree.
Just a few here and
Just a
there
few?
in the States. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some down on their luck trailer park types they might be having a bit of a hard time too. Just putting that out there.
It's too on the nose. It is.
Oh, am I too privileged on this point? Is that what you're saying?
Sure, maybe. I don't know. Like, I guess I don't know. Just like in looking
your argument is treating people like they're fucking toddlers. Like, because they're a woman or because they're black, obviously their life must be shit. That's your base assumption.
My base assumption is that people.
That is your base.
Yeah, I believe that about everybody. That people will respond in predictable ways. That if you put them in a predictable environment as an input, you will get them out of that predictable environment as a predictable output. That is true for every class of citizen. If you are born middle class and wealthy, you'll probably always be middle class and wealthy. If you're born rich as fuck, you're probably always going to be rich as fuck. And if you're born into really fucking shitty situations, there's a much higher chance that you're going to always be in a shitty situation. These are predictable things that just how humans develop. Like, nobody is above their fucking humanity in terms of how they develop. Not everybody can be a pull up by the fucking bootstraps and get a magical job like me streaming fucking video games and now all of a sudden you make a lot of money. Like, not everybody has those opportunities or can do those things. And it's insane to treat everybody as though they have the option to do it.
No, it's not insane to treat them like they're not fucking retarded and that they need to be babied, because if you don't tell them to have a better life or that there's an opportunity for one, they'd never come to that conclusion.
$9.99 for more hats.
Thank you for the $9.99.
Destiny just ignoring all the poor white people. So he was always a puss.
Yes. No, I agree. He was. Also, it won't even let me enter the code, which means I haven't found the thing yet for it. Fuck. All right.
And that's
ludicrous.
But they don't, dude. A lot of people don't. If they don't see position, because of one person did it, but that's not how it works in general. So you're
person.
So then,
you're assuming that if you don't interfere with these people's lives, that they're going to just continue this fucking trend. It's going to be an endless loop of stupidity. They're going to work shitty jobs they hate because they never are ever going to look at anything else.
So you think that black people?
Savior complex.
So then it's not a white savior.
Yes, it is. Of coming in and telling minorities, of a white guy coming in and telling minorities and women, I'm here to save the day. Let me fuck with the numbers. Let me set up a system that benefits you and fucks over other people because you need me, because you can't fix your own life, because you can't come to a decision to better yourself, because you can't come to the conclusion that you're more than capable of doing these things.
Not everybody is. Like, I don't know how else to say that. Not everybody is capable of doing those things. Not everybody even knows that they have the capability.
When we talk about who's not capable of doing it, you're saying blacks aren't and women aren't.
Yeah, disparaged communities that are in fucked situations for their entire lives. Yeah, absolutely, sure.
And their entire lives. So you think women are just...
I was say, because like, would women not also include like white privileged women? I believe those are also women, technically.
No, yeah, for sure. I just think it's funny that
the whole argument just breaks down so easily. Like the slightest tap and it all comes tumbling down in an instant. Like, fucking hell.
Oh gosh, damn, that was really funny. Destiny wants to be a Jesus figure. It's obvious. It's very obvious. He wants to be the white Jesus for people.
Literal white savior. There you go. It's right there.
It's really, really, really funny. Whoa. Oh, I'm getting really good at dodging. Thank God they added a dodge in this. Well, I mean, there was always a dodge in this game, but thank God there's a dodge that you get early on in the game. Also, I just noticed...
There'll also be...
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say later on you'll be able to find certain like equipables, kind of like in place of like accessories kind of thing.
Okay.
That'll let you like have slightly better windows on your dodge and your parry.
Oh, good. I don't
I
need
make use of them
those.
myself, actually.
I don't need those. I'm just too good.
Oh, you will. Oh, you will. Especially if you ever get around to fighting Scarlet from DK. Oh, she beat my ass for a good hour. Like the other day. Oh, she's tough. You're gonna want to be able to dodge a little better. Trust me.
Yeah, I also like how the sword turns into her hair clip. That's really cool.
Oh yeah,
in a horrible place right now. That
I'm
they
really
need
hoping
this right now.
In a horrible place? No, not compared to where they were. Maybe if you go back 30 or 40 years ago.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say apparently there has been like there's whispers. I don't know if any of it's been. I don't know if any of it's been like corroborated or confirmed, but apparently Stellar Blade 2 is on the table over at Shift Up, and I'm really hoping.
In tech before the DEI stuff.
Sorry, I can't stop super chat.
No, you're good.
Go ahead.
I'm really hoping that in part of like as part of Stellar Blade 2 and whatever that's going to entail, it's going to entail more weapon types. Right, like we see like something besides because the sword's cool and all, but it's like the entire game with just the sword.
Oh,
and
really?
You get one other weapon, but yeah, you get one other weapon, and it's cool. I don't want to spoil it for you. It is a cool weapon, but like that's it. Like one sword and one other thing, and that's all you got. Pretty much. So I'm kind of hoping Solar Blade 2 is going to have like a mix up of some other things, and maybe a spear or like a great sword, some punch gloves, something extra.
I don't know that they were making a second Stellar Blade. I was under the assumption that the next game they were making was not going to be Stellar Blade, but it was just as sexy.
Oh, the Project Spirits thing? Yeah, I know about that, but I like people. I like I said, rumors, like hardly confirmed rumors, but apparently there may be some plan for a Stellar Blade 2 eventually.
Okay.
How long that's gonna take? I mean, because here's the thing, right? Stellar Blade's done pretty good for them, especially now with the PC release. Like that thing went absolutely crazy, dunked on everything else that Sony has ported over to PC, right? So it would be in their interest to keep it going.
Yeah.
And the ending I think is open-ended enough that they could absolutely do a second game. So.
Yeah, for sure.
Electric Jigaloo. That's good. I like that. Okay, but yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
Fair enough. Here, chat. Let me hit the play button.
No, not their entire lives, but women are
about 30 or 40 years ago.
Women are. This is my only point. Women. Do you disagree with this? That women aren't pushed towards certain positions? Do you really disagree with that? That women aren't pushed towards certain types of jobs?
Yeah, absolutely. I do disagree with that.
Welcome,
then I
Ryan.
have nothing to say to you. I would say go talk to more women. I don't know how to. I don't know how to communicate.
So Destiny doesn't know how to argue his point, and so all he's going to say is just go talk to more women. Just go talk to more women. All right. Just go talk to more women. All right. I don't got the answer, but the women have the answer.
To you, if you live in Fantasyland, I don't know what to say.
Don't assume. I mean, you're just knocking it off because you don't like my perspective. I'm sorry if you disagree with it, but it's not fucking Fantasyland.
It absolutely is.
Fantasyland is assuming that women need you to come in and white knight them and save the.
It's not about needing. You're saying this. You've already got all the advantages, dog. You can do any job, and you've seen a white guy working any fucking job you could possibly.
I disagree. I don't think Metokur has a whole bunch of degrees for a bunch of jobs that require degrees in order for you to work. So like.
Yeah.
I would say that Metokur doesn't have inherent advantages to a lot of different work for that reason and that reason alone. Ooh, a fast travel machine. That's kind of cool.
It's literally the bit from the Barbie movie. I don't know if you saw it.
I have not, unfortunately. I would love to though.
Okay. No, but there's a bit where Ken like goes to the real world. The Ken doll. And he goes to the real world, and like aside from the Barbie world, which is like ruled over by the women essentially. And like and like here's like the Kens, all the Kens are essentially like actually second-class citizens.
Right.
Like they don't even have houses to live in, like or to sleep in. They just kind of I guess knock out in the street or something. It wasn't really shown, but they don't like own any of the houses. Like all the Barbies own all the houses, and the Kens just hang out wherever else, I guess. But he goes to the real world, and he sees that like the men are in charge pretty much everywhere, right? Or you know, the scope that the movie's trying to convey. You know, somewhat. But yeah, he's like, yeah, men like do shit here, and they actually like hold positions of power and influence and all that shit, right? And he tries to walk into a hospital. It's like, hey, I'd like to be a doctor, please. And then the lady's like, okay, do you have any sort of training to be a doctor? He's like, nope, sure don't. Then he kind of like, and it's like, yeah, so we need somebody who's got like a degree and everything. He's like, but I'm a man. It's like, yeah, that's fine and all, but like you still need a degree to be a doctor. He's like, whatever. And he just leaves. So yeah, essentially that, right?
Right.
Oh fuck! That movie's actually pretty funny. You should check it out sometime.
I will watch it eventually. Yeah, I will watch it eventually.
Okay. Yeah, with the blue flash, you have to dodge towards the enemy.
Yeah, that's what I figured out. I figured that out.
Possibly ever want. You've seen white guys in politics and sports, in fucking any kind of economic position, and any kind of fucking technology position,
Seriously?
in any kind of fucking business position. You don't have to even stop and wonder for one moment in your life. You've never ever in your life stopped and thought, should a white guy be doing that? Are people going to look down at me? You've never had that thought in your head ever.
How many white guys are in the NBA?
I don't know, less than black dudes, but they're still there.
Well, but maybe if there was equal representation, I'd feel more inclined to try to get in the NBA, right? So, I mean, should we remove some black people and put white people in positions?
I don't think that comparing getting into the NBA is the same as getting people out of absolutely fucked family position. Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying that, like, I think that there's enough representation in the NBA that if anybody wants to go for it, they probably can do it. Right? I don't think that, like, or maybe we need more Mexicans in the NBA. I don't know how many fucking...
What about the NFL? How many? You think it's more black or white?
Probably more black, I would guess.
Just playing this number of minorities game is just such
probably
a
not, because now you're getting into athletics where there are hardcore physical differences, and you probably wouldn't want to push that.
Hold on. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like always playing this game where it's like, oh, how many blacks, how many whites, how many Mexicans, how many Asians, like getting all caught up in the number of like how many of a certain kind of people are in any given place. It's just such a stupid pain in the ass, no, genuinely racist argument. I hesitated for a second to put racist in there, but it actually is like, this is what's genuinely racist, is thinking this way, and like looking at these things and putting so much fucking importance on them. Like, this is genuine. Like people throw that word around all the time. We talked about this last time. We were talking about the Nyara stuff. It's like, oh, all these terms getting watered down because people don't know how to fucking use them. Like, that is a situation in which the term racist genuinely applies.
Yeah.
Fuck. Sorry, Chad.
No, you're good. Heated, you're good. You're allowed to get mad because like he's talking about you basically. So.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I get you. You're fine. But yeah. Also, chat, in a couple of minutes, we will probably have to end this so that I can prep the phone call, but we'll watch this as much as we can.
Yeah, but weren't you just saying earlier you want women to get drafted?
No, you're fine.
And serve in the exact same equal capacity as men in every single size, shape, and form? No, I'm not that retarded.
Okay.
Are you not?
Just following this. All right.
I guess, like, when people grow up their whole lives and they've seen the types of things that their kind of people do, that has an impact on where they see themselves and in the decisions that they make for themselves. You keep saying, do you think they're too stupid?
He's basically
he's so close to getting it. He's so close to get, because like I think, like, I'm thinking about like myself looking at other black people doing all the dumbest fucking shit all the time, especially nowadays with like the new age of social media. Like, I just saw earlier today, a bunch of stupid fucking black teenagers apparently took over a street in Brooklyn, New York, and they're jumping up on top of cars and twerking like right in the middle of the fucking street. I'm like, God damn it! Why? That's it. That's all I can say. Like, it's the one question. It's the one word. Why? Over and over again in my brain. Because like, why am I seeing this? All of this over and over again, all the time, and yet somehow I managed to turn out, not like a fucking ridiculous hoodlum, even though that's the only thing I see my people doing constantly, right? And of course I get mocked for being the way I am, right? It's like, oh, you so white, man, you're so white, you act like the white people do. I'm like, well, shit, better than act like a goddamn monkey. like yeah, no, I'll just say it. Like, people used to call you that as like just like an asshole move, but like some of the in this day and age with the way some of you act, it's accurate. The fuck. Will you say it's not accurate? It is. I'll say it. Fuck them. Saw that too, Jay. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people saw that, right? I mean, there were millions of views on that clip. The whole of America saw that shit, and they keep seeing it over and over again. That's why you're seeing like more brazen racism, like straight up people say, "Well, oh god, we really got to get all these blacks out of here," right? Like people are saying this genuinely on Twitter. Like they're not being facetious, they're not joking, they're probably being extremely genuine. And it's like, what am I supposed to say to them? Because they're seeing that shit over and over again. Like, I can't really argue the point if it just keeps happening, can I? All I can control is my own conduct, but that's not enough. It really isn't.
No, yeah, I know what you mean. Also, it's really convenient for me to be able to pause this one.
Yeah, fair.
Stupid to make these decisions. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
but everybody is too stupid to make these decisions. A lot of what we do and think comes from what society tells us. And if you're a white guy, the sky is the limit. You've never, ever, ever been told that you can't do something because of your race or your gender. Whereas women are definitely pushed towards certain jobs. That's why you see massive disproportionate representation of women in STEM fields, or in like, you look at the number of women in nursery compared to being a fucking doctor, right? Or if you look at minorities, you have these hugely disproportionate representations of, are minorities supposed to do these types of jobs? Like, these are things that these people have to face every single day growing up. So of course it's going to influence their decisions and where they're going to go for school, if they go to school, what kind of job they're going to go after, what kind of life they should have. Like, I feel like this is a pretty obvious, self-evident thing. Like,
I disagree. I think the core argument of we need to enforce diversity to inspire others is just bullshit. I think it's a disservice to individuals. I don't agree with it. I just don't agree with it. I find it reprehensible, to be honest with you.
Do you think that there's just as many middle-class people that end up lower class as there are lower-class people that end up lower class?
I'm sorry. I think that there are equal amounts between...
You have two people. One is born into a $30K a year family. Another is born into a $300K a year family. Do you think the guy born into the $300K a year family has just as much chance of being a broke loser as the guy born into a $30K a year family? If you were to take 1,000 people in each of these situations, do you think that they would come out the 50-50 on both ends?
We've seen people squander their wealth plenty of times.
Exactly.
Okay, I see where you're going with that. All right, well, my argument to you would be then, okay, you're talking about financial situations of family. We're talking about socioeconomics, and you're saying that, well, if you're born into middle class, you'll stay middle class. If you're born into low income, you'll stay low income.
That you have a higher chance of it.
Right. So you want to somehow even the odds and make it so the people in the lower class can come to the middle class. Are we going to apply that to the upper class too? I mean, should rich people be penalized for being rich?
No, because I don't want to hurt people. No, I'm not talking about pushing people towards shit. You keep saying that. Like, well, do we want women represented?
You are pushing people towards shit by taking jobs away from the people that are actually fucking qualified.
Oh, no, it's not like you have
somebody to put a woman in that position. You're screwing somebody to put a minority in that decision. You don't give a shit about the individual. You care about the greater good.
Okay, then maybe you have some type of tax subsidy or something, or I'm pretty sure that they even do for people that meet like certain types of racial diversity things, or hire certain types of people, that there are different types of benefits or whatever available for these people. Like, I'm just arguing the concept of, because you're trying to say that everybody can make a decision, right? Everybody can make their own decisions. What I'm saying is it's absolutely not true, that people will tend to follow certain lines once they're born, that it's undeniable that somebody born middle class will tend to be middle class, somebody born lower class will tend to be lower class. Exceptions happen, but you wouldn't go to every single poor person and be like, yo, dude, just fucking pull yourself up by your bootstraps and fucking make a good decision. Like, you wouldn't do that, because it's not realistic, because people tend to stay where they are their entire lives. It's just a tendency of people to respond in predictable ways to their environment. Like,
yeah, but you're arguing for equal outcome. I'm arguing for equal opportunity.
I'm not arguing for equal outcome.
Yes, you are.
And you're not arguing for equal opportunity, dog.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
You're artificially installing people into positions because you want an outcome that you see as being beneficial.
And you're taking a man and a woman who are both applying for a job with completely different backgrounds, completely different lives, completely different influences, and saying like, oh, well, they should apply and be treated the exact same way. Why? These people have dealt through completely different things their entire life. You're not talking about equal anything.
That's equal opportunity.
That's not equal opportunity.
They can both walk in and apply.
But acquiring the skills to get there, they didn't both have the same opportunities growing up to do it.
If you're not qualified for the job, you don't get the job.
Okay, then maybe then at least say equal qualifications, because what you're talking.
What's up, Mizu? How you doing?
I'm doing. How are you doing?
Good. We're listening to two white people fight with each other over black people.
Pretty much. And it's quite the conversation for me to listen to. So
yeah.
I've been popping off a little bit, but I suppose it's just about the time I should be heading out, huh?
We got about 10 minutes, so I'm waiting until I hear that Petite is ready to start.
Gotcha.
Hi, Jazz.
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, I suck really bad at this
Taking
chat.
care of yourself?
No, probably not.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, you should. Go drink some water right now. And then do 10 push-ups.
But I've got a soda on my desk.
That works.
Put that away. No, that doesn't work. Occo. Be a bad influence.
It's got water somewhere in it.
Oh, for God's sake.
I mean, that is a good majority of it.
Chat, back me up here, please. I can't work with these two.
Yeah, see, in the ingredients it says water.
I'm with you, Jazz, as a black man. Thank you, Wolf Spain. I know you're talking about the video topic, but like, be with me on this too. These two are killing me right now. Oh Lord.
All right.
It's got water in it, and it's got electrolytes.
Oh, shut it! Don't you idiocracy me! Fuck out of here. Oh Lord.
I just don't see the problem.
Oh, you
Is
will.
it a diet soda? No, it's not a diet soda. Diet soda gives you cancer.
Wait, what? How's that coming from?
Wait, you not know that?
Not particularly, no. What?
Diet soda has different chemicals in it to try and make up the taste from the missing sugar, and a lot of those chemicals are linked to cancer.
Oh, well, shit. I avoided diet soda because it still like fucking tastes weird to me. But I guess now I got a second reason to do so.
Yeah, apparently diet soda is linked to cancer causing. So.
No, yeah, it's got materials in it that can give you cancer. Why I avoid it.
Though I imagine if you drink nothing but soda, even normal soda, you probably get cancer too. So why don't you mix some water in there sometime, Mizu?
Well, there's already water mixed in it.
Oh my God. Actual fucking water. Mizu, a cup of water by itself where it's just the water in there with no soda involved.
Look, I will drink more water when my Cinder Gamer subs comes in.
Cinder Gamer subs.
Wow.
Did you actually buy that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the art on the bottle is probably pretty good. So.
My Poggers is almost out, so I figured I'd go for the Cinder one and see how it tastes.
Because like you can say what you want about Cinder, but I mean that model's pretty fine though.
No, we can agree with
Good
that.
art made. Yeah. Hate the person, not the model. You gotta separate the art for the artist on this one. Well, I'm not even the artist because she's not the one making the art, but you get what I mean. You understand what I'm trying to say here.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see how well Occo handles this.
Handles what?
Oh, the boss fight. You're currently.
Yeah, because I'm a little delayed, so.
I am a little behind. Well, this is my third attempt actually. Ow, ow, sir, don't you dare.
This is what you wanted, right? You wanted to do it for real, and now you got a boss
I
who's beating your ass
I'm
and will not
fine
let you
with
pass
that.
until you win.
I'm fine with this because I do like it when the video game doesn't. I'm probably gonna lose this one too, but this is the closest I've gotten.
There you go.
Pyro Pup confirmed. If it'll make people upset, I will be.
Specifically, just to make specific people recently upset.
Just gotta get that Souls mentality going. You beat your head against that wall until you break it.
I did it with 1 HP left.
Oh shit!
Good job. Shit! No shit! I almost failed because I put the controller down. Oh, I didn't know there was a final thing. I almost lost.
I had to do this for a Liza P boss where I just had to beat my head against the wall for like 2 hours.
Fuck, that reminds me, Mizu. The DLC's out. I gotta get on that.
It is. I have the DLC.
Oh, you've played already?
I have not played it yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I gotta get in there because like the claw weapon looks super sick, man, and like the fucking bow. Do you see the trailer where he like sticks the bow in the monster and then fires it? Like that shit's nuts.
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
That's fucking awesome.
And I like that they gave my twink a little Russian winter outfit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool costume. Yeah, so I'm looking forward. I'll probably jump in on that next week.
But yeah, I need to get around to that as well. There's Dune Awakening, Stellar Blade, Liza P update.
Oh well, I'll tell you right now, the Stellar Blade update. Assuming you have, like, you need to play the whole game, or you need to play the Nikkei update?
I have to play the whole game.
Oh, okay. Well,
I didn't have
in that case, yeah, you're In that case, you're in for about 20 to 40 hours, depending.
Yeah. You know, I didn't have it on PlayStation.
Gotcha. Yeah,
It
no,
recommends when you do a new game to have like DLC and seasonal stuff turned off.
I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah, that would be a good idea because one of the seasonal things literally just leaves a giant fucking Christmas tree in like the main hub town, which is a little bit off-putting if you haven't already played through the game once.
I see.
You know, considering the vibe they're going for, if there's this big fucking Christmas tree right in the center of town where everyone's supposed to be depressed and, you know, eating shit and all that, like it's a little bit of a tonal dissonance thing at that point.
But yeah, I haven't actually sat down and played it yet. I was gonna play it tonight.
Oh, I mean, well, you got to the interview thing you're about to do, so I guess soon.
No, I ran out of time. I'm playing it.
Oh, well, shit. There you go.
I'm along for the ride.
Yeah, but I think you'll like it. It's pretty good. It does take a minute to get to some of the better costumes, though. So you know, if you're hoping to get those early on, might want to.
Did both of you guys see Anna Valen's new thing, the virtual persona pledge?
Oh yes, yeah. Occo was just talking about that. I was listening to it on the way home. That shit is really funny. I like the fact that like at least how many like tenants were there in that? Like 10 different things.
There's
and like half of them were "Don't bully me."
Yeah, there are 8 tenants to it. Half of them look like they're explicitly made for her, and even the ones that like aren't explicitly made for her, she makes about her underneath it.
Oh, are you talking about Anna Valen's?
Yeah. Well, like there's one specifically where it's like, we need to respect other people's views, which, sidebar, absolutely ridiculous that she says that of all people.
Yeah, that got me too.
But the example of other views we need to accept is sex work. And she like reiterates sex work like 3 different times under there.
Bro, I was right there with Occo losing my mind when whorephobic came up. Like, holy shit.
Whorephobia.
Yeah, whorephobia is one I just learned today.
Holy shit. Oh, that's too good. Oh, fuck. Ooh,
guys, can't be whorephobic. It's inappropriate. Stop.
Aren't they at the point where they like treat the word whore as like a slur or something?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
So like wouldn't you like isn't like including the use of a slur in the phobic term like it feels like a little like, again totally dissonant like.
Well, you see for the rest of the thing,
I guess sex worker phobic doesn't flow quite as nicely, but still.
Because you see for the rest of the thing, she always says sex worker or lewd tuber. She never says whore. It's only at the start where she says whorephobia.
It's really funny though. Oh fuck. That shit is hilarious.
It is.
And then she's like, reply below if you want to take the pledge. And there's exactly 2 replies, and one of them is her.
No, there's 53 replies right now.
Well, I'm not on the blue sky. I'm in on her page.
Yeah, on her page, she's got, on her Substack, she's got like 50 different replies.
When I scrolled to the bottom, there was 2
more people. Impressive.
There's nothing else visible.
Nope, there's more. There's way more now.
N-word phobic sounds funny in my mind. I mean, I'm a little N-word phobic. I'll be real. Like here's the thing, right? Because we talk about the word phobic, right? And how the internet has fucked up the meaning of these words. I swear to God, whoever invented the term homophobic, I wish we'd go back and just strangle them because they fucked over the meaning of what phobic is supposed to mean. God damn it. But like N-word phobic actually makes sense, right? Because N-words are scary. N-words will jump you in the street and shoot you and stab you and shit. Like being N-word phobic is actually valid. That makes sense.
Oh my god.
Makes sense in that context. It does.
Oh my gosh, you're funny.
And Chad, just so we're clear, there is a difference between black people and N-words, all right? There's a difference.
And as
N-words are the problem.
A secondary sidebar, because, you know, 2 Souls-likes came out today, or yesterday, which were the Liza P and the Stellar Blade.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, technically they were already out. It's just like DLCs, expansions, or, you know.
Coming to PC and a DLC.
Yeah.
Did you see that also along with that, Code Vein 2 was announced?
Yeah, I did see that. I'm excited. Me and Rosa have to finish our fucking VTuber playthrough of the first game because, God, it keeps fucking long. But
it is long.
Good. It is good. but it is long. So, but yeah, we'll make sure to get that done in time for the second game because I'm interested to see what's going to be up with that. Plus, I'm sure Rose is very excited about whatever the character creator is going to be. Because I don't know if you guys know, but she has spent more time in the character creator than actually playing that fucking game.
Oh, I know that feeling. I spent like 3 hours when I played that game making my character the first time.
Yeah, especially like because we do D&D shit. Like she always just uses like whenever she needs to make a new character for D&D, Code Vein character creator every time.
I'm wondering where they're going for it because like the videos of all the monsters they were showing off felt a lot more like Bloodborne-y, like Eldritch Abomination.
Yeah.
With the original Code Vein, they were supposed to be a lot more human. You were supposed to kind of tell that this was at one point a person.
Yeah, and the whole thing's supposed to still roll into God Eater, right? So it's like, how do we connect
Yes,
these dots?
it was.
Exactly?
It was like in another game series. Like this is its own game series that's based off of another game series that fell apart. Like
No, God Eater had 3 games.
well, not not like fall apart as in like bad, as in fall apart as in the world fell apart.
Well, no, the world was already apart.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
God Eater's after the world's fucked.
Yeah, but it's the same universe on like the same planet, right? Where all this is happening.
Yeah, something like that.
Although it's believed that Code Vein is like sort of in its own continuity, not necessarily. So it's hard to explain it, right? But basically, it's believed that Code Vein is in an area we have not seen in the God Eater universe. And because of that dome, they have been actually explicitly cut off from everything that was going on in God Eater.
Okay, all right.
They've been too busy dealing with their only shit to actually know how bad the world is outside.
I don't wish.
That makes more sense now.
I don't wish to cut you guys off, but it is midnight.
Oh shit, it's time.
I am going to start.
We can talk more later.
Yeah, I'm going to start a silent call, Mizu. You can jump in when ready.
Okay.
And I suppose I'm out of here. Bye, Chad. It was good to see you guys. Have a good night. I love y'all.
Let me get my.
You capitalized the N in interview.
I did, yes.
Anyways, I'm gonna use the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Right back.
You're fine. Hello, welcome. Mizu is using the restroom, so give him just a moment.
Okie doke.
I do have to set up Fugi text as well, so that you show up on the screen.
Epic. Ugh.
Gosh damn. How is everyone doing tonight?
I'm doing well. Vibing. Chilling.
That's good.
I just got off of work. I'm feeling good.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Browser. Is that going to set up? That is definitely going to set up. There's one. There we go. I'll put you right there. Jazz left? Yes. Jazz is not going to be part of this interview. It would be kind of unfair to have more than a 2-on-2. I'm super professional. There we go. If I was to be any more professional, I guess I would have asked for the Fugies beforehand, but that's okay. There we go.
Thank you, user, for the follow.
Let me turn off noises as well so you don't hear that. There we go. Okay. Like I said, we're waiting for Mizu to get back. But how's life been treating both of you? I hope everything's been good. I mean, like, both of you did just kind of walk through a week-long femboy civil war.
Cringe.
Very, very, very cringe. Cringe derogatory.
It's rife in the femboy community. Sadly,
yeah.
You can't escape the mid-hera.
Oh no,
The madness,
absolutely.
I say.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back, Mizu. Welcome back. Okay. Tonight, chat, very exciting, very fun. So off of the, because this like started Monday, I want to say, because I think Calem's came out on Monday. So off the right of all of that, we've had multiple femboys that have come out with Google Docs against Shizu VT. And tonight we have the one who wrote the, I assume the last Google Doc out of the group of them. I'm probably gonna butcher your name. Is it how do you pronounce it? Is it SmoNu Uwu?
Smonio. You can call me Smo, like the first 3 letters, if that helps.
I was gonna say Smo is probably the best. It's probably better than just calling because I was like I'm just gonna call him.
I like Simon.
Simon.
That was a good one.
That's back from my Xbox days. Everyone called me Simon because they were so confused with the name.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Can I ask where the name came from? Because it doesn't inherently sound like that much femboy.
My mom just nicknamed me one day, complete random name, and I just took it and ran.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. So that is mom's nickname. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. Okay. Well, I kind of just wanted to start off kind of learning the timeline of events because, and just for some continuity for chat, the way that that this kind of happened about is Neat kind of contacted me because I've known of Neat from a little while because I met him in other servers. And he was like, hey, I know you covered drama. This is something that's going to come out. And I'm going to be real. When you first told me that it was coming out, I was like, okay. I think that was like during the middle of when I was dealing with other drama. So it was kind of like in the back of my mind. And then you come to me as like, hey, this is happening tomorrow. I was like, oh dear. I felt like I kind of slept on seeing this come out. But I don't know if you want to explain, or both of you could explain kind of just like the timeline from your guys' perspective.
So overall, with everybody except Calum and Smo, Moxie, Nyx, and Cyber specifically.
Okay.
Their experience was mostly shared. There wasn't any archiving. This is before I came along. And it is a lot of hearsay. This is true. However, they all have met up in real life. They're not just online friends. So that's another interesting fact, is there is some depth to the relationship for all these people. And there is a degree of unity for it. I'm not trying to sound like it's necessary. However, I do think there are some claims in Smo's doc that are substantial enough to warrant a raised eyebrow per se.
You bring up an interesting point. So you said that like at least Moxie, Nyx, and the others, they were already working on this. So Smo was not, because like I did want to ask to clarify, because we looked at the Google Doc and it was started on the 8th.
June 8th.
Yes.
Yeah. So about that, we started archiving things in regards to the V-Twink situation, which was later in the doc.
Okay.
And everything that came after that, including the friend that got wrongfully removed, Snapples.
Yes.
That was kind of the spur of the moment that kind of caused it. Smo has anxiety. So he was very anxious about doing it in the first place. So at the end of the day, the friends who posted before helped him out.
Right.
Calum himself kind of just came in and we asked him, are you sure you want to do this or do anything like that? And he wanted to go forward on his own end.
Right.
So he's his own thing, but generally the 3 that I mentioned, they are their own account. You can merge them all into one if you need to.
Right.
Because it is a 3v1 scenario. There's a lot of he said, she said bullshit. Don't get me wrong.
I guess yeah. No, go ahead.
I showed you the emote earlier that Moxie got.
Yes, I did see that.
They were aware. Yes, I've had that discussion with them that it was a nothing burger. So it's not like new knowledge to us. We kind of expected that. But again, it's not about trying to denigrate him, entirely ruin his life. These people were his friends. They want acknowledgement and mostly just an apology. Okay. That's all that fucking matters. And we can say that's gay. Yes, it very much is. It's very woman behavior. I agree with that fact. But I do think it is generally unfair to say it's even like, say, clout chasing, brigading, anything like that, when these people are already so tied together.
Okay.
Would you have anything that you'd like to add or question?
I was shoot, I had a thought and then it disappeared while I was thinking of it. But like my apologies. Let me get a drink of water real quick.
It's all good.
And Mizu, feel free to chime in if you need to.
I like your Fuji, Mizu.
Thank you.
Looks very familiar.
No, so I don't know how to like word this in a way that's not rude to somebody. So I'll just say it in a way that I think is rude to everybody.
Base.
What it comes off to me after reading Shizu's side of it and seeing a bunch of the screenshots where Shizu is talking, I would have to say I feel like Shizu has some mental issues. That's not an excuse, but that's an explanation.
Yes, it very much
And the way I
is.
read it is when you come out with all these documents, you're not the ultimate like, it doesn't really matter what your goal is, because the end effect was never going to be an apology. It was always going to be exacerbating whatever his mental issues are until he crashes out.
I want to say that. I'd say at the end of the day, it's just a matter of acknowledgement, because there were instances in which all of these like parties reached out to try to handle this privately, and he would not capitulate to it. Again, these people were his friends, and they don't want anything bad for him. But another thing is,
the only evidence we were given of anyone reaching out particularly was Moxie. And Moxie even has to admit in his own document he was so blitzed drunk during the whole thing that it just came off as him screaming at him.
yes.
I don't think that counts.
I mean, if you want, you could disregard Moxie, but there is still Cyber, which they did make a good faith attempt to reach out, and that was their first document. They are not the best or most understanding of it, and it is what it is. But again, it's more so just about the underlying message, not to like say, oh, the fuck up moral of the story. No. Is at the end of the day, all of these people have their own fucking mental issues. I think that's been very clear and prominent through all the docs.
Mhm.
Correct? I don't think it's a matter of who's more mentally ill or anything like that, but I do think every man has responsibility for their own actions. And he yeah. And he refuses to actually acknowledge it to any point. That is the major issue that all of these people had.
I would say from everything I read in the documents, it feels like a lot of you are about exactly the same in that regard.
I mean, you can make that assumption, but another thing is we did
That's
some
based
things
on like
in
what
good
you
faith.
showed.
Well, yes.
And there were a lot of
Based on what you've given us, every single one of you end up looking exactly the same in the end.
Well, I like to point out something that was talked about in the prior stream. Specifically, Miso, the cosplayer, Meso, if you would. Mayo, whatever. There was a gross mischaracterization in regards to like saying, oh no, he had sex. Like, no, we have multiple people that could prove it that were actually at WeebCon that can confirm it. That's the thing, is these two would never have the time alone, because from my understanding, it was a shared venue type experience.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a lot of overlap. We have one person that's willing to actually like say that they can vouch for it, which sure, it's one person again, but completely unrelated to it, from a completely different sphere as well, not VTuber. But generally, the assumptions that Shizu made were in bad faith, and I'd say potentially slanderous.
The ones on Twitter after my interview? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah. I think there is a good claim on that. Like,
I would tell you, as somebody who studies legal, there is not even a fraction of a claim on that.
I'm pretty sure if you make an inference and then you go on the assumption that it is the truth, it doesn't matter if you believe it's the truth or not. From my current understanding of law, and I'm studying for the bar personally. But
you have to have more than, even if it's just an out and out lie, you have to have more than that.
it's an intentional lie and gross mischaracterization.
Yeah, but that's not enough for slander. Slander isn't just the fact that you lied. Slander is the fact that you lied and it actively caused a measurable amount of financial damage or extreme reputational damage.
Well, I'd
And
say
the fact
saying that
none
someone
of
is a
you took
common
hit-
whore. No, saying someone is a common whore is reputational harm. That is effectively what happened there. Is inferring that someone had sex when there was
You would
no
not
sex
win
to
for
be had.
that because that's considered an opinion in the eyes of the court.
I don't know.
I've
There's
covered this
been a lot of
before.
cases.
Even
we
with
can go into case law.
lollicons, if you go into court for calling somebody out and out just a pedophile, a lot of times courts won't even consider that, and that is considered one of the most like damning things you could call a person. People
Well, it's
get like killed
dependent on
over that.
subjecture with the whole lolicon argument, isn't it? Because it's an opinionated statement to say lolicon is say drawn CP. A very weird way to look at it, but that is an opinion because it in some places in the world, from my understanding, it is basically verboten, haram. But that's why we have the change in definition from like 10 years ago of CP to CSAM or CSEM.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. You can out and out call somebody a pedophile in court and still not get it done as slander or defamation because it's considered an opinion. Calling somebody a whore, 100% even easier. It's just an opinion.
Well, no, it's the act of actually misconstruing the facts and presenting something as a truth in this instance. From what I'm getting from the tweet is, regardless, he passed it off as a truth. He had no actual evidence or proof. He didn't even attend WeebCon.
Yeah, but what I'm telling you is it doesn't, that like none of that matters in the eyes of a court. Nobody cares what you think or what he thought. They care what happened, like actual reputational damage.
Intent and reputational damage, and it is reputational harm. It's denigrating and can lead to people having, I don't know, lost chances at a job or a opportunity.
What I'm saying is you have to show that he lost a job or something like that because of the accusation.
Or that he suffered financially.
You can't just say it hurt his reputation. You have to physically show where it hurt his reputation. That's why it wouldn't pass through a court. The first thing they ask is, who specifically looked at him negatively because of this comment? And how did that affect him? It can't just be a random ass person.
Well, that's the thing, is if someone asks a question or just believes it as truth, then that is still going to be grounds as well. Because that
Not
could be
really,
reputational harm. No, I think there is a good chance in court.
No,
that
the court doesn't care about could.
Context.
Court cares about does. Right now, physically, what is the current
Well, in the civil
reputational
court,
harm?
it is a lot more could than that, but also, yes, there are
But
definitive
no, in civil
rules
court,
in
they don't
place.
even care about reputational damage. In civil court, the first thing they're going to ask is, what are your financials? How financially did this hurt you?
Well, it'd go to a civil docket first, like, objectively, since it's person versus person.
Yes, but we're skipping past that. We're assuming that you already understand that bit.
Yes.
First thing a civil court's going to want to know is, what money did you lose because of this? And the first thing you're going to say is, I have no idea, because you don't.
I think regardless that there is going to be reputational harm that does come from it, because there are going to be people that take it at face value. And I do think that is something that does need to be actually addressed, along with the fact of outing Smo's relationship and all that just being completely unprofessional. We didn't do that to him, which is, it is what it is.
I would partially argue that it wouldn't have happened if the docs didn't exist in the first place. The only reason he came out with it is because the first doc came out, I read it, and he recognized that more people were going to come out with it, and he inferred it. I don't agree that he should have done that, because it's not really his place to reveal people's private information, but like, I don't think this information would have come out if these docs didn't exist in the first place.
I think it was already being talked about, and there have been like soft confirmations of that, but most of those people do not want to be involved because obviously VTuber sphere.
So he's talked about it with other people behind. I mean, I guess I did kind of read about that in the
backstabby shit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's more so just going out of your way to denigrate someone or harm them, which is proven by the whole fucking V-Twinks thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the problem with V-Twinks, is there's no like evidence really given one way or the other for that. Even that's completely an assumption. And by your own description, that possibly would be slander on your part.
I wouldn't say it's an assumption.
Well, it says
I'd say it's definitively proven because of what Shu tweeted about them both being removed, Calum and Shizu respectively.
That's still
and there's already people that have shared information inside there. And it wasn't Calum, and it wasn't anybody else that we have listed. So we already do have some information in regards to it. We have
still an assumption though. You're saying we crossed out these ones, so we know it's this one.
No,
That's
I'm not.
An assumption.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that we already have people in there that have fed us screenshots and shit. Like fundamentally. So
why didn't you do those?
Because they didn't want to be involved. That's the major issue. Is because you're going to have the issue,
right?
I do.
When you're like, actually, we
you
do
understand
have
what
proof of
happens,
this
right?
claim,
They're going to be witch
but
hunted.
We're not going to share it because they don't want us to share it.
They would be witch hunted, like in a VTuber fucking team like that. They're going to try to sniff out a rat or a mole, which yes, that is the right thing to do if you think you have something like that. But in the same instance, there's going to be people that get caught in the crossfire, and the fact that Snapples got removed is another example of that.
I'm kind of glad you brought up Snapples because I have to bring this up. That we actually do know for a fact could get you guys in a lot of trouble. In one of the documents claiming that Snapples, or that he almost got somebody to commit. That actively will get you in trouble. We literally just had this.
Can you point to the document on that? Because I don't recall that being in SMOs.
I didn't say it was SMOs, but like all these documents were to a degree coordinated in a small effort.
I want to say it was.
I'm not saying you all knew everything that was in each one of them, but they were.
I don't think we actually said anything like that.
I need to pull up Nix's because Nix is the one that was just like he said something along the lines of pushing people to the edge or something like that. Let me pull it up. And his was the shortest, thankfully. Hold on a moment.
They were very heavily implying that he had almost got somebody to commit, and the specific screenshot we're provided for that is Snapples saying something like getting kicked out of the group is like ruin their mentals or something, and they're thinking about all this crazy stuff.
I need to look. Give me one moment.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up myself to take a look. Just take a look and
I could be
that way.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but the wording that one of them put, it was either Nix or Cyber, where they're like he something along the lines of he takes things too far and pushes people too far, and maybe it's just poor wording, which I'm going to be honest, a lot of people in these Google Docs have had some very poor wording choices. It really but that's not really a good excuse.
It isn't.
That really just says these people don't know how to write anything that can convince a normal individual to feel bad for them. All it shows is that there's a bunch of people that have mental issues that don't know how to scream for help.
Well, you got to realize that's like the entirety of the femboy community, or not community, but fucking niche, the VTuber sphere of it, because it's a very small interweb of people, to put it simply. Like there is a lot of broad overlap. I'm sure you could see that much.
It is among y'all's group. However, a lot of femboys intentionally avoid other femboys because
I know it's catty.
In that shit.
It's catty drama. It's weird, but it is what it is. I think that's just an effect of.
There it is. Okay, so on the Nick stock. He says, I have had constant panic attacks. The reason I mention this is because there are others who have it worse than I. There are people that have been pushed over the edge because of him. Whenever somebody says that they've been pushed over the edge, I'm going to be honest with you. People are going to assume suicide or assume an attempt. And not very many other people are. I feel like reasonably it's fair to assume.
Simply just walking away from VTuber. I think that's another thing that it could have been. I think jumping to suicide is...
That's what the average person jumps to.
The average person is going to think suicide because that's what most people...
Well, if you're a VTuber, most people aren't going to assume someone's going to throw that shit out, like, anywhere.
Yeah, but I'm not reading it to VTubers. My audience is mostly drama people that read this shit on the regular. I share an audience with mostly drama-baiting people. And when I read this to my people that like to listen to drama, they're gonna... When I say push to the side, to the edge, people are going to think, oh, did somebody commit suicide? I mean, like, I don't feel like it's unfair to say that most VTubers are probably not even going to see this. Because, like,
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people that just, for some reason, don't like you guys. I find you funny.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not saying because of me. I'm just saying, like, the normal VTubers are probably not going to... I have not seen anybody else talk about this besides us. So...
Well, it's chronically online, like, jobless drama. Let's be real.
Yes. But the point I'm trying to make is... VTubers aren't going to be paying attention to this unless they're adjacent to the individuals that are affected. The only people that are going to pay attention and read this are people like us, and the people that we read to are going to assume, oh, somebody was pushed to suicide. Or attempted to. And the point I'm trying to make is that that wording really doesn't work there, and it really kind of bothers. It really bothered me when I read it. And then when you mix in Snapple's situation, where the DMs show that Snapple is obviously very hurt and very like traumatized by this situation. In my head, the first thing I'm going to go to is this the person they're talking about when walking to the edge is mentioned? I don't know if that's making sense or not, but like that's just the logical leap that I chose to make.
I'm getting what you're saying, but again, I personally don't really see it from that perspective because I'm mostly focused on the VTuber sphere. So I guess I'm a bit jaded on that and maybe a bit retarded. Forgive me.
But when you're talking about reputational damage, you do have to consider that.
Well, yeah, but
like,
also denigrating people.
Whore is only reputational damage, but
if it leads to a loss in like revenue, right? In regards to that, just basic revenue, collabs, anything like that, denigration can still like deeply
in the
affect
femboy
someone.
community. Nobody gives a shit if somebody calls you a whore. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, they all call each other whores. I read DMs where literally Smo
You guys are
and
calling each other whores during this.
like literally yesterday I read a Google Doc that has been clipped and sent to me infinitum where two people are asking each other to suck each other's dick or suck each other's ass. You're not gonna like get somebody to believe that you don't they don't degrade each other.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that. The whole issue with femboy is it's like a fucking co-op term for a lot of gooner degenerates.
So, like,
But
what's the difference between them calling each other, like, these weird names in private and then, like, calling them a whore in public?
I mean, I think there's a time and place for some things, but another thing is it is completely off base to just make an assumption on someone saying, "Oh yeah, they had sex."
Oh, I agree. That is a very crazy assumption to make.
That's actually just kind of disgusting on that fact alone. But again, some people just don't want to be painted as that. It is another thing is like saying that he fucked in the fucking cosplay. That is actually a logical leap.
That is a pretty schizophrenic leap. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, there is no evidence to that, and it's insane that he even said that.
I agree, obviously, and like I said last night, I think it's dumb that he said that, and I think that his very heavy riddled anxiety brain is forcing him to come up with things that are obviously not true, which is why I think that he should definitely be stepping away from this sphere that sounds like it's very overly sexualized. I mean, maybe part of the fact that it is overly sexualized is what leads him to think all these kinds of things.
So, also a fun counterpoint I think I mentioned in your DMs is like, if he's leaving the femboy sphere, right, then why does it even matter at this point for him? We can just chalk that up to mental illness, though.
Well, because I thought you were friends.
Well, yeah.
This is where I would say I don't think your own arguments hold up for yourselves. Because, okay, why does it matter what he thinks about you guys then? Because he's leaving the femboy sphere.
Because it's still going to go wider, it's going to come right back around because
so that's why
it's like an Ouroboros of dick sucking, effectively, with femboy VTubers.
Yeah, but any argument you make for that is an argument why he would care as well. That's why I don't think it makes sense.
I mean, the idea of being a femboy in itself is a brand risk. We can establish that, no?
No. Up until recently, femboys were actually fairly well liked.
I think it really
For
depends.
you guys, it was a problem. The only people I ever had an issue with when I was publicly a femboy was people in the trans community.
Understandable. Are
Other
we
than that,
talking
everybody was like, "Oh, you're a
pink-pilled
femboy? That's
egg
so
stuff?
cute. I love it."
Because I don't like those either.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Are you referring to like pink pill type trans people? The egg stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree with you on that fact. But I do think that there is the overtly lewd nature. There's a degree where you can just play it off where it's going to be generally acceptable, but also like, I think there is a rip over sexualization with that. But that's not anything to moralize on. That is just kind of a fact of the matter, I guess.
I don't know, it's just after reading through everything, I just didn't...
You just didn't really see the
like
point?
I said, these people just want acknowledgement, and they just, like, just for him to acknowledge that they wronged him, they did something bad. That's all it really comes down to. Yes, it is moral friending. Yes, it is gay. Yes, some people would argue it's inane, and why are we talking about it? Yes. I am not arguing against any of those points. I'm just saying
our
that...
big issue was all of you kind of feel like you're doing the same thing. And like you're demanding an apology while you should be apologizing, basically.
Well, I mean, to say that it wasn't tried, they didn't try to settle it in private, that was another thing, right? We mentioned that earlier. I'm not going to go and renege on that too much, but again, there was a good faith effort on everyone's behalf to actually reach out to this person. They all met up in real life. They all know what each other look like. Yes, but what do you do when somebody won't respond and is going around saying mean things about you? Well, you got to do something. I don't think people should be walked on. I don't think
you just
that's...
call them gay and move on. I do it all the time.
You could, but I'd call them something else. But I can't say that.
I mean, yeah, but like ultimately at the end of the day, all you do is you say, okay, this dude's being an ass. I don't want to be around him.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
What if you want to warn your friends and just make it so it's very easy?
Well, don't do it in public
If you're
then.
you want to warn your friends, we're kind of looping back around to the brigading thing.
Yes, it comes back to brigading, which is the same thing that he is doing. However, this is to a lesser extent because it's just chronicling their personal experience. It's not going after any of the like character assassination angles on it. There's a lot that could actually be said that hasn't been said. That's one of the other facts. But again, it's not about anything other than these people were once his friend, and they hope that he can get better. But also, like, he needs to acknowledge that he fucked up. He hurt these people. And yes, these people might have hurt him back. And yes, fucking cycle of pain, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, it sucks. And yeah, whatever that super chat says, both should apologize or not all. I 100% agree with that. You either double down or just back the fuck out. But also, when you keep coming to the table and you keep running your mouth, you can't be surprised when it just simply gets deeper and deeper. And he just keeps digging it deeper and deeper. And he's losing good faith in like any type of morality angle on it, which he has been trying to angle on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody thought he had any morality angle on it.
Oh,
Everybody
absolutely
thought he was
not.
Kind of bad. What you're kind of litigating at this point is why are you not just as bad? Because from everybody that has seen the documents other than us, you always hear the same thing is like, wow, everybody in this sucks.
No,
I've not heard
I'd
a
say that
single
there's a good
person
degree
think
of
he is
people on both
unique.
sides.
In your
Like-
community, maybe.
No, on both sides. There's been people that have switched sides, but it is what it is. There's a lot of overlap with the communities. 10 to 25% isn't uncommon.
I do, yeah, based off of the screenshots that he shared in yesterday's doc. Yeah, it does appear that you guys have at least that much of an audience overlap.
Yeah, it's a bit weird on both sides, but again, the escalation from, say, Smo, like, that was only because of him vague posting. That's one of the major things. The vague posting about the only cosplayer. Like, you can't say that's vague posting when it's directly saying somebody but not naming them.
No, it's not vague
That's what
posting,
vague
no.
posting is. No,
it's
That's
definitively
literally what vague posting is.
the qualitative thing is there to actually demonstrate who it is. It's not even
The
ego
point of
search.
vague posting is the person you're vague posting about knows who it's about, but the general public doesn't know who it's about.
Yeah, I think that's a bit semantical, but I mean, more power to you.
But that's the point of like vague posting.
Well, yes, but is it
It's
vague
supposed to be so you don't
posting
have to
if
answer
you
to
infer
everybody
the
in the
person?
public.
Because I don't know. It just when you only have one person that's ever cosplayed you, and you're being like, "Oh, hush, hush," I'm not gonna say the name, guys. You're baiting someone to come out and say something because all of his friends already know who the person is. That's been answered by Shizu himself, like objectively, because the mods interacted with him.
Mm-hmm.
So, why vague post about it to that degree to assume that it wouldn't be seen or be shared around when these people are already talking? That's another like thing to point out.
Why? Because I think because you pushed him. I think based
no,
off
this
of
was before the pushing.
why
Like, Smo wasn't even going to write the document because he was just focusing on the V-Twink shit at the time.
Yeah, but like he made these posts after the first doc came out. Again, it goes back to I don't even think. I mean, like if you're trying to say that like he said all this behind the scenes, okay, but like it never would have been tweeted if the docs didn't come out. So I feel like it would not. I don't feel like you would have had the need to make Smo's document.
Miso had no point in joining though. That's the thing. So why even comment or moralize about that when you have so much other things to say about Smo allegedly? That's the weird thing, is just dragging in some random person.
I think that he's been pushed because of the anxiety that he's... I do definitely believe he has like a very hyper form of anxiety that he needs some sort of counseling or medical help with. But I think that based off of what I've seen and observed, he was pushed to a point where he felt like he was backed into a corner. And even though I told him not to say anything and to move on and do nothing, he still decided to do it, which tells me that he has very little impulse control over information that he has, which I agree is another big issue that he definitely has. And so that I do think that's like an issue, is that maybe you underestimated just how far his anxiety was going to push him and what he chose to do.
And if anything, I hope that he at least acknowledges that he does have some core character issues along with managing that anxiety to get better. Because again, we just want him to be better. And also, like, again, it was just fucked. It was completely unnecessary. And we can say the same about our side, yes. But there were a few lines that were crossed.
I would add, because this is something we kind of talked about during the doc last night as well, from what we were seeing, the reality is Shizu could not have sort of spread this gossip around if all of you weren't just constantly spreading gossip. That's what we saw from the documents, is people would be like, oh yeah, Shizu told me this. And then we'd see like, and I told these other people. And then you'd see other people talking and they're like, yeah, so-and-so told me, and so I'm telling you now. It's just constantly all of you just spreading shit back and forth.
I mean, if we want to be pedantic about it...
It's not pedantic, you just are.
No, I'm saying if you want to be pedantic, we could say that it was him first. But again, that's all subjective. I don't want to share things I don't need to share. I have no reason to power level.
No, this isn't about like who started what first, right? Or even this specific issue. This group is so catty that all of you are constantly spreading gossip and shit. So you can't really be surprised when some of that ends up just being about you. I wouldn't doubt there's way more.
Again, most of these people don't necessarily gossip about each other in a denigrating factor or thing like that. There was a degree of intent, I would argue, from Shizu's side. At least I know him pretty well. I can at least attest to that much.
I feel like you're kind of doing like semantics with the denigrating thing, and then you're deciding like what is denigrating based on how you feel about it specifically.
I think that arguably, if you want to abstract it to that point, then everything is basically subjective, no?
Well, I mean, everything is subjective.
I mean, yes, one could argue reality is purely subjective and never actually objective because we all have our own experiences with reality. But that's getting into philosophy. I think that, yes, that we maybe have different views on it, but again, I'm not trying to moralize about it. It's more so just the fact that these people felt wrong. Like, they felt wronged. And it's okay to have feeling. It's okay not to be okay. It's Mental Health Month, after all, in our holiest of months. No other month.
Mm. I would agree that all of these people definitely have reasons to have hurtness with Shizu. I don't think anybody is going to disagree with you on that. I would also say that Shizu probably to some extent has some weird feelings that he's got to work through as well. My issue is just how you went about it. Like, because again, from what you're saying, your hope is that he's going to acknowledge. I don't think he's ever going to acknowledge it. I think you should kiss the idea of him acknowledging that he is in the wrong goodbye, because that's just not going to happen, in my personal opinion. Based off of how he's decided to talk, I just don't think I would wish for that. Instead, all I think it's going to do is further insulate him and further prove the biases that he's already built in his head based off of what I've seen him say and do, and he's just going to form further resentment and further hatred that's going to lead to probably even more gossiping behind the scenes about these people, saying, oh my gosh, these people are so horrible, they're trying to say all these mean, evil things about me, and it's going to further stigmatize people against you because of that. It's like, why would they go to this? Why would they go to the point of posting Google Docs about this guy when he wasn't doing anything about them publicly? And so now it's just going to lead you to issues in the future where if people look up these Google Docs, I think some of them are going to look at what we looked at and say, why are these people that are writing these Google Docs apologizing for so many of these other things while trying to also push him down? And I don't know. I just don't see these as actually like being a positive force for getting him to acknowledge that he's done wrong beyond what like we've already seen, I guess. Sorry if that was too much.
That's a fair take. No, it's not too much. I'm just running through it in my head. I'm a bit slow. Forgive me.
You're fine. And maybe I don't really know what the answer is. If it's in a spot where you actually did make good faith attempts to talk to him in private, and based off of your relationship that you told me you have with him, I'm going to assume that you probably have. And if he's not responsive, like, I don't know. I just don't really see like being
Yeah,
at
I'm not
this.
gonna pull teeth. Don't worry. I'm not trying to make that point or anything. But in the same instance, it's more so just the act of common decency. I think most people would agree that if someone doesn't like you, just fucking tell me to my face. Don't do this catty bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what majority of these people do. Like, at least the friend group, which is Smo's group and all that. So on and so forth. Moxie, all of them. They're very straightforward about it. A lot of people involved are confrontational with one another as a friend, and that is just how their dynamic works. It's not to excuse anything or anything like that. I'm just saying that some dynamics are different for some people, and that is generally how it is behind the scenes, per se. Because if you don't know what you did wrong, then how can you improve?
Well, that was kind of one issue we had the whole time, is a lot of you don't read like friends when you're reading these DMs. Read like maybe you're in business together, but nobody really reads like they're being friends.
I think with Shizu, he had a degree of professionality that actually pushed a lot of people from ever wanting to interact with him. If I'm going to be 100% real, if you want the analyst standpoint on that one.
I mean, sure.
I mean, all of you. When we see DMs, like even between other people, all of it just reads like everybody's here for business.
No, I'd say a lot of them are friends that actually do keep up. They play games, they interact, all that. It's a lot more friends than it is like just, oh, business.
I don't think that's enough. Like just, oh, we play games together. Yeah,
well, you don't need to
play
say
games
it's
with
just
tons of people,
games.
not
Like,
friends,
yeah, you could play games with anybody, yeah. But they do keep up. They do constantly interact. They've met up, and I'm pretty sure they'll probably all meet up again in the future. Like, it is what it is. It's just a different friendship dynamic in that regard. But again, all of these, say, VTuber groups, specifically with femboys, it is literally just a circle jerk of friends. And that is just how it is. Is there anything that you were curious about with Smo by chance, by the way, since we still have him here?
I don't. Occo, you?
Not real. And I'll be honest with you. No, not really.
Okay.
I don't want to dig too much into people's personal lives here. But yeah, not really.
I'd say that's fair.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless he's like willing to answer personal questions, which I'm not really forcing. So I not really know.
I think he'd be willing to answer to these questions. Smo, you there?
Yeah.
Epic.
Has
Smo even said anything? No, not yet. Here, you take the mic.
Yeah, sorry. It's been mostly about the other people's stocks.
No, you're good. You're good. No, I was mostly just worried because you talked a lot about how you have trouble with relationships and all that kind of stuff, and I guess like, and again, like maybe it's the autism angle because I was told, and I don't know if that's actually true, that you actually have autism.
I have autism.
Okay.
It started with Asperger's, then they had a different diagnose for it.
Okay.
I've been diagnosed with a lot, but I didn't want to like be like, oh, this is why I'm so stupid and bad.
Well,
I felt like diagnoses are silly as an excuse, in my opinion.
I feel like there's a difference between using something as a crutch and using it to kind of explain behaviors. Because I tell people that I have autism, and I tell them, I was like, I don't tell you this to excuse my behavior, but to help you understand. If it looks a little wonky, that's why. Because like one of the things you mentioned in there is how you have trouble with relationships and all that kind of stuff. And I guess like the thing that kind of like took me by surprise is like, because Shizu does like make this weird inference that you have a intimate relationship with this cosplayer, and is it because of how you brought up? Because like you had some really funky wording, and I probably should bring it up so I can like talk about it. But like he brings it up, and I read the Google Doc because I was like, why would he bring that up? And the wording because when I read the DMs that you had where you talked about it, it was just kind of funky to me. I don't know.
That's fair. No, I didn't want to like overload or overshare because I felt like it was like irrelevant to the doc. But if I should have elaborated it, maybe I should have.
Well, I don't know. It's just I don't really tell other people like what I'm planning to do with other people that I met at cons. And I don't know if that's just because you were friends, all that kind of stuff. I do know that one of the traits of autism is sometimes you overshare with people that you think that you can be friendly with. Because I'd sometimes do that, and I have to steel myself. But yeah, maybe that's it. But like, it really does like strike me as weird that like you have those conversations, and then like he has this inference, and based off of the DMs I read, I was like, maybe it's because you said something to him that made him think that. I don't know.
I don't think I ever said anything. Is this a Shizu?
I'm talking about like with the cosplayer thing.
No. I never, me and Miso have had our, like, bumps, like, regular bumps in relationships, but, like, still, like, are close friends who still think about, like, eventually pursuing feelings at the current time.
Yeah.
But, I'm, like, the one who just wanted to, like, take a while of learning each other, at least for, like, a year, which it's been now. Before pursuing anything further.
Right.
Did you want me to like elaborate on like past traumas?
No,
though?
I don't really. Okay. I don't necessarily need to know that. That's not necessary. No. Well, I'm not gonna. I don't feel like I need to go that far. Period. But no, it's just I'm trying to understand like where it got to the point where he thought that was the case. Because again, obviously, like your relationship with this other individual is private, obviously. But like my thought process was why did he even entertain that in the first place? Is there something you told him? Is there something you may have inferred that got him to that spot, or maybe did you overshare? What that's really just kind of like my thought process. Because as somebody with autism and has grown up with autism and has met people with lots of autism, autistic people overshare in the worst way, in the worst way possible.
I do.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't know. Like, cause like the entire time I was thinking about this, I was like, did he literally just DM Shizu and tell him that he decided to do this?
Decided to do what exactly?
To get intimate with Meso.
I do not believe that's what the message was talking about at the time, because it's also that the time of that message of telling Shizu that like stuff is happening. Quote, I think that's the quote. That happened a bit after WeebCon already came to a close, and we were like, I think it was like a month after.
Okay.
So we were all like just back to our normal lives.
None
of those messages occurred during
Fair enough.
WeebCon itself.
Fair enough. Then
Never have I or Miso have ever told them like anything like further than like just getting close.
Okay.
Has happened. I know I haven't ever.
Fair enough. No, yeah, that's really the only thing I was thinking of, because it's just like I try to figure out why he is thinking that, and if that is genuinely that he is really just taking it way far above the realm of normal thought, then yeah.
Yeah, he just assumed.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
Fair
feeling.
enough. It seems like he's got a lot of those. I mean, it does feel like a lot of people have a lot of those in this space. So.
Yeah, that's something I've learned.
Fair enough. Mizu, did you have any questions related around that? Cause...
Not really, no.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't know. I guess, I mean, you already told me kind of what you expected out of this. Like, what's your plan moving forward? Is anybody else planning to release any more Google Docs? Because, like, Petite, you told me...
I'm going to expect there's going to be a counter doc. It wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
But also, again, I think if Shizu knows and he is watching this, that we don't want any further involvement or anything like that. Everybody said their piece already. Anybody else that hops on to it, that's your own issue to deal with, bub. I don't know what to tell you on that.
Okay.
But yeah, I just hope that he gets better. That's the most I can really say on the matter. People would like an apology, but they are not owed an apology.
Do you expect, and this is mostly for you, Petite, that like, because you think he's gonna say something, you don't think he's gonna stay silent?
Yeah, I don't think he would.
Okay.
He's not. I don't think he would, per se, but also I do think that there's a high degree and a high likelihood that he just might. And generally, our plan going forward for most of these people, excluding me, because I am myself, I mind my own fucking business, I don't stream, I manage other people. I like to stay at the private. But generally, these people don't want any more involvement. They have made that very clear. So going forward, I'm going to say that probably Calum, Nyx, Moxie, Cyber, even Smo won't say anything about Shizu. They're done with it, like fundamentally, plain and simple.
I wish it never started.
Okay.
Yes. But again, if there is a counter doc, it is what it is. You'll probably see me in the comments section on Twitter. If there is anything to come out.
Okay. Do the V-Twinks people plan on saying anything? Because I saw there was some recent development. Did they kick out Shizu?
They kicked out Shizu and Calum, allegedly from an amicable understanding.
Okay.
Very interesting way to look at it. But that's neither here nor there. Just a silly little VTuber tag. That's the way I look at it. Doesn't really do much for you. Some would
No.
say it gives you like maybe 1 or 2 viewers. Others would say it makes you have some air of legitimacy. It's just a pretty thing to have, I guess.
It was like a Twitch group, right?
Yeah. There was a Discord associated with it that was supposed to be promoting collabs and all of that. Not dissimilar to what Shizu tried to create on his own behalf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, what Shizu tried to create is like a circle jerk for him and the people that he wanted to approve.
Yeah, fundamentally, because going into that, he like the way it was supposed to be was it was a shared thing between Moxie, Nyx, and Cyber. Nyx was brought in later, from my understanding.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, they were all supposed to have like some type of say, like not I guess similar to a democracy or a majority rule. So there's that. But that kind of fell apart because he wanted to maintain all of it.
Mm-hmm. And you don't know if anybody else is planning to make another one?
Yeah, if anybody does say anything, I can't say that I will know or have any type of like knowledge, and if I do know, I'll just be honest about it.
Okay.
But again, nobody I know is planning on making a doc, and if they are, it is someone that I just so happen to know they're keeping a secret. Good on you, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what to say on that matter. I can't really control other people's actions. It's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't type thing. Get what I mean?
Well, that's fair. I mean, the only reason why I ask is just like, you know...
Think about it like this. It's more content for Men's Mental Health Month. Gotta smile. That's what matters.
I'm going to be honest, this is a pretty poor way to advertise men's mental... Well, I mean, maybe.
Think of how mentally ill this is.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I don't know. I guess, like, I was just not quite sure what to expect when you told me that all this was going down, that all of this was going to happen. And I was like, is there going to be more than all of this? I don't know. I guess I expected... Maybe I was just expecting more numbers than I actually saw.
More might come out. Well, like I said, we'll have to see how that matter.
Okay.
I think there's about a coin flip that he will write something, but who knows? He might just vague tweet more.
I mean, I told him in DMs, I'm very willing to say this, I told him in DMs after the interview that if he continues to speak, it will not bode well for him, because more attention to this will only make him look worse. So we'll see if he... My advice to him was just shut up and do nothing.
Yeah, and that's understandable. It's like, oh my god, please shut the fuck up. It's like a lawyer, if you would.
Uh-huh.
And someone just self-incriminating.
So...
It is what it is on that degree. I do remember Smo wanted to clear something up. He used to be a mod for Lion Shoe, not anymore.
Okay.
If Smo you want, you can elaborate on that. That's your thing to share.
It's been a while since I was affiliated with the Line Shoe mod team. At the time of like having my issues with Shizu, not the current ones, like unrelated to V-Twinks. At the time of our first whole big argument and the live stream thing, I was a team member, but I'm not anymore. I quit a while ago.
Okay. Do you understand why that was something that we were kind of interested in?
I understand why, yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. I'm not going to ask you to, like, comment on Line Shoe's stuff, because that's not your realm, but it's fair enough. It's fair enough. I mean, yeah, Line Shoe's very interesting, and I know a lot of people are paying very close attention to him right now. But okay. That's good to know. Did you have anything in specific that you want to... Because I know that a lot of... I know based off what Petite told me that all the femboys saw our coverage. I was curious to know what people thought of it, what we got wrong, or how harsh we were, I guess.
I mean, if anything, I think you'd say at least Moxie is a good sport about it with the Nothing Burger emote. I really like the emote. It's cute.
I did see that. Fair enough. No. Go ahead.
I think I said it plenty of times, but I specifically had my own stream on this. My biggest issue with Moxie is that he cannot type to save his life. I don't know what's wrong with him.
He's a cat. Have you ever seen a cat on a keyboard? There you go. There's your answer.
It was just crazy to me trying to read his document, and most of it was just completely illegible.
Well, I mean, what's funny is, Mizu, you told me that you kind of like had talked to him once or twice, so like it was very surprising to you to see that this was his typing style.
Moxie and me were model siblings. I'm pretty sure we're still in the same Discord for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Moxie's a chill guy. Thankfully, again, these people don't want any further involvement with it, so...
I never wanted it to start.
Yeah.
I don't know, my only thing I will
jumping
say
the
for
gun
that
and dragging
is that
Smo is what made Smo actually do it.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, no, I guess I can understand that, because and I guess maybe I don't want to feed you kind of just like what my thought process was, but like, so my stream comes out, I talk to Shizu, he makes those tweets. When you talk about how you're pushing everything forward, was that specifically because you now had to write another Google Doc?
Yeah. I will be honest, that was pretty much all done within like 24 hours, sparsely.
Mm-hmm.
That's the issue. A lot of people's schedules didn't line up at all that. So there wasn't enough proofreading that needed to be done. It could have been done a lot better. It was sloppily done, I do admit.
Well, why did it have to be put out this week specifically? Why couldn't people spend more time writing things down and making sure that like people could understand what they were reading?
Yeah, I think it's more so they just wanted to get their point across, and I think if anything, if it came across as mean, it is what it is. If it came across as rude, it is what it is. Again, these people made their own decisions. They're all men that could die on their hill, respectively. So, if anything, that's something that they'd have to answer, because I don't think I can answer on their behalf.
Well, I mean, I'm not really asking you to. I guess I was just confused. Like, you all coordinated to release this like one day after each other. Why didn't you like make sure that everything was written correctly? Because again, like I said, if by chance a normal person reads this, and I'm saying that I'm not a normal person, just so we're clear here. If a normal person reads this, fair enough. But what I'm trying to say is, if a normal person reads all of this, they're going to stop the moment they start seeing issues with the writing, because they're going to think that this isn't serious shit, that the people that are writing this aren't serious people, and that they shouldn't take any sympathy for it and then throw it away. The only reason why I read it is because I have a duty to report on things, and I feel like I am required to read things to completion and maybe make fun of how they were written. But that's beyond the case. Like, no normal person is going to get through it, because they're going to look at the spelling mistakes and errors and say, this isn't serious. If they didn't take the time and care to make the normal person, read it, I don't really care to read it.
I mean, that's fair. I get that.
So like, why just shove it out as fast? I guess that just really struck me as it's not as serious. If they're gonna put it out that fast, it just doesn't feel like as serious of a thing. I don't know.
I think it's because they just wanted to be done with it as fast as possible, and I think that's understandable, because it was just annoying to have to worry that, oh, he might try to start something, because again, he was talking about people behind the scenes, and again, that does happen pretty much everywhere, right?
So was he doing that recently?
Yes.
Okay, like
that's the whole removal from the V-Twinks thing. Why do you think they got rid of him?
Again, like,
confirmation on that.
There's no, as far as we know, there is no smoking gun confirmation. We just have the thought process of elimination of, oh, he is a mod for this area. Smol's only bad interaction with anybody in that server was Shizu, so it makes sense. Like I understand the line of thinking. I just feel like it's not going to... It's going to convince some people, but other people are just going to say, yeah, this just doesn't feel like enough information to me. And the fact that you've told me that there's some stuff that you're not including because you don't want people to get witch hunted, like, it's going to open up a vector for, again, people to say, oh, well, there's incomplete information here, so I don't know how serious I can take this. But like, that's besides
that's a fair criticism.
Yeah, I mean, that's like really besides the point. Like, so this all was decided to be as spurred and done as quickly because of the V-Twink situation?
Yes, Mo's in specific. He had to kind of put the pedal to the floor on that one. The V-Twink stuff, again, that all happened on, it was June 8th, right, Smo? I believe.
Yes.
Is when, yeah, okay. Yeah. So again, it was just using it as an archive at the time. These ones do not know how to use archive.is or anything like that, which would have been a lot more helpful, along with Discord chat exporters. So trust me, if anything like this happens again in the future, it will be done a lot more professionally. They just did not have the nuance on the fact, and they also were a bit anxious.
So other people's anxieties fed into, we have to get this out as soon as possible. Like what was the thought process?
Effectively.
So the thought process. Okay.
The way I was looking at it, I don't want to have to hear the bitching and moaning. So it would be better just to get it all out.
Okay. I mean, like, fair enough.
Yeah, my thought process was because of what Shizu tweeted, like adding my name, was if I'm silent about this for too long, people are gonna like trickle off and not like me based on just what one person said.
Well,
that was a lot bigger.
You're a little different because you're a late addition that wasn't even planned in the first place. I'm talking about everybody else. Let's just like, why force out something when he's not even, as far as I know, maybe I'm completely wrong, at the time that you guys had all decided to come out with this, he wasn't subtweeting about you guys. He had like maybe he was talking about you guys behind the scenes, but unless like there is a message where she's just like, oh, I'm gonna make the release of all releases and own these people in public on June 10th, like I don't feel like it's intent.
I just got a message from Miso. We have a screenshot that states that Shizu was the one who did it in the doc. Need to go take a look for that right now.
Did
just
what?
To go double check. That he was the reason why Smo was removed.
Okay.
Let me go double check that and make sure it's up to stuff. Because again, I don't know. I'll have to go take a look again.
So like this is a confirmation of somebody saying, oh,
Yes,
Shizu was the one who asked for it.
Yep. Misu's not Mizu. Miso is watching the stream.
Okay.
This is something from Moxie's perspective.
Okay.
Here, I'll just drop it in our group chat real quick.
Chat brought up. Oh, go ahead.
You could continue.
Chat wanted to bring up a point, and I think this is for you specifically because you are the one who told all of this to me. Why did you say that the docs were going to get better and better as they went on? Or am I mischaracterizing how you said that?
In regards to better and better, it's more so just for the gossipy aspect. I suppose I was like propositioning it as to the wrong audience because it is gay and catty drama. I thought that would be interesting tea to share.
Oh no, well, okay. I don't get me wrong. It was interesting to talk about.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So it is interesting to talk about, right? But when somebody says something like that to us, what I guess what you think you're saying, or what you meant to say basically, is it's going to be really interesting catty drama. You'll probably enjoy reading it. What we read it as is we are intentionally crafting a narrative to try and go after somebody.
Yes, because like when
I can see that perspective, but again, I said to Akko in private before that I am a bit bad with wording in text.
And that's fair. But like, I guess again, like the way that like it was sold to me, and I'm not really trying to harp on it, but like the way it was sold to me that then I tried to sell to the audience was, oh, Calum's is the worst one. Calum, and maybe at that point I was probably trying to be.
Calum was the front runner. They, like I said, they came in late. We asked them, made sure that they wanted to do it. That's all up to them. They're not really too affiliated with everybody else in this.
Yeah. No,
but they are a friend and acquaintance of these people, which is why.
That's fair. But again, like the way that it was kind of like, it felt like it was being
how
sold.
you interpreted it.
Yes, it was how I interpreted it. I interpreted it as Calum's was the bottom floor. Everybody else is going to get more interesting or more juicy as time goes on. And the way I interpret that is, oh, Calum is having issues because of this debut thing. The next thing is going to be Shizu is like doing all these other more evil things. When in reality, what it was is it really wasn't that. It was more catty bitch drama. And oddly, Calum's was the one that was most put together. Or had the most spell checks at the very least. I don't know how long he was working on that one.
I mean, they're ESL, so I'd guess they'd be more wary about it, because typically they people who were ESL tend to be more cautious about how they speak, and also like double check and make sure everything is proper. I'm sure that you have experienced that before at one point in life. There's some people that are just like, let's say Americans, right? I'm an American.
Okay.
There's some people that just talk like, see you later, right? But they say see you later, whatever. It's semantics. It's just the dialogue and dialect. Some people just don't know how to talk. Some people don't know how to type.
Okay.
Like using the number 2, for example, as a replacement for all 2s because you don't know how to differentiate the few.
Okay.
So yeah, I do think that Calem's was more put together. Yes, I do 100% agree with that. They probably put a lot more work into it. And they were probably more critical of themselves on it than anything.
It's possible. It's possible. I would ask him, but he has me blocked, probably because I'm a drama tuber.
That's probably more than likely the answer on that. It's just kind of, it is what it is.
Yeah, and I don't really care about that. I don't know. It's just, and I'm not even really like upset by that. I guess I was just like surprised when the way that it was sold to me. And again, it's probably just my interpretation. Because like until you told me that, or until because my thought process is when I read this first one and then I get him on camera, I'm gonna ask him, "Hey Shizu, are you a rapist? Did you do this? Did you diddle somebody?" And when he told me no, I was like, "What the fuck is this guy? And what did this guy do that?" You know what I mean? Like that disarmed a lot of my red flags that I immediately had about the situation. So I don't know.
Yeah. Again, just gay catty drama. And people, again, don't want any more involvement. They're going to be pulling away from it, which is a smart move. Hopefully people come to the table at some point. But it is what it is, again. And fuck it, we ball. I don't know what else to add to that statement.
No, that's fair.
I hope he just finally lets it go. I frankly don't care anymore.
Okay.
I never cared.
I mean, you cared enough to write a Google Doc after everything went down,
That
but
I
let's...
was concerned and cared about my reputation, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. You sent me this screenshot. Let me pull it up. I realize I haven't been showing my game chat. I apologize. Okay.
My ADHD corner.
So this is this concrete confirmation that Shizu had him kicked out of V-Twinks?
Person, obviously, despite that being like, it looks like a dick, yes, with the way they blur it.
Yeah, that was just a joke of yesterday. I'll be serious today.
I know. Yeah, I'm just joking with it. Pulling the leg if you would. But yes, that is a person in V-Twinks that did basically confirm it, because again, person carries a lot of weight. There's a few people in there that actually could be the person, but yeah.
So wait, are there other people that Smo's had interactions with in this community or in V-Twinks that would have gotten him kicked out, or?
No.
Okay.
No. We looked through all 62 members. We looked through all their Discord DMs.
Okay.
And then also Moxie's DMs right there is something that just blatantly confirms, yes, that it was Shizu's fault.
So could I tell you why the average person would not consider this confirmation?
Oh no, I get it, because there's not any actual name or anything to stand by that like will be concrete enough. It could just be some fucking hearsay. It could just be some person inspect elementing. I 100% get that angle.
I also would say it's somewhat more than that. Part of it is the fact that like you can't even see the date. So this could literally be like if I was somebody more judgmental about this, which I kind of am already, but you know what I mean. I would look at this and I'd be like, okay, so what happened is they needed evidence of this, so Moxie went out early this morning and had him and his friend put this together so they could slap it in the document really quick.
I mean, yeah, if you want to assume that on Moxie, you could assume that, but again, it's at that point, it's still hearsay and just subjecture. You could say that we're not worth our shit, and that's 100% fine. But we do have someone that did confirm it. I trust Moxie. They might be a bit quick to the gun with emotions and stuff, but they are a great person to be around.
I know, I've
when none of
never
this is
had,
going
like,
on.
issues with, like, Moxie. Like, I even told my... You can even find it in our Discord somewhere when all this started coming out. And I was like, oh no, Moxie's involved in this after, like, how shitty the Calum was. I really hope Moxie's is good, because I've never, like, imagined Moxie to be, like, a bad person. And then even after reading Moxie's, the message I came away with was he was too drunk to write this, and I have
That
more problem with how
tracks.
he wrote than anything else.
Yeah.
There's a clip right now on my channel that one of my viewers made. It wasn't. I think it was the Moxie document. Towards the end, I got so annoyed with how bad he was spelling that I just go silent for a minute and start doing like spelling corrections on the document. Because I back up all documents, I don't use the originals.
Oh no, that's actually based, and I respect that you do that because there's just a lot of instances of people deleting their docs, doing dirty deletions. Yeah, it just is silly. But that I like that you do that. That not many people do that.
Yeah, I have documents as far
I'm
back
guessing you
as,
have
like,
multiple
years ago.
Google accounts for that too, in case your drive does fill up.
No.
No. Or
These
you just paid
documents
the.
really take up that much space, and a lot of times I'll
Fair
just
enough.
download them in my computer eventually. I mean, if nothing else, it's something you can look back on in the future and be like, this is what all happened in, like, 2022.
Yeah, it's like a keepsake box, if you would, just of gossip and tea.
Yeah.
You guys talk for a moment. I'm confirming something.
Have fun confirming whatever you're confirming, Nako.
So how's the weather? You guys hear about the LA riots?
Oh my god.
Is it still going on today?
I hope they're having fun.
Probably. I think so. I don't know.
I've kind of talked about this like a little bit on my channel before because I don't like talking about politics. But when it comes to California, I don't care what happens to California.
I'd be happy if they fell off into the ocean, personally.
California can do whatever they want to do to themselves, and at the end of the day, they all voted for it and they all like living there.
Yeah, I don't like California at all. I think it's a cesspool. Icky, stinky, poopy
Yeah, I
even.
don't think I've seen anything good come out of it.
I'm trying to think if I can actually name one thing from California that I appreciate.
Eucalyptus trees are pretty cool, but they're also like California's on fire.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that was a psyop by the fucking Australians. Like, nah, let's put these basically growing IEDs in a place where it's going to be constantly dry.
Wait, what's wrong with eucalyptus trees?
So the reason California is always on fire is because when a eucalyptus tree gets too hot, it literally explodes.
Oh, I see.
And it's not a problem in Australia because Australia is kind of like an arid desert in all the places that they grow. California plants them right next to actual forests. So eucalyptus tree gets hot, eucalyptus tree goes boom, now suddenly the entire forest is on fire.
Yeah.
And every
It's
year
nature's
they put
IED.
more money into like firefighting equipment instead of like a forestry action to try and clear out all of these dangerous invasive trees that shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, it would be an extremely expensive endeavor. I'm not even sure how well it would go off at the end at this point.
Honestly, I think most Californians can't identify any other tree than a redwood. I don't think highly of them.
True.
All right, so I have gotten confirmation that something is coming.
Oh.
Related to Smo, basically.
Okay.
So we'll get some other confirmations soon, but I've been told to not say specifics until the person related to it is ready.
Hey, whoever you are.
And if it's true,
Do I know them?
I have no idea. I have no
Okay,
idea.
I won't pry. I was just curious.
Hello.
Well, I guess it'll go how it goes.
I guess so. All I will say is if this is true, if the situation around it is true, that's very interesting, incredibly interesting, and it's definitely gonna make me talk about it even more when it comes out. So I'll be paying attention to when it comes out.
Well, I look forward to reading it.
It might not be the answer you want, but it is definitely an interesting answer.
All right.
I don't know. I don't mean to cock tease you, but I've been asked not to share. So
I just hope I'll see it on my Twitter.
I think you will. Huh.
And definitely at the end of the day, most people reading this are probably only interested in it as far as like catty bitchy drama.
Pretty much.
Or people that are already so deeply involved into a community. It's like the whole Oshi thing is like, you shit talk my Oshi, now you must die.
Well, I think that most people aren't even going to read the Google Doc that are going to be supportive. They're just going to.
Most of them are already like they pick sides just based on they like this one cute boy. You got to remember that's what they appeal to. Like they appeal to other gay people. There's a small audience of cis females, but generally it is just gays.
God, I love the community.
I mean, if it makes you money or it makes you happy, then go right ahead.
I like being a femboy. I don't like the community.
Understandable.
I mean, you don't need to have the community attached with it. You could be a femboy and do something completely different. Look at Mizu.
Yeah. That's what I hope to do soon.
What, drama? Oh, don't do that.
No, just like my own thing. And I just so happen to be a femboy type thing.
Fair enough. No, yeah, don't do drama. You got to have a strong heart for it. And
I do know it.
No offense, I don't think you have a strong heart for drama.
No.
So interesting. Well, I don't really think I have any other like. I would ask Lumi, but Lumi was kind of just like.
It didn't seem like she was interested, and I completely understand.
I was kind of surprised she's into the gay boy thing. She thinks that's kind of funny, so I was thinking that she might find it funny, but it's all right. It's whatever. Mizu, did you have any other questions about this?
No, not really. I kind of think everyone involved in this is gay.
That's probably very accurate, honestly. Both in a literal
I'm
and...
actually straight. Whatever makes my dick hard as a woman.
Oh.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess like we're about to hit season 2 in the future, and we'll see how interesting that really is. But I guess my only
not like Fish Tank season 2. That was a bit lackluster.
I have not seen. I didn't watch season 2. I only watched season 1. I guess my only advice is just consider just like not putting it out there in the future. I don't know. Google Docs are so like after Cinder, I'm just like anybody that puts out a Google Doc wants to basically be like a poser. So
especially after the Cinder thing is where I'm just like, okay, docs are silly and stupid.
No, make a video instead. Just say that this guy he fucked my wife and stole my dog, and now I want to take revenge. I don't know.
I would say that is one thing to kind of add on to that to a degree is a lot of people when they write these docs really come off as like kind of how you guys said earlier, you're looking for like an apology or like accountability or whatever. You really just own it and be like, okay, I just want to like talk shit about this person because I'm kind of mad at them right now. That would be way more receptive to a lot of people, in my opinion, than some of the other stuff. That
no, I agree.
off.
I agree. I mean, if you started off your Google Doc saying he pissed me off, he said all these things about me that aren't true, and I'm going to tell you that I hate him for it. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I probably would find that a little bit more respectable. Now, I know the reason why you don't do it, and that's because you've got an audience that's got a lot of moral fiending that goes on, and I don't really like that. But, like, I honestly think that if you were more honest and just said, yeah, I hate Shizu, I hate how he's treated me, I hate how he's treated my friends behind the scenes, and I think he's a little bit of some very not nice words. So
Think of femboys as, like, effectively women, but also, like, you know how masking is a thing for content creators? Think of it like a double mask.
I know. I'm just saying that it doesn't make it. And again,
It doesn't make it better.
no. But what I mean is like it just doesn't make me take it very seriously. Basically, and I know that probably makes me a hyper bigot, but like I walked through this entire thing, and right after Callum's talk, I was like, I can't take any of this seriously. That's why I laughed so hard.
I'd say you're a bigot. I'd say that you're someone that has your own opinions, you're critical, and again, I do respect you.
Yeah, I don't know if you're Niara, you still think I'm stuck in the closet, but
Well, I mean, they sound like Klaus. Are you really gonna take shit from someone that sounds like Klaus?
probably not. Granted, I never watched American Dad, so
Yeah, I mean, there's some good episodes in there.
yeah. I don't know. Anyway, that's really all I got. My advice is don't take a lot of this seriously, or don't take him really seriously. He should definitely not take you guys very seriously, I guess. And yeah, I don't know if I mean, like, definitely keep cataloging what he says and all that kind of shit. And if he does actually like do things that warrants a C&D, grab a lawyer.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, like, I know a VTuber lawyer that would tell you just if he says reprehensible shit, get a C&D. So that's it. That's all I gotta.
Yep, fancy legal warning letter. I know.
But anyway, I don't know. I really I don't really have much for the rest of the night. So if you guys would like to stay and chat for a bit, you're more than welcome to. Otherwise, I'll probably end off here soon, depending on where we go with that.
I don't mind. It's up to you, Smo.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Pog champ. How did the Destiny shit go earlier? I see that you guys were talking about that.
I was
joined in late.
Yeah, I was listening to Metokur's interview against Destiny because of the riots. He did a stream recently. I don't know if you actually watch Destiny a whole lot.
I don't.
Or not
respect
Destiny.
the man.
Not Destiny. Metokur.
Oh, I love Metokur and his shitty Logitech Pro mic.
Oh, that's-
I love it. I used to have that mic.
Fair. No, and I mean, like, the reason why I ask is because, like, he did his LA Riot stream, and I was like, okay. I listened to it, and then I realized that a lot of the shit that he predicted in his Destiny debate, which I'd only, like, watched once, ended up coming true. So I was like, you know what? Let's show everybody how right Metokur was over the last 8 years. And he was right about pretty much everything.
Prophetic. Let's not forget his Randy Stair coverage. That was pretty nice.
Yeah. I forgot, what did he say about Randy Stair?
He made a lot of assumptions on it, but also, like, a lot of them just turned out to be true because it was just publicly accessible through Tumblr and shit.
Uh-huh.
But I think it was pretty funny. I'd have to go find the archive on that one. I don't think it's
his take on how to deal with people like Randy Stair. Because for those of you who don't know, Randy Stair was somebody who tried to do a mass shooting at a grocery store because he thought he was a ghost girl, and that if he did it, he would be reincarnated as the ghost girl from Danny Phantom, because he is a psycho.
Yeah, he loves Ember.
Yeah, but basically Metokur's opinion on it was, instead of trying to, like, treat these situations with, like, reverence and decorum, you need to treat the serial killer or wannabe serial killer like they are, like a nut job.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody wants to be remembered as the guy that, like, caused this solemn issue, or, like, all of them specifically want to be remembered as somebody who caused this solemn issue that everybody speaks of with reverence and delicacy. None of them want to be known as the ghost girl cringe guy that nobody likes and everybody thinks is gay and stupid.
Yeah. Which is the whole thing. It's more so I like the idea of poking fun at things, personally.
Yeah.
I think it drives conversation and more culture. But in the modern day, not many people like that, sadly.
Well, people hate conversation.
Oh, I agree.
They also hate comedy. Let's not forget that.
I agree as well.
I miss good comedy.
I don't really watch any comedians. I think they're all kind of dumb these days.
Honestly, yeah, a lot of them do way too much self-censorship.
Not Sam Hyde. He only censors himself on YouTube.
Yeah, I love Sam Hyde. I wonder how long it's going to take before he's responsible for some other tragedy.
Sam Hyde? I don't think he's been Oh, I see what you mean. I was about to say I don't think he's been responsible for any tragedy.
Yeah. That's the joke, though.
Oh gosh, I do have to ask, since we brought up Sam Hyde, did you see my impression of talking about about the Meso situation with using Sam Hyde as like the as the face to explain, hey buddy, I met you at a con, and just like brought up a pic here. I'll bring up a picture right now because I think that it's a funny joke.
I don't think I saw it, or if I did, I don't remember, but...
It was during my stream when I covered both Nyx and Cyber. But I brought up this picture, and I basically, like, read the situation that because Shizu had talked about the stuff, and I basically read the tweets that Shizu said, and asked people to think of Sam Hyde while reading them. And that was basically it. Was a little funny joke to poke fun at the idea that Shizu unironically thought somebody was like fucking somebody that was dressed as him, and I was like, that's how crazy it looks to me.
I mean, it is a good joke, though. Yeah, I love my patron saint, Samuel Hyde.
Yeah. Oh, goodness.
I don't know, in the modern day, I've heard he's trans. It's Samantha Hyde now.
My bad. I misgendered him. I mean her.
Yeah, how dare you?
I'm going to hell. Oh, no!
That actually was what they did with the when the trans shooter happened, and everybody said it was a trans shooter. It was transgender activist Samantha Hyde.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember that.
I remember that. Oh, fuck.
There's always a way to like force Sam Hyde into the conversation.
He belongs there. Oh, I just remember that one fucking clip of Sam Hyde, where he's saying how to defend yourself in your house.
The only proper home defense is the musket,
Exactly.
And a cannon.
as the founding fathers intended.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What the fuck am I supposed to go here?
To the left.
You join Stellar Blade, Akko.
I am. I think my problem is just that, like, I've gotten so used to games pointing things out for me that now that I'm forced to explore, I'm just a little confused. And that's a me thing. That's definitely a me thing. Oop. There we go. I'm also trying to get used to the fact that there's parrying, there's blocking, and there is dodging, and then there's specific kind of dodges when enemies glow certain colors.
Well, it's not a specific kind of dodge when they glow. It's that you're only allowed to dodge when they glow. These are pretty average mechanics, Akko, and Soulsborns these days.
I know, but like the last Soulsborne game I played was Dark Souls 1, where literally all you did was dodge. Like, all I'm used to is just dodging. Like, there was no excessive mechanics. Okay.
My one issue with Dark Souls-like games is just rolling. If I wanted to roll, I would roll around at the speed of sound. Thank you very much.
I have the very hot take that Sonic games are terrible.
Oh.
As video games.
We have yet to have the peak of a Sonic video game, and that is Sonic 2. So maybe when we get a Sonic 2 game, there'll be a good one.
Yeah, we can get a Doom mod made for it.
Yeah, I'm sure that there are mods for it.
Oh, without a doubt.
Oh, goodness. Have either of you played the new Dune game? Or seen it?
Oh, you meant them.
Well, I know you've played it, Mizu.
I have it downloaded.
Okay.
I have not touched it.
Well,
I only started playing my first Doom game like February.
Uh-huh.
So I like it. So I might like that one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun with it.
Pretty cool. I didn't think I'd be too much into like blood and gore shooters.
I mean, there's not really a whole lot of... Well, I was about to say there's not a whole lot of blood in Dune, but there is definitely a lot of blood in Dune Awakening that you end up consuming. But like gore, not really so much.
Okay. I must have seen like a different clip of something then.
Maybe.
Too much on the internet. I don't know what's real.
Dune is just the giant sandworms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mizu,
Space will flow.
Mizu, have you been eaten by a sandworm yet?
No.
No.
I'm actually good at games.
I mean, fair. I mean, I haven't either. I was just wondering.
What exactly is like the genre of that game? Because like I want to play it soon.
Do you know what Rust is?
Oh my god, am I gonna get screamed at in Russian? Is that is that the experience that you get on there?
No, just turn off the voice chat.
Well, there's a huge open map, and you can just kind of go around, do whatever you want with it. If you want the PvP, there's an entire separate map for that.
Interesting.
So it has most of what it is for like the average person is heavily PvE. But once you get high enough level, you can go to an area called the Deep Desert, and it's pure PvP chaos. Everybody,
So
kill each
it's
other.
kind of similar like to Conan Exiles in that regard. Then that's cool.
I didn't know Conan Exiles had PvE. I might have played it more.
Breaking news. I guess the reason just came out now.
What?
I guess somebody named Shu. I don't know if that's another femboy or not. But I was told that they were going to put out why the actual reason why Smo was removed. And I guess it doesn't relate to you. I guess it's because of Snapple. Yeah, so that I'm gonna read this here. We'll see here, and then I guess we can talk about it. Did either of you know this Shu person?
Yeah, Shu is the person that's in charge of V-Twinks, to my current understanding.
Okay.
Correct. They are the person you have to go through to like get the actual invite from. Even with your voucher, you have to talk to Shu.
Okay. By Shu.
I can already see something in there.
Uh-oh. We'll read this here. Let me full screen this. Yeah, because you endangered a minor. If people somehow defend this, frankly, I'm appalled. And then we'll pull this up here. I find it ironic how Snapples says she did nothing wrong. Wait, Snapples is a female? I thought that they were a femboy.
Trans.
Oh, okay.
Femboy trans.
Mizu, I'll let you complain about that, not me. Let's see. I find it ironic how Schnapples says she did nothing wrong and won't take accountability for inviting a minor to an 18+ space. Why'd you hide that from your doc? Where's your accountability? I quote, I would just like to have an apology, unquote. So where was your apology to us about the situation? We never got one. We had to find out later, and you never said a word to us about that situation. We even gave you benefit of the doubt when we could have just removed you from the team entirely last year. Seriously, we have nothing to do with any of you. Stop harassing our members and just leave us alone. We made this group to play games together, and the way you casually throw us under the bus, feign ignorance, and lack accountability in all scenarios shows that you never considered us friends. Y'all are grown-ass adults and can't even take a shred of accountability. I'm glad somebody else is saying it.
They let the person into the group. So if you're not moderating your own group, and by the way, with Smo was the one that broke the camel's back on that. We didn't think that would be relevant because that was supposed to be, oh, you're going to say we have no accountability? That just demonstrated they have no accountability whatsoever.
Wait, so you knew?
They knew that. Yeah, I can actually go get the DM on that right now.
Okay, so you knew that Snapples had a minor that like they invited to the server.
But I didn't know about it until like yesterday. I found out about that yesterday.
Okay, and you didn't think that would like be a relevant reason to like at least have Snapple kicked out?
No, that's the issue. Is it was mostly about Smo. That's all we wanted is Smo side.
Okay.
I don't know Snapples like that. I'm not his friend or anything like that, right?
That's fair. But
He's
like,
just someone that stepped forward. But the only reason anything happened, they should have kicked him out sooner, right? At that point, like arguably.
It was a while ago.
Yes, that the timeline of Onyx being in that group. Yeah, no. It's still 100% VTwink's fault, and if they're trying to say they have no accountability, you moderate it. You're the owner.
So,
even if you have someone else moderating your Twitch team, who's responsible for that?
So did they know and not kick them out for a while?
Yeah. That's how. Yeah, that's kind of funny, isn't it? Kind of funny how the trap works like that. I activate my trap card.
Big L's.
I'm. Oh my gosh! This is taking me back to the line 2 situation again. Oh my fuck. What is it with femboys and underage kids?
Uncensored one.
I've
I don't know.
talked about this before in the past.
Huh?
The issue is, like, people. It's a common joke in the femboy community, but you have your twink death. When you get to a certain age, as a guy, it's typically for most guys, it's very difficult to stay looking like cute. That's just kind of the unfortunate reality of like testosterone, which is also how you manage to get all the pink pillars that manage to worm their way in, because they promise people you take estrogen, you're not going to have to deal with that, which is not necessarily true. But you ultimately end up in this situation where most femboys are going to be like younger people because they're not like anywhere near their twink death yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
it makes the community skew younger.
Miso in chat, in my DMs at least, said to me they can speak more on the Snapple matter if you'd like. I'm just putting that out there. They came forward to me with that. So that's entirely up to you guys. But I also don't want you to feel like it's a 3v2 or anything.
Oh wait, Miso wants to come on and talk about this?
Yes. Snapples is a friend of Miso's as well. So there's that.
I mean, I don't really mind. Because this
If you're concerned about us feeling ganged up on, we don't really feel.
Well, yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to be fair.
I'll be honest, it's really like Mizu is 2 people here, so really it's more like we're ganging up on you right now.
Damn, is you that fat? I can't.
It's kind of a joke there, but
like an oddly high view of how I handle things, in my opinion. Right. When I don't think I'm like that special about anything.
Hi there. Before you say a lot, let me get your face on screen so that people know who's talking. Copy. I don't know why I'm laughing. This situation has gone way past. Now I'm like, I've gone from these docs shouldn't exist to, okay, at least we outed that we forced somebody to admit that like there was a weird situation. So I don't know.
Yeah, V-Twinks just shot themselves in the foot live on air.
Yeah.
Hello. How do I pronounce your name? Do you want me to just say Meso?
Miso.
Miso? Okay.
God, Discord,
Just don't say
suck
Mizu
ass.
again.
That's going to be confusing. I want to blame Akko.
Definitely just say soup at the end, so.
Bro, Discord is the worst program known to man. How long did it take to connect? Jesus.
Oh, did you just barely connect? I'm so sorry.
No, that's not on you at all. I don't know if the intensity of my Apex fight caused that to happen or not, but
No, Discord's been doing that a lot today. I was doing a stream with my friend, and we kept having issues where it would disconnect. And it
Their
would really give
CDN
a
crashed
reason to just
yesterday.
give up.
So probably just server issues.
yeah, I was trying the hardest, like send like images to my friends and shit, like Twitter and stuff. I was like, what is going on? And then I think there was something about like a cyber attack or something like that. I don't remember. Smo, you told me that there was like a cyber attack on multiple platforms all at once, right? Or something like that.
The other day, yeah, like every site went down at once.
Probably should just go to the Cloudflare headquarters and knock over all the lava lamps. That's what I would do if I wanted to fuck shit up.
I mean, it wouldn't be much different because they've been dropping services left and right, so you might actually see an improvement in quality.
Yeah, they'll just move to AWS instead.
Oh gosh.
One of like the big 3 ones.
No, don't do that. AWS is much worse.
It's either that or OVH Cloud. But most people won't go to any other enterprise solutions.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. I'm here to speak a little bit more on the Snapples matter.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about Shu's statement that you just overviewed until just now. However, I do know, because I believe I've talked with Snapples more extensively than anyone in here, but I do know the reason why that Onyx was removed from V-Twinks was not because they were a minor. That was discovered. Like, that's not that isn't true, because Onyx was a minor at the time.
Okay.
But V-Twinks did not know that they were a minor, and the reason why Onyx was kicked out in the first place because of suspected plagiarism by another member inside the group. So another member has a stream schedule, right? And Onyx also has a stream schedule. However, whenever Onyx joined, this member pointed out, hey, our stream schedules look very, very familiar. I suspect them that like they're just using my art and my template as their own. And because of that, that's what got Onyx removed and lowered some of Snapple's credibility. But it wasn't until later that Onyx went up to me and they told me that like, hey, I have something to tell you. He's like, oh, what is it? And then they were like, oh, I am actually lying a little bit about my age. Like, and then it was like, I'm not 18 or 19 like they said. I don't remember what they told me. They told me that they were 17 at the time. And I was like, oh, okay, you got to leave my server right now. And I encouraged I encouraged Onyx. I told him, you need to make this public. You need to not lie about your age about anything like this. And I assume either Onyx or whoever else he told about the truth on this matter eventually had that information passed around until it got to V-Twinks. And I'm assuming that they're using that information now as justification to defend why Snapples was removed. I don't remember if in Snapple's defense and our document, if they talked about this or not. I can go check right now if you'd like.
There was a redacted DM where they talked between, it was a Pow Pow and Snapples, where they talked about it, and from what I recall, they talked about how their credibility, like with who people they invited, was lowered. And what I kind of read from that, because like it said 2 people, and I was like, okay, I don't really care about the other person. I care because people think that Smo was the reason why they were removed. What I got from that is everybody thought, oh, they removed them because of Smo. That was my assumption from what people were trying to say in the Google Doc. But it sounds like that's not the case at all. From the sounds of it, what they're alleging is that none of it has to do with Smo at all. What it has to do with is Snapple has very poor credibility because of another person that he invited that was found out to be a minor. And Smo just got caught in the crosshairs because he was somebody that was invited by the person that they decided to remove, which is pretty shitty in my personal opinion. It's obviously an awkward situation, but I still think that's very shitty that that's the reason why they removed him.
Yeah, it says in the response that Snapples was removed due to their oversight on the previous member and Smo. Like, they're using both of those reasons. Yeah.
Okay.
Both been an oversight on their part.
Which again, further proof that no accountability, no credibility in regards to anything that Shu just said. It kind of completely undermines everything. Just
here, do you mind if I bring up that DM you just posted?
Which one? Oh, this one? Yeah, because it's public in the doc.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but this one's has no censors in it. Is that okay?
Oh no, we took that liberty ourselves.
Okay, so I'm fine to share this one that you just sent. Okay, just making sure. I try to maintain good faith like that.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Even though people say I don't, that's what I do to the best of my abilities. But yeah, so let's see here. Let's see here. Because does it mention in this one or the next image? Basically that. Let's see. Serious concerns have arisen regarding the individuals you recommended, and they mention Onyx, and that's Small, who's being let go due to behavior that caused discomfort. So yeah, okay. So technically, Yeah, you're right. They let them go for both individuals. That at least, according to Pow Pow, I don't know if Pow Pow is that Smoo or is that just another like member high up there but like according to them, it's both of them. Am I reading that wrong?
I don't believe you are, no. But yeah, like TLDR, Onyx was kicked for a separate reason. Them being a minor was no knowledge until after the removal. So that was not the main reason why Snapples lost credibility in the first place on his behalf.
But yeah, like
lack of vetting on V-Twink's part, if anything. I think that's very present right there.
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, here, let's see here.
They're the gatekeepers of it all, after all, right?
Yeah, because like the insinuation here from this is said nothing won't take ability for hiding a minor to the space. Why'd you hide that from your doc? Where's your accountability? It really just kind of sounds like they're trying to say, oh, we removed him for this thing alone, not for the other thing. But it like literally says right here. Oops. Gosh damn it. It literally says right here that they removed for 2 peoples and not just one. So I don't know. That kind of bothers me just a little bit.
You can also see the proof alleging to my credibility amongst the whole like plagiarism of art thing, saying who offended other artists, and it was later revealed, you know, that the whole who offended other artists thing.
Shit, where is it?
So
I'll bring that one up first. All my tabs got ruined. What the? Yeah. So, this doesn't really. I mean, like, it's nice to know. It's good that at least that you guys knew.
It doesn't really move the needle.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't really move the needle.
No.
Yes.
No, it
yeah.
doesn't.
Am I getting? Oh, thank you, Amal, for the raid. I appreciate that. No, yeah, like.
It doesn't move the needle, but I figured I'd just like add some more clarity on that.
She was like, I can't believe you tried to hide this in your doc. We literally have nothing to do with you, nor want anything to do with you. Oh, goodness. That's funny. I am getting a plethora of DMs right now, but I'm not going to read them because I have not been told that I'm allowed to read them, but that I'll confer them later. Also noting, V-Twinks is not a corpo or anything else. Stop acting like we took away someone's career opportunities when you literally can just make your own with your own friends. It's literally just a friend group Discord where we play games together. I do think that I understand getting removed from a friend group, but I do understand the insinuation where Smo was like, this, it really sucked to get removed from this thing because it was a big opportunity.
It's a lot of big VTubers, and it's an entire Twitch team of like 67 plus or something like that.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not like they're not paying you or anything. It's just the idea that you could possibly have collabs with these people.
Networking opportunities.
Yeah, like it is a network opportunity place. In the grand scheme of things, like with all the quote unquote networking servers with VTubers, how often do you actually like? Well, I mean, like the one I'm thinking of that like was the biggest in my personal opinion is the Twitch VTuber team. Like how often did you actually meet people in these groups that actually will give you opportunities that will move the needle for you? I don't feel like it happens as often as some people want to admit or think. So,
well, are you asking for like how active like everybody was in this?
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, how active was it? How big of a deal was it?
Collabs and stuff like that, and talking to each other was like a daily thing. Like everybody was super. That server like never shuts the fuck up. I had to put it on mute.
Okay.
They always talk in their general chat, and like collabs, like the section for asking for collabs happened like at the very least the most inactive I've seen is like every other like week. And it would be big collabs. Recently, they were planning on everybody chipping in their artists and stuff like that for a giant collab art.
Okay.
Whatever.
And like I see what you mean by that, because whenever you see a like Twitch team, it's just like a tag to go under to just like help boost your numbers passively or whatnot. But out of like all the teams and stuff that I've seen on Twitch, there has been the most like under the name of V-Twinks where they'll just be like a big like 20 plus person like event with everyone in the group and so, like they actively work together and communicate and stuff, unlike just having a little label on your about page. So
I guess I don't know. It's just my thought process is when I see all these groups, I just don't really feel like I ever see, because when I was a new VTuber, I was in a couple of those, not like in a Twitch team, but I've been in a lot of Discord, because when I looked at this and read this, I was like, this is just a Discord server with a whole bunch of people, and they might collab with each other, or they might do things with each other. Maybe I'm underselling it. Maybe it is actually as big or as small as I think it is, but like it just didn't seem like that big of a deal to me.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's a big deal. Like that's my personal feelings on it, but I wouldn't like undermine like the amount of big names in the group.
Yeah, and I totally get like the baseline consensus. Like looking at this at face value, it's like it's just like a team. I can completely understand that from anyone looking at this. Like I can 100% see that.
Well, who's big in it that actually like warrants like wanting to be on the good side of that? Like would suck to not be in the same group as them.
I wouldn't be able to say like who I would care about because I just cared about the tag.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
About the tag, bro. Why did...
Preach it.
All I cared about was the tag V-Twig. I'm like, I'm a twig, so okay.
I'm all for cosmetic tags. That's fair, but like then
like CCV of like Smo members is like 300 or more. So I don't know.
300 or more.
CCV.
Oh, okay.
But is it like well, if everyone, it's the cool thing to do.
Tag.
It's the cool thing to do, right?
Okay.
Yes. Be a part of V-Twinks, the cool thing.
Okay.
So.
All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So it wasn't even really about. It was just about the tag. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, that was my whole thing. It's just like this doesn't seem as important, but that's just a me thing. I'm not gonna loop on it. Let's see. Stop acting like the mods in the team are supposed to hold every member on a leash. These are grown-ass adults, individuals, and every single one of them that has been involved is no longer in the team, either because they amicably stepped out or they were removed. Let's see. I'm not making any statements to defend or attack Shizu/Smo, as we literally have nothing to do with either of them, and that's between them. Snapples, however, has put a minor in danger. I guess the question now becomes whether or not Snapples actually knew, and... I don't know. Does anybody want to speak on that?
I would 1,000,000% say I don't know, right? I mean, forget that 1,000,000%.
You can infer based off of your conversations, but I would not give a full-throated defense for somebody.
Yeah. That's my fault. I was about to.
Don't because that's like you're putting yourself in legal potential issues there. So don't give a full-throated defense unless you know for sure.
But like based on my record of events, from seeing the fact that Onyx was removed before I heard about the information of him coming up to me personally and him telling me that he was a minor, him telling me that after the fact, I can probably infer that he did that around the same time, telling Snapples, if he ever did, that he was in fact a minor.
Okay.
So it's up in the air as to whether or not Snapples knew or not, but I think it's heavily implied that Snapples, that she did not know beforehand that he was in minor.
Okay.
That's what Snapples has stated to me as well, that they did not know about that.
Okay. All right. So the consensus, at least from a third-hand or second-hand telling, is that Snapples allegedly did not know that they were a minor. All right. So, I mean, like,
I still find it weird they didn't vet it. That's my little realization on that.
That is the very good question to ask. Is like, what the fuck is the vetting process for this? I mean, like, I understand. Earlier, I was talking about the argument of whether or not you need ID checking in Discord servers because that's a very fishy situation.
Nudes, yeah, sure. If it's just a fucking porn channel, yeah, people are just gonna be able to click "I am 18." But if you're gonna moralize about that, then you have to go after like every website known to man that has any degree of porn that is not fucking censored.
No, yeah, because like at that point you're taking upon the responsibility of yourself to vet
That's why the
them.
fucking 18+ tag thing exists on, say, fucking Discord for channels.
Yeah.
Is once you agree to that, they don't have any liability.
Exactly, and you shouldn't really take
Unless
that
they're
liability
posting
on
nudes,
themselves.
though. If they're posting nudes, I don't fucking care. Whoever you are, if you have a server like that, please, for the love of God, verify your people.
Yeah, I know at least for VRC servers, you have to send them your ID before you can do anything in them. But like, I don't know. I guess I do want to know how they vet individuals coming into the server. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. Shizu wasn't even a mod until after Smo and Snapples were removed. Does anybody have anything to say for or against that?
Wait, say that again?
According to this, Shizu was not even a mod until after Smo and Snapples were removed because we were just looking for more people to help with the server. So they're saying that Smo didn't even have any say because he wasn't even a mod in the server.
I mean, I don't think we have any proof to confirm that Shizu was a mod after their removal, but we did. I mean, I did see that Shizu up and admitted it publicly in a response to the doc that he said he was modded recently.
Mm-hmm.
So let me go see what he said specifically. He said,
I know they're very close friends either way. But...
He said he had only recently become one. But also Smo was removed recently too. So like the whole word recently is a very vague term to discern what happened first, or all that.
Okay.
I asked one member that I don't know if they wish to be like have their name out there, so I won't for now. But I asked one member like immediately the day of who's a mod in that server and stuff like that, and the same day response, same hour, Shizu was a mod.
Yeah, because we do also have that screenshot in our document that shows that Shizu is like declared a mod.
Yes, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. I think it would be dumb to do that. I'm going to be completely honest. I really don't think it matters whether or not like him being a mod really doesn't like in my mind like matter, because if the purpose of this server is to make sure everybody loves each other, even if he wasn't a mod, if they're inferring that they can kick you out if one person that's not a mod can get upset with you, then like it doesn't really matter, my personal opinion.
Yeah, and not to mention we also have the confirmation that states that Shizu was in fact the one that got Snapples and Smo removed in the first place.
Oh well, I mean like it's not like proof, but like that's inference based off of the individual who said it. Unfortunately, I would have to see him actually say, yes, I asked for them to be removed in order for like that to be the case, or for somebody to say, I don't know. It's just kind of hard to verify that what I've seen. So I don't know. But Pow himself saying that like both were removed for different reasons is enough for me to infer that like that Smo was removed, in addition, and if I'm making sense there, it's not just because of the minor. Smo was included in that decision, is what I'm trying to say. Let's see. We had no idea about anything going on in private and just trusted him as a friend and a longtime member of the team until the docs dropped. His mod role was removed immediately after Callum posted his doc. He had the mod role only for a handful of days and isn't even in the team anymore. They kicked him out, sounds like. At this point, I'm considering deleting V-Twinks as a whole. Please make a bunch of emotional decisions. That would be very... Listen, I love it when people make emotional decisions like that. It's very funny. Please make...
Release the floodgates.
I saw somebody in your chat being like, how long do you want to bet until the whole group disbands? You're about to make a fucking jackpot right now. Let me tell you.
Please, Shu. I would love to... That would be so funny. Because if that were to happen, we'd see a whole bunch of people get into weird petty ass drama. That would be funny. I don't know.
Stir the pot. Do it.
I don't know. Do it, please. Personally.
Do it for the
We spread so much love and positivity in this little group since it was supposed to be a fun and safe space for LGBTQIA+ friends and allies. Starting to think that all the good we put out there is just not worth it anymore. That is just a sad sack statement to say, in my personal opinion. When vouching for someone to join V-Twinks, you're supposed to know them extremely well. It was always in the rules that a bad vouch can result in a ban from the team. Snapples even acknowledged this with our moderator Pow privately in DMs, but then went out to publicly act like she did nothing wrong to her fans. Stop trying to farm sympathy points and take accountability for once, please. From
it looks like Snapples also put out a response, by the way, 10 minutes
Did
ago.
they?
Oh, did
Yeah.
Oh.
Look how it's unrolling. Oh, wait, why is... Oh, it's the fucking DM bed.
Alright.
Since when is that a thing?
I'll pull that up here. We'll look at this for a little bit longer, but if I have to make another stream on this, I guess I will, because tomorrow I have work. So we'll look at this for a little bit longer.
You can celebrate men's mental health by looking at mentally ill men.
Exactly. It's perfect. From Smostalk, the message Pow sent to Snapples senses the fact that a minor was brought into an 18+ space by Snapples. I did want to ask, why did you censor that? I'm kind of curious. I mean, like, I kind of understand the child protection aspect, but I want to know why you did it.
I think it's mostly just down to the fact Smo was the one that broke the camel's back, because this is something that, again, you could say we're alleging it, but it's on the backlog. Is like, why was Smo the tipping point? If you're alleging it was that bad, wouldn't it be more pertinent to remove Snapples at that point if you're alleging that it was this terrible? Like, genuinely, I don't think there's a good argument against that, because it just seems like they're trying to cover their ass.
Okay. I would say probably. I would say that they're in a wonky situation right now because they're being put out there. So, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Here's the full message, censoring the name of the person who was a minor, and they basically give the message that we've already read as well, but uncensored. We've always established the Discord and team are 18+ spaces, even if she didn't know they were a minor. Snapple still put a minor at risk. If an adult were to get with a minor, even if that adult didn't know they were a minor, it is still a crime. Even if Snapple's invited a minor to a space without knowing they're a minor, she's still done something horrible. Trying to choose my thoughts carefully here.
No, I have my thoughts down on this, right?
Go ahead.
The reality is, it's very difficult to tell who is and isn't a minor on the internet. And ultimately, the best thing to happen is for you to both not know they are a minor and they are both not involved in a space they shouldn't be. Because as soon as somebody is outing that they are a minor, that is basically like a big red flag to predators that, oh, this is a person I can target.
Yes.
And most people can't really be held at fault for not knowing someone was a minor. I've told like this story specifically before, but I used to be on a game called Second Life, like when I was younger.
Oh, that's a throwback.
No. Yeah.
Numerous times as like a 15, 16-year-old, I was in DMs like flirting with adults.
And they didn't know.
Never disclosed I was a minor. And if we went through that today, these days, people would be like, oh, they groomed you. It's like, no, they didn't. I was a stupid kid, and I was like, I'm allowed to do this because, I think I'm adult enough to do it.
The shared femboy experience.
And not to mention, at the time, Onyx was going around stating that they were indeed above the age of 17. They were 18+.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it really sucks that a child lied on the internet. And if people actually think something illegal happened, then yeah, you should probably report it to the police. But if Snapples has a clear conscience, then you're not going to find anything. And it really just goes back to, kid lied to a whole bunch of people. And it's really unfortunate that they did that because kids shouldn't be on the internet to begin with. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, in my personal opinion, like even the rule of just saying, oh, if you should know this individual really well, it's like, okay, what degree of knowing this person really well are you talking about? Are you saying that like they've seen their ID, that they've like met IRL? Like what kind of like degree of know very well are you going to spell out before like before like we're supposed to know. I don't know, because like maybe this minor lied, and like I mean like they did lie. I don't know. It's funky, and I just feel like this is a cope, saying that they should have known. I don't know, man.
I mean, at some point it just gets unfair.
It does.
Where it's like, how much can you reasonably be expected to know?
Yeah, exactly. Like, there are very few people I know on the internet to actually be adults. Mizu, Lumi, and my friend Temp are the only people I know for a fact are over the age of 18. Pretty much everybody else could be lying to me, and I'm just hoping in good faith that people are not lying to me. So... Yeah. And I have no way to know that, which is why I just don't send random nudes to random ass people on the internet. So, I don't know. Good rule to know, I guess.
Real Irish past me knew that.
So.
Thanks, Smo.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay,
no problem. Yo, yeah, no problem, bro.
How dare you not read minds? I know, right? Let's see. On top of that, she never takes accountability for this, which is sickening. I mean, like, what accountability do you need to... I'm sorry for not knowing? I legitimately, what accountability are you supposed to take?
That's kind of like the only thing you can say is, I'm sorry for not knowing. That's really it.
Even then, it's just like, you shouldn't really apologize for not knowing. Because, like...
I mean, I don't even think they were doing anything sexual. That's also a probability that's on the table. Is like, I think they're trying to draw inferences on that, and I don't know what to make of that personally.
Well, that's taking it to a territory where they need to be very careful, because if they are starting to allege things that they can't prove, that puts them in potential legal issues. So, I don't know. This is just an iffy situation, and. Like, at the end of the day, do you remove Snapple for not knowing? No, I personally wouldn't. I would maybe side-eye them a little bit, because if I don't know somebody very well and that situation happened, yeah, I'd probably side-eye them, but, like, I don't know. What more can you do? I don't know. I just feel like this is weird. I don't know. It is kind of funny that they are coming out with this. They didn't need to come out and say this. They didn't need to come out and say this.
They shot themselves in the foot. And
They could have managed this in private and like sent this to Snapples privately.
I mean, the thing that we've been talking about all day.
God, I fucking hate fanboys.
Like, unironically, Shu, you didn't need to put any of this out here. I didn't even know a minor was involved until literally just now, and now it's going to put an eye on you that you probably weren't interested in having on you. So congratulations.
It's his team.
Yeah,
if he deletes it, that's what I'd say feigning accountability. You know, the one thing that he brought up to try to be like, no, we got you.
Yeah, can we save that? Save that tweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not mental gymnastics. That's just reading it as is.
Yeah. So this is the reply from Snapples. Let's see. I endangered a minor. Are you kidding me? I had no idea Onyx was a minor when I invited him to V-Twings. He deceived a lot of people, not just me. Many such cases where that happens, unfortunately. Again, it's one of those things where here is my personal test for everybody. You ask this question, if someone lies to you, you're going to be okay for the most part. Whenever somebody comes to me and asks me questions in DMs, my first question typically is, are you an adult? And if they say yes, cool. I take a screenshot of that, and then hopefully I never have to use that for any reason. But, like, that's it. That removes a lot of accountability from you because you asked.
Honestly, the easiest thing to ask is, how did your taxes go last year?
That's fair. I owed $5,000 to the IRS. Thank you very much. No, I'm just kidding.
Because, like, even if somebody doesn't want to talk about it, like, you're going to get a unique response from an adult who doesn't want to deal with taxes than you would from a kid.
Yeah.
Who, like, has no idea how taxes work.
Most kids would just tell you, I haven't done my taxes yet, and that's a good, clear way to get rid of them.
I
You
mean,
know what? I'll
yes,
just
but
do
also,
that.
I mean, at 16, you could, like, realistically, if you got a job.
Yeah, but your parents do your tax. My parents did my taxes when I was
No, it
16.
depends on what you claim as. If you can claim as like dependent, you got to remember emancipated minors exist.
Yeah, but at that point,
It's a bit weird, I know.
I wouldn't go too deep into the woods on that one because there are so few individual. Like, I only know of one individual in my life that emancipated when they were a teenager. So that's not even
you
like.
need a very secure life to be able to do that.
Yeah, so I don't even think
Also,
that
I
would.
was mostly joking. I'm a little bit serious, but I was mostly joking.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
I'd still say,
I'm
hey,
just
are you
answering.
18? I just feel like, hey, are you 18 is a pretty safe way to like remove a lot of accountability from yourself. So I would ask
But
that
also,
from
I
now
think the
on.
expectation, right, for 18 is if you're planning to do anything with them, yes, you should always be aware, but also it doesn't seem like there's a smoking gun on anything actually happening.
Well, nothing's really been alleged yet other than just, oh, you endangered a minor. So we'll see how that develops. We'll see. I really would like this this minor not to get involved whatsoever. So
Yeah,
hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Let's see. I repeatedly asked Onyx if he was over 18, and he said yes every time. All right, Snapples, a lot of your accountability has been removed. I would take screenshots of some of that just for proof, but there you go. When I found out, I promptly removed him, unfollowed him, and ghosted him. Good. He came out that he was 17 publicly after he was kicked from the art stealing he did. So, right off the bat, he was not removed for being a minor. He was removed for art thievery, which you guys can confirm that actually kind of happened.
Yeah, even though it's just by hearsay, but it does confirm my claims as I came in here and said the reason why they were removed and what Onyx was saying to people and what he told people whenever he eventually told others that he was underage.
Okay.
So all that should be true.
Okay. Fair enough.
Somber also replied to Snapple's retweet. Okay.
Wait, who replied?
Somber, an admin of the B-Twinks.
Oh, okay. We'll get down to them. Let's see. I take accountability that I should have done more due diligence, but blatantly saying endangered is ignorant at best. I really don't know what more you could ask on the internet. Like, unless you're willing to start asking someone for their ID. But at that point, like, most people aren't going to do that. So, I don't know. I don't know what more due diligence
matters for sexual shit, right?
Well, I mean, like, if you're... I will tell you right now.
Unless you're doing something like professionally and you actually need to know it beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, the only time I ever see 18 ever brought up is like degenerate gooner content, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Right.
And I will be honest with you. I roleplayed on Twitter when I was underage. I 100% did it. That was stupid of me to do. Nobody ever asked for their IDs.
We're like 5 for 5 right now? Let's
Exactly.
go.
5 for 5? What do you mean?
Like,
are you roping me into that?
What I'm just trying to say is, like, minors are on the internet everywhere, unfortunately, and some are good at hiding it, some are not. And really not much due diligence you can do except for say, are you 18? And if they say yes, it removes a lot of accountability from you. So yeah, that's about it.
But yes, I am denying it. I have not done anything like that.
Okay, 4 out of 5 then. That's a passing score of 80%.
Do you use VRC?
No.
Okay, never mind. All right, fair enough.
And you never use Second Life.
I know I didn't, but I know all about it because whenever I was young, I've seen people
fucking Second Life in their fucking multiple launchers.
Okay, I'll allow it then.
I don't condone harassment of any V-Twinks at all. I just wanted a chance to what happened due to the Shizu stuff, but it's clear I just wanted a chance due to what happened due to the Shizu stuff, but it's clear I won't get that. Reformat that, but okay. I did consider you all friends.
All of you need to learn how to spell.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm dyslexic. I fucked up in my duck. I know.
No, listen. If you say you're dyslexic, I will give you the same fair treatment that I gave Shizu, because I would get on Shizu and she's like, I'm sorry, I have dyslexia. I was like, okay, fair enough.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Shizu said that he apparently has dyslexia too.
Okay.
At the end of the day, Moxie's was the worst.
Love you, Moxie.
I'm sorry, I have to harp on that. I swear to God, you were drunk when you wrote it.
I was gonna ask, was Moxie drunk while writing that?
I don't know.
Are they awake right now?
I wasn't there.
I feel like
Did Do they have a drunk emote? I must ask that.
Do they? I don't know.
I
would imagine.
I feel like they need one now. So maybe like a drunk emote of them like cursing or something.
I was the only helping Smo with his document. I was the only hand involvement in that.
No,
so
that's
I
fair.
have
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's more just like random out there thoughts. Anyway, let's see.
Yeah, I know.
I did consider you all friends and was upset that you removed me without giving me a chance to intervene with Smo. Okay. And then... Oh, okay. And this is... Wow. Yeah, they're in public, so it's fair to share. Onyx on 8/12/24. It doesn't inspire confidence. I'm not 18. I'm 17. I'm sorry. I lied at first. Are you there? And then Snapple says, what the fuck? I'm so disappointed in you. Why would you lie? I trusted you. And then Snapple says, now that I have bandwidth to deal with you, I'm hurt and disappointed that you lied to me. I put my trust in you. I can't trust you anymore. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. May want to share just a little bit more than that, but, you know, fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. But there you go. There you go, there you go. I would, Snapple, share DMs where you at least asked where they were 18 and they lied to you, because that would also be helpful, but it's whatever. Who is Somber? Are they another femboy?
I think
Somber, yeah. Somber is another. What's up?
I think one of us said that they were a mod in the.
Yeah. So I stated that Somber is another VTuber in VTwinks. They are femboy. Blah 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 blah. Admin. They are an admin according to the screenshot I have.
Okay. I don't get why you'd censor it from the doc. It's important you haven't taken accountability. He's fucking... Oh my gosh. All these people
Words
just...
come up a lot.
All these people...
I think you're all very
I
gay
think we need a
for harping on
lexicon.
accountability.
All these people deserve to be made fun of. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I just...
It's all so stupid.
What accountability? They just shared quite a good chunk. I would like one screenshot, and that is them asking if the person was 18. And then I don't care anymore. There's no more accountability that needs to be taken. All right? Period. Oh, for fuck's sake. Person you invite is someone you're supposed to trust. For fuck's sake. Oh my gosh. You all act like fucking women. Oh my gosh. These are shit. This is shit we've already read. This is shit I've already read. Oh. I handed screenshots. You literally involved in a smearing V-Twinks. Oh gosh. All right, that's like Norm Macdonald moment. Yes. I feel like it's appropriate to share that.
I think everyone in this situation should die.
Here.
Based emoji.
Can we pull up the two retards fighting video?
What does based emoji even look like? What would that even?
I don't know.
There it is. Let me
Internet invent a base emoji.
Here, I'm gonna. Here, chat. This is for you, chat. Chat, I'm sorry if I've neglected you tonight. I will be reading super chats right after this.
Now, this might strike some viewers as harsh, but I believe everyone involved in this story should die.
I don't believe in death, but I think everybody should be made fun of at least a little bit.
I agree.
Oh my gosh. All right. You know what? Listen. Do I think
Some
that
of y'all need to be made? Some of y'all need to be made fun of so jokes can be funny again.
Exactly. Exactly. My personal opinion is if this whole situation led to a VTuber like organization kind of falling apart because of all this shit, you know what? I would say that for the wrong reason, it was worth it.
It was kind of worth it. Alright, I'll take that as a W and go lay under my rock.
Oh my gosh, that was beautiful. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Norm Macdonald was so based. I agree. I agree. All right. Well, Meso, I appreciate you giving a little bit of extra context here.
Yeah.
I do just have one question for you.
Oh, okay.
Why? So you were the cosplayer, right?
Yes.
What made you choose to cosplay Shizu specifically? What was your impetus for that?
I also said this on the reply to Shizu after the document was made, but The main reason why is because I don't want to give like a whole freaking theatrical story for it, but they were the first VTuber that caught my attention and inspired me to actually go down the path of eventually becoming a VTuber myself.
Okay.
And so I joined his community. I made friends with all of it, like not all of us, but like a lot of his moderation staff, and hung around them for a majority of my time. They were my main friend group. And then I figured out that he was going to be, virtually attending a convention that was 30 minutes away from me. So I was just like, oh, I can go there. But then I was like, oh, what if I dress up as him? Because, the model, like cosplaying for his previous one, it wasn't that hard to put together. So I was just like, I could do this. And then I did, and I thought it'd be fun. So that's why I cosplayed him.
Okay.
Because I knew, yeah.
All right. And now, obviously, we've already got the answer from Smo, but I do have to ask, did the sweater stay on during sex, or did you take it off?
Go ahead, Misa.
That's on you. You were the one wearing it.
No. What?
In the picture.
Oh, in the pic. Oh, I thought it was just asked if it stayed on during sex.
I'm making a joke based off of
not say a slur is insane.
I'm making this as a joke based off of the alleged facts here.
So no, but it's a good idea, and we will keep it in mind.
No, we won't.
Yes, man. What?
Just don't share sweaters next time, I guess. And there will be.
I'll make a paranoid freak.
There'll be no assumption of you two sharing a moment together, I guess. And then alleged abuse,
We share clothes, so it kind of checks out.
And we're boys. We're just off-brand women or something like that.
No, yeah. I guess what I'm saying is, don't make it sound like you guys are in an abusive polyamorous relationship with a guy named Peppermint Pimp. Listen. I got nothing against the guy. I've never met him before, but with a name like Peppermint Pimp, I don't know what you want me to think here.
That's another thing, because we never got around to that, because it's not really relevant to y'all necessarily.
No,
I don't even. Specifically, what's the other person? They're called like Sixth Element or something. Sixth Element and Peppermint Pimp both running around screaming like morons on Twitter.
Bro, I don't know.
Not helping your
just
case.
shut up.
Oh yeah, I mentioned that in the doc. I was like, there's too much activity on Twitter to sift through to post it all here. Because I guarantee you, it would have been like 3 or 4 pages like added onto my portion if I did that. So I was just like, I'm just taking my word for it.
You can go to their Twitter. Like their entire feed is nothing but like randomly retweeting people shitting on Shizu for like 6-7 days worth of stuff.
It's true jobless behavior, I will admit.
I agree.
Oh my god.
I agree.
So Sixth Element comparing it to 9/11 was probably not a good look either.
I don't even know what the word pimp means. What does that even mean?
You don't know what the word pimp means?
No.
Brother.
What?
Okay, no, I'm not saying it.
Here, hold on.
It's a man who controls a group of women and whores them out for sex.
Oh, wow.
Did you never watch the Boondocks?
I haven't, and this guy over here, Neat, keeps making fun of me for it.
Listen, you didn't even know of ghost stories. You're about a fledgling child.
Oh, you're more... Listen, I was homeschooled. You're way more secluded than me.
That's 3 things now: Boondocks, the Ghost Stories, and Breaking Bad. You haven't watched.
Yeah, I
don't feel bad about not watching Ghost Stories. It's horrendous. I hate it.
It's the best dub ever in the world.
I rail on it every time people bring it up as best dub.
It's best
every time.
Best dub.
It's terrible.
Okay.
What's your best dub?
Oh, I don't think any dubs are good. All dubs are bad. I think Ghost Stories is a fantastic example of dubs being horrendous just because Western people suck.
So, Dragon Ball.
Yeah, I don't like Dragon Ball's dub. But also don't like
compared to the sub, really?
Wow.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Well, I've talked about it on Twitter like at length because I really do like anime. But my huge issue with the Ghost Stories dub is Ghost Stories is a actually good anime. And it was good in Japan, and people like to pretend it wasn't.
We just made it better. You're just mad we made it better.
So I think I just
No, I don't think people understand how big Ghost Stories was in Japan. It literally, the only anime on TV that beat it out in ratings was One Piece.
Huh.
Wasn't One Piece not that good for a while, or was it always like high up there in Japan?
I've always thought it's
Mainly-
incredibly mid.
It mainly got popular
like most shonens.
over the past decade. That's when it mainly got popular.
Fair enough.
Like mainstream popular.
Even at the time, though, One Piece was big still.
Huh.
By the way,
Ghost Stories
there's,
is the Japanese version of Goosebumps, basically. Like it might not appeal necessarily to adults as much, but it is a massive franchise. They had like board games, they had video games, they had books.
Japanese Goosebumps.
Yeah.
I will rail on it every day because it was a genuinely good series, and its reputation is absolutely ruined.
Oh, goodness. I do have to ask, are you all prepared to be canceled for going on to a transphobic VTubers drama podcast to talk about your...
100%.
No! No!
Because that's
I'm
what
so small, I have nothing to gain or lose. So
that's what somebody said about Shizu the day after he talked to me. So I was just like,
oh yeah, I saw that. I think you know where I stand on the they them shit. I really don't care.
I don't care about that.
Transphobic at all. Yeah.
I was just like, hang on a
I
moment.
think he was replying to something somebody else said, but again, we don't control people. People do people things.
Oh no, I didn't. I was at first I was like, do they know that this is because like in my head I was like, okay, these people are asking me to read these documents, and that's partially what led to some frustration. Because like when you told me, it was like, oh, all of them know I'm telling you this, and all of them some of them want it, some of them don't. And in my head I was like, hang on a moment. So did one of them, who potentially wants me to read this, retweet somebody that is calling me transphobic and trying to use that as a vector to take down somebody they don't like? And that's what kind of pissed me off. It was just like, listen, use things that you can actually use against him. Don't bait me to read something and
character.
Yeah, it's like, don't bait me to read something and then try to include me as a reason why Shizu should be like torn down. Is kind of my upset. And the thing that also bothers me is like everybody's trying to use the fact that he used they them instead of he him, and I was just like, listen,
They're neutral for a fucking reason, dude. It's not that deep.
It takes away from the message that people are trying, like, if that's all that people are going to, because that is all that some people are focusing on, you're not going to get anywhere. You're going to lose ground, and people aren't going to take it very seriously, because nobody does take that argument very seriously anymore. So I don't know, it just oh, go ahead.
It's a very far stretch to label someone as that for that reason alone.
Yeah, so it just
clutching at best.
It is, and it just like it bothered me. It just bothered me.
I told a lot of them for the start, and it's like, just because femboys typically are friendly with like trans people, the transphobic like accusation doesn't work very well with femboys, because femboys are very used to being called transphobic for absolute nonsense shit. Like, there was years of, oh, you call yourself a trap? That's transphobic. You shouldn't use that word.
Yeah, that's a silly thing. The whole fucking trap thing. I do have a, I guess, opinion on that. Is if someone says trap, right? If you call yourself that, generally for most trans people in the LGBT sphere, they do take issue with it, but it is just demeaning to oneself, because deceit isn't something necessarily good, but there's also a lot of people that moralize on it and be like, well, no, I want to be seen as a woman, which is also, like, I'd say more on par with being somewhat normal. But we all know LGBT anything just is not normal.
Yeah.
It's just out there.
Yeah, I don't know, and maybe I got too in my feels about it, but I was just like, listen, don't what am I trying to say? Don't like ask me to do something and then try and signal boost words from other people for the wrong conversation. I don't know, that was it, because I don't know. Anyway, that doesn't matter.
I posted some screenshots in the chat, by the way, from Snapples.
That
would probably be worth looking at.
Yeah.
There's a lot here, holy cow. The first one you sent was Snapple shared on Twitter, as well as the second one. Related else the internet. Wait, what? What is this third one that you sent?
I don't know. Someone just sent it to me.
Okay.
I think.
Listen, it's a developing story. Okay.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel
Breaking
like.
news.
I feel like this is going to be the new story now. It is pivoted away from Shizu, and now it is all about this.
I'm all for that.
Congratulations. Yeah, I guess, and I know that Shizu is listening. I guess the question is whether or not, like, he tries to get involved with it anymore. At this point, I don't give a shit, man. I told him be quiet, but I don't care anymore. I don't care.
I think we both know that.
Wait, we're asking about the third one and what it pertains to. I think that's in reference to Onyx being removed from V-Twinks in the first place, and their reasoning for it being the art.
Okay.
Yes, that is
I
what
see.
that is for.
Unfortunately, these are cropped so horribly. I don't know what the context is. So
yeah.
Well, at least the fourth one gives more credit for like the actual date of being kicked out, and compared to what Snapple's posted with their screenshots of just finding out about the age. Is that they didn't know until after they got kicked out.
yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, this is a interesting developing situation.
So we should start taking bets on what she was gonna do.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like there's a couple questions.
Oof.
Like what?
Just being aware of said thing, but also they basically are admitting that they don't even moderate their own shit. If they're holding Snapples to that standard, they're not even holding themselves to that standard. If anything, they're inferring that there's probably something happening, but nothing seems to happen. It's just a bit weird.
Because, like, if Snapples didn't know, the same thing goes for everyone else. They didn't know either. So, therefore, all of y'all are held accountable by the same token as Snapples.
Yeah, I do think that, like, it's just like, why are you trying to hold him to the accountability that nobody else is going to be expected to be held to? So
Exactly. This just doesn't look fucking good on V-Twinks.
Like I said, if they get rid of the group, that only just kind of consolidates it.
And talk about deleting.
No accountability at that point.
Yeah.
again, like, that's such a snap decision. It's like, I want to get rid of this group now. I was like, why?
Anyways, yeah, what would be the house odds on that, by the way, if we were to make a bet?
Well, out of the 5 of us?
Yeah.
I don't know. I shouldn't bet. I'm bad at gambling, even though I want it to happen. I don't know. I'm bad at betting.
Hypothetical gambling, not real gambling. You don't condone that.
250.
I
250.
Oh, I thought we were like gonna determine what would happen.
Oh.
Oh no. No, I'm just spitballing. Yapping.
I'm saying that because of like the amount of holes you can poke in this response, I'd say that it's a likely possibility that V-Twinks might disband because of this.
I agree.
I guess it depends on what the perception is. The inclusion of information that is absolutely not necessary, it is a knee-jerk response for sure, but it is also like one that will allow more people to ask more questions. And if these individuals have the anxiety that I feel like almost every single individual in this situation has, it will probably prompt more talking.
Yeah, I'm more worried about Snapples and how I'm proud of them for taking the quote retweet and defending themselves about it. I know that they do go through a lot of mental issues based on that tweet that they had when returning off of their break. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It probably will get talked about again.
Probably, and if it does, let me know. I don't know, like I mean, like, I'm not going to say that I report on every damn little thing that's going on in this little situation, but, like, if it is interesting enough to include, at least for 10 to 15 minutes, sure. I feel like my audience would be okay with updates on that kind of thing.
Update. Between shut down.
Yeah. I'm not going to be like Nicholas DiOrio and report on Ethan Klein for the 10th fucking day in a row, but I will definitely look into it. if it is
No,
interesting.
I feel a need to report on it. It is the plight of my people.
Understandable.
I'll make sure to share it with you then, Mizu.
I'll make sure to give you a follow.
But yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else people want to bring up? I think that we're gonna start closing down.
I think that was a grand finale, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
funny.
That was a interesting response to have. I hope you're happy with it, Shu.
It was funny, is what it was. Congratulations! Thank you for 11 months, Avenged. Very much appreciated. Well,
all I'll close out with is all of you, please, right now, go download Grammarly.
Okay.
Smo was making
There's a free trial too. I can get you guys discount codes. You guys want to sponsor?
Oh.
Smo, you were making fun of me for that the other day. You're like, use Grammarly. And I'm like, I don't like using Grammarly. And then in your own sections, it's like, yours wasn't even foolproof either.
Sentences that I fucking deleted. I'm so pissed. I thought I deleted sentences that were just too much, and then they
I heard that you guys were laughing at each other while listening to me suffer over that.
Your streams are entertaining. I like them.
Oh, good. I do try to be entertaining. Even though I am an evil Nazi bigot, I am trying to be as entertaining as possible.
Understandable.
I don't want to brag or anything, but I think my section was more formatted than yours, Smo. Even though you use Grammarly, just saying.
What about that sentence right there? Can we talk about that?
I could
Shut up!
definitely.
No.
I could definitely tell that you were a different person talking, because like I immediately saw the difference in how you decided to carry your sentences. So
I don't like writing.
a lot of people don't like writing. That's why people fail. That's why people fail classes in school. So they don't like writing.
That is why I failed classes in school and then dropped out. I did classes.
I wouldn't say too much.
I got it.
You don't gotta overshare. You don't gotta overshare. It's fine.
I'm autistic.
No, that's good.
I fortunately have the writing autism, so I enjoy it.
There you go. I need to rediscover that so I can finally finish the fucking book I'm trying to do. Anyway, I am going to read Super Chats now. If you guys want to leave at any point, you're more than welcome to. If so, have a good evening. Yeah. Let's see here. Sly at the beginning of the stream. Have fun, guys. VOD gang. VOD gang for life. We love people that watch the VOD right after it happens. Lobert for 2. Advanced GG Mango Lemonade. MommaOcco 10. Buy it. Yes, thank you for paying to give another ad. For Advanced GG.
I want to say they said that earlier because I said that I had bought the Cinders Gamer subs.
Uh-huh.
And everybody in your chat started spamming, what, you're not buying you're not buying Advanced GG code MommaOcco? Like,
Oh, he did it like that was the third time he did it, because he did it at the beginning of the stream, then he sent another super chat, and then once you said that, he decided to do it again. But yeah,
look,
chat.
I just want my Cinder Gamer subs.
Well, yeah, buy the Cinder Gamer subs thing. It's gonna go up in price once you buy it, obviously. But like then afterwards, you can get like 10% off your order by doing Advanced GG. Code MommaOcco 10.
Look at that
You
shit.
know what's funny? Your guy's little drama might make a whole group disbanded.
Oh.
There's a smiley face emoji.
Avenge does bring up a good point. If your drama does end up making somebody completely non-related to you break up a group, I will say as the drama feeder, I will find that incredibly funny. And I'm not gonna say it was worth it. I'm gonna say it was incredibly funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy how the cookie crumbles. I'll still eat it though. That shit goes great on ice cream.
It wasn't our intention, as everything in our talk was meant to be closed to Shizu. However, it was relevant towards, everything else involving him. So
it's just hilarious is what it is.
Womp womp.
Like legitimately, if something not even related to this whole drama like is disillusioned, that's just the funniest thing to me. So that is the weirdness in the universe that I love about it. Let's see here. I read that one. Grulgar, thank you for becoming a Gya initiate. And then Grulgar for 2. If I glow anymore, I'll be radioactive. Captain Mercury for 2. Get the stork out. We want Metokur. Oh, that's very mean, but accurate. Eric Jenkins for 199. When do you think Cinder comes back to stream? I will answer that, and since people are still here, I will force you all to give your approximations of it. I think Cinder will come back at the exact moment when she is supposed to be and not a minute before. Just like Gandalf. Mizu, what about you?
I don't know what she's waiting for, really.
I don't know. Me neither.
I say about 3 months
3
to
months?
6 months. Yeah, they just need general public to forget. That's about it.
I don't think they will, and I don't think people should care too much. But, you know.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's easier to just duck out. I'm sure that she probably hasn't more than enough money. It makes sense. And then she could say she went on a self-reflection journey and be like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The apology didn't work the first time. I mean, take time away, come back, say you're changed. A lot can happen in 3 months.
I do think the comeback, if it happens, is going to be completely massive. And I think, because like we've already posited that she has more devoted simps than all of the people that called her out. So
She's gonna make an album. That's what she's gonna do.
Dude, that would be hilarious. Again, like I am not somebody that likes or dislikes any of these people. I think that all people on that whole situation kind of just collectively sucked a little bit together. But like if she comes back and does a comeback, I'll become a fanboy just because I think it would be funny. Only because it would be funny. Cinder will show up at the end of the year. Maybe she's waiting for the opportunity. I don't know.
VTuber awards.
Oh, that would be funny. Anybody else have any other thoughts about that, or we'll move on? Okay, we'll move on. K for 2. Both should apologize or not at all. Okay. Thank you. Wolfsbane. I believe these were read out, but I did not get to hear them, so we'll read them again. This is from earlier, but using the word capitulate sounds bad as they are trying to force him to surrender to their demands, which doesn't help at all. I kind of agree with that. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I don't know if there's a better word for that, but I kind of see what he's saying there. K for 5, quote, we just want you to be better, unquote, staggers the dock to slander you for maximum visibility across days to be seen as long as possible. I do think it is like a critic worthy to just be like, you know, putting something all out. I do have to ask, why put something out over a couple of days instead of one big dock? I mean, I kind of feel like I already know the answer, but what is the purpose behind doing that for you guys?
Didn't you explain it earlier, Nate? Or
I'm pretty sure that came up, yeah.
Yeah.
Might have forgotten.
It's possible. I just briefly retread it again, I guess.
I mean, I could be wrong. This conversation's been going on for quite a while, but if I am, just message me and I'll give you the answer.
Oh, fair enough.
Just remember the question.
Okay. I mean, it's almost 3 a.m., so I might forget.
Understandable.
But like, the only reason I can think of it is, the only reason why you would do it over multiple days is for maximum visibility. That's all I can really see for it. And it's morally dubious. It's definitely morally dubious, but you know, at the end of the day,
moral friending is everywhere, my friend.
Indeed.
Just depends on where your bar is.
Indeed it does, and I'm not really ready tonight to get down to mine. K, again for 2. Quote, done with it as fast, unquote, does not use one dock. Alright, let's see. And then Avenged for 5. You know, it's funny, your guys' little drama might make a whole group disband. That would be funny, yes. I'm rooting for the funny option here. And Zayla for 5 months. Thank you. Keep going. Here's to supporting the clown squid. I'm not a squid, but thank you. Sorry, I can't make many of the streams. That is completely fine. All right, and that is it for tonight. Let's see if somebody's live on YouTube. Armchair's live. You know what? We're giving everybody to Armchair. You guys can go tell him how the femboy shit ended. Love me some Armchair. Neat. Do you know who Expert Armchair is?
Yeah, I've seen some of his opinions. I think that he's a rather intelligent and personable guy. I don't really know anything other than just what he's posted, but he's a respectable content creator.
Fair enough. Yeah, I really do like him. Let's see. Does anybody here know somebody on Twitch that thinks that they should get a raid from this audience?
I did check my homepage.
Take recommendations.
I actually have a question. Can you raid on YouTube?
Yes, you can. Once you're partnered.
I've told you that.
Oh, you did what?
Yeah.
So YouTube has like that weird problem where you kind of have to be partnered, and the person has to allow it, and it kind of feels like YouTube starts you in a mode where it's not allowed, which really only negatively hurts you.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you have a suggestion or a recommendation for yourself, Occo, there is a femboy streamer by the name of. And if you don't want, you don't have.
I will, as long as they're okay with getting my viewers.
That I don't know, but their name is Six with 2 eyes. VTuber.
6 VTuber.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the one that looks like a Pokemon character.
Yes.
They are just chatting right now. All right, chat. Very, very fun tonight. Make sure that you leave a like on the stream. If you're on Twitch, make sure to be very nice to this individual. I don't know who they are, so be very nice and just tell them that you came from a stream where you talked about femboys. I do have to ask, does this femboy hate any of you?
He is unrelated to anything, and to my knowledge, he doesn't know about anything that's been going on. So.
Good. All right, sounds good. All right, chat. We'll be back tomorrow. If you are interested, Nyara made a video talking about me, and I'm bringing Celestium, and we're gonna watch it together. That'll be very funny. So, chat, you have a fantastic one. Thank you, everybody, for coming on. And yep. Goodbye, chat. Give it like 10 seconds here.